to $100,000, or imprisonment 5 to 10 years. Madam President, this is in those. We are hoping, Madam President, and we can go on, carrying of firearms in public space, discharge of firearms and ammunition, possessing firearms and ammunition with the intent to injure, possession with firearms to commit or aid the commission of an indictable offense, or to resist or prevent the lawful apprehension or detention of a person. Possession of firearms or ammunition belonging to the government. Use of the firearms or ammunition in contravention of terms or conditions of license. Madam President, we have quite a few. As I said to you, 28 clauses. I will not go through all of them. But the objective is to increase the fees of these penalties as one of the steps in terms of dealing with this serious issue of gun violence in our society. And as I said, discussions around more or further actions, will come to help us to address this situation that we see growing gradually if no further redress is achieved going forward. Madam President, in the past few months, as a country, we have witnessed and recognized gruesome execution-style crimes, which we have never seen before in our country. I think it's important to highlight that, not in the context of blaming anyone, but highlighting that it's a concern that we all share as citizens of this beautiful country. We did hear a clarion call by all sectors of this country for some action to be taken. While I believe the response from government was a bit slow and sluggish, but as it is said, the voice of the people is always
Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of the Senate, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Honorable members, please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pleasant and warm good morning to you all, distinguished senators, both sides of the aisle. To all those in the gallery, thank you for following in first person the proceedings of this House. And thanks to all those of you online following. Senate is resumed. Senator Seville Francis has requested the floor. You have the floor, madam. As the opening batswoman.
Thank you, Madam President. Allow me to begin by acknowledging everyone present in this honorable House this morning. Madam President, beginning with you, my colleagues on the other side, my distinguished colleagues who are here to join in the support of this bill that we are debating this morning. Madam President, before I lend my full support to the proposed budget, which will continue to transform and advance our beloved nation, allow me to begin on a note of gratitude. First and foremost, Madam President, as we all know, this is my first budget debate. And this is only made possible because of the trust and confidence placed in me by a great leader, the Honorable Prime Minister, Dickon Mitchell. Prime Minister, allow me to thank you for allowing me to serve the remarkable youth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Most importantly, Madam President, in all things we know they are impossible without God. And I am eternally grateful, in a more special way more than ever this morning, to the Almighty for not just allowing me to be here, but I thank Him for calling me to be a servant with purpose and granting me the opportunity to restore my health, to be here today in this honorable House. Madam President, life is very uncertain. In honor of International Women's Day, because we are still in the month of March, under the theme Accelerating Action, I was on my way to present to a group of young women in St. Andrew about one of the social ills that's plaguing our community, our society, Madam President, on gender-based violence. When I encountered some health complications on my way to St. Andrew, Madam President, I was actually driving. Now, we could have all been here today singing a different tune, reminiscing on my contribution and my time short-lived in this honorable House. So today I stand with a different sense of pride and purpose. And Madam President, I also want to publicly commend Dr. Acosta, a young female doctor, and her team at the Princess Alice Hospital, who, with professionalism and dedication, attended to me. Their service is a testament to the potential within our nation, and I encourage them to continue being the best versions of themselves, particularly because everyone on the team, both male and females, were young people. And oftentimes we hear the negative comments about our healthcare practitioners, Madam President, but this morning I want to publicly acknowledge them and thank them for having me here today. Towards Vision 75, Grenada, Resilient and Rising. Madam President, as we embark on the journey towards Vision 75, we must recognize that our projections and plans for the upcoming fiscal year were not haphazardly assembled. Instead, they were carefully crafted to align with our National Sustainable Development Plan for 2035, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and our government's midterm action plan. I must stress this, Madam President. A hurried bird never builds a proper nest. We must build strategically. This 2025 budget builds upon the successes of 2024, ensuring that our transformation agenda remains steadfast. And Madam President, I would love to stand here and reminisce on all the achievements that we've had for 2024. But I think the record sets that straight, Madam President. And so I am going to build on what we've achieved and show how, because of those achievements, we're moving steadfastly ahead in 2025 under this budget presented, Madam President. Madam President, this morning, with your help and your permission, I would like some assistance to have something distributed in this honorable house.
What is that something?
Madam President, it is a key, and it is very significant. And I would really love if you can assist me in allowing this to happen.
It relates to your presentation?
Yes, Madam President.
Permitted.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have a spare key for everyone in this house, Madam President, and I would like for it to be distributed. Madam President, I also have my key. The name of this key is called context, Madam President, because context is key. I have sat in this honorable house. I have listened to the other place. And Madam President, one of the things that I found baffling is that the contributions were lacking context, which is key, particularly from the opposition side, Madam President. So I decided, you know, in the other place we have a minister who is a plumber, maintenance man. He has been unclogging pipes, Madam President. But in this house, consider me to be the locksmith of this upper house, Madam President. Because the spare keys I will share today will unlock the doors financed by this budget as we focus on key priorities. Madam President, of the concerns raised by the opposition is the reduction in the budget allocation for the Ministry of Youth and Sports. This has become the other side's kumbaya, Madam President. It is their hymn, their go-to song. Madam President, context is key. Historically, the ministry functioned primarily as a program-driven entity, often inflating budget allocations for programs that ran on autopilot with little sustainable impact. Madam President, you know they say when you marry into a family, you get all the baggage that comes with it. And so we have inherited a ministry driven on programs, Madam President. We must shift our focus to impact-based budgeting, ensuring that funds are directed where they will create measurable, sustainable development for our youth. Madam President, the reallocation of resources does not mean that young people have been neglected. There is youth in every sector, Madam President. Madam President, the Ministry of Youth is not a sector. It is a pillar that fosters the necessary things that our young people need. It is not a sector. But our young people have been made to believe that without the Ministry of Youth, there aren't opportunities present in this country for them. And that has to be changed, Madam President. Whether it is education, social services, or agriculture, our young people are engaged across the government. Madam President, let me draw your attention, and we have our dear Sister Gloria here, Madam President. And under her ministry, for example, the 0 to 60 Real Quick program was launched in October of 2025 to help young people adopt healthier lifestyles and plans financially for their later years. Madam President, this is just an example of how strategic reallocation is ensuring a long-term impact. So this is not happening under the Ministry of Youth, but it is catered to the young people of our country. And I want our young people to understand that the Ministry of Youth is only here to facilitate them and to ensure that the other ministries have policies and programs in place across the sector to ensure that they benefit the way they need to, Madam President. Madam President, context is key. The restructuring and redirection of funds are not cuts. I want that to be made abundantly clear. The restructuring and redirection of funds are not cuts, Madam President. They are strategic alignments. They are strategic realignments. Let us examine how key programs continue to align with our national agenda. Madam President, I will start with the Empower 4.0 program. The key priorities for this program focuses on boosting youth education and training access. Under the National Sustainable Development Plan, it falls under the Strategy for Enhanced Access to Quality Education and Skills Development. For Vision 75 policy, Madam President, it seeks to expand access to technical and vocational education and training, higher education and skills-based learning programs. Under our MTAP, or Midterm Action Plan, it increases scholarship and training programs for youth. Under the Sustainable Development Goals, it falls under goal number 4, quality education, expanding access to education and training, and goal number 8, decent work and equipping youth for employment. Where am I going with this, Madam President? Remember, I said context is key. Now, everything we do must align with what we are working towards to develop our country holistically. Madam President, this program design, I want to start with the registration aspect of it. And let me tell you why. Now, we are in 4.0. From 1.0 to 3.0, this is how the registration process worked. I want you to follow where I'm going with this. A list was provided from the constituency office to the ministry with a list of persons to be enrolled into the program. Madam President, we know under the previous administration, there was no distinction between constituency office and party office. So we weren't sure whether the list came from the party office or the constituency office. Under the 4.0 program, Madam President, this is not how it worked. Open call system so that every young man in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique can benefit from this program. That is transformation, Madam President. Madam President, I also want us to see the difference between the 4.0 program, the version. Now, under the previous administration, the stipend was 800 EC dollars. At the end of the program, they would receive $1,200 as a savings, and then the government will match the $1,200 with the exact amount, totaling it to $2,400. Madam President, under this administration, the young men have spoken to us, and we have listened because we listen. And through listening, we have increased their allowance from $800 to $1,000, Madam President. On top of that, in hand, they are getting $900. We hold $100 for them, and at the end of the program, they get $1,200. Madam President, that $1,200 is not matched equally. We are now giving them an additional $1,800 at the end of the program, which totals their amount to $3,000, Madam President. Apart from that, we have a transition period where their hands will be held. So no longer will resources be wasted, Madam President. So we're not just buying tools and storing it there or giving it to them. And in some cases, Madam President, we're not sure it was going to the right people. So here's what. Because we are not here to waste the government resources. So what we have been doing under the Empower program, the staff, they are well equipped and trained. They will be holding their hand, walking them through the procurement process. Because we believe, Madam President, that while you teach a man to fish, you also have to give him fish to eat. That is the only way if he's not well nourished, Madam President, he will not be able to receive the training of the fishing. So they will be assisting them with the procurement process, going with them, showing them how to use the invoices, how to do all of that. So it's not just a case where the program comes to an end and we say goodbye to them. There is a monitoring and evaluation process, a follow-up process. We ensure that our young men are particularly empowered the way they need to be. But Madam President, the most important part of this program for me is the prison version. And I'll tell you why. A report from the prisons manager who facilitates the Empower program there, indicated to us that the men who enrolled in this program has never became repeated offenders. They have never seen them return to the prison, as opposed to those who did not enroll. Madam President, that is something for us to be proud of. Furthermore, I would like to highlight that Trinidad has launched the Empower TT program, and the Honorable Shamfa Kojo Lewis praised this administration and praised this program, this version, the 4.0, indicating her interest to model their program after ours as they seek to improve. Madam President, that is something to be proud of. Madam President, I want to use the Osprey shuttle real quick just to run up to Carriacou and Petit Martinique, because the Honorable Leader of Business on the other side mentioned, and I listened and I took note, mentioned that there's a cut in the Empower program for Carriacou. Madam President, let me explain. There is a difficulty in implementing the program in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and for very good reasons. The program was designed, Madam President, to one, upscale the young men who are not gainfully employed. Madam President, the young men of Carriacou and Petit Martinique are actively engaged and employed. And they have said to us, at our Youth Talk series particularly, that we don't need the Empower program. What we need is to become professionalized in the skills that we already have. So how can we become certified? And that is why we have shifted our focus, because we cannot have a one-size approach across the board. This is not what they need. And I want to, through you, Madam President, ask the Honorable Leader of Business on the opposition, to give this message to the young men of Carriacou and Petit Martinique.
Correction for the record, it's
Leader of Government Business. Leader of Opposition's Business,
We are not changing governments in the Senate.
Yes, we're not. Thank you. Madam President, thank you for the correction. But I still want to convey a message. I still want a message to be conveyed on our behalf. From the government, I want the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique we want them to know that we are proud of them. So we say big up to the young men of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Madam President, I move quickly to the elevator program because it mirrors the Empower program, obviously because it is targeting the females. And it falls under the same pillar that I listed for the Empower program. Now, this program will address the challenges young women are facing, and that will help to bridge the labor market gap. Training will be provided in training in literacy and numeracy, life skills, and business development. It will serve to equip the young female participants with nationally recognized qualifications to secure job placements within the private sector or provide startup grants as business support. We already have over 200 young women registered, and we are just waiting to roll out officially and launch the program. I want to move now to the National Youth Ambassadors Program, which, as a key priority, falls under youth and community engagement. Under the National Sustainable Development Plan, it falls under increased civic engagement and participation in governance. Under Vision 75, it promotes youth-led initiatives in civic engagement, volunteerism, leadership development. It promotes youth leadership and involvement in nation building. Madam President, the participants in this program again answered an open call. We had hundreds of young people applying to this program. Currently, we have over 80 participants currently enrolled, and that includes Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And they were selected by an independent selection committee. No biasness. Madam President, the selection committee ranged, the professionals on the committee, they ranged with different background and expertise. Currently, the youth ambassadors are undergoing a series of training by our very well-equipped Deputy Consul General at the Consulate General of Grenada. Madam President, no brain drain here. We are utilizing our own. Madam President, furthermore, they will participate in the National Youth Ambassadors Symposium on the role of youth in CARICOM and UN SDGs ambassadors. Additionally, Madam President, the constituency core of the youth ambassadors will receive $5,000 grant funding to undertake sustainable projects. And I stress here, sustainable projects. Those projects will be vetted to ensure that they meet the criteria as we follow the procedures and guidelines that we are emulating, which would be the Sustainable Development Goals, etc. And they will be collaborating and networking to execute the advocacy pillars. Madam President, the pride of my heart, the program of the ministry that I admire more than anything else, without shame, the National Youth Parliament Program. Madam President, it falls under the same pillars identified for the Youth Ambassadors Program. Again, it began with an open call. Madam President, we all know that I am a product of the National Youth Parliament Program. The only difference is, well, not the only, because there are many differences. So it started, and everyone who answered the call had the opportunity to sit on the parish level. We had an independent committee of judges assessing the top 3 debaters from the parish sitting had the opportunity now to become candidates for the national elections, youth elections. Madam President, we had 27 candidates from 14 constituencies, and we had over 2,000 young people registering to vote for these young people. Before the representative from Carriacou and Petit Martinique mention it, I will just say it. No, they are not involved because it was around the same time of Hurricane Beryl's passing, and because of that, we had to ensure that they are given a fair chance. So, Madam President, they are currently preparing in Carriacou and Petit Martinique to do their local sitting, and from that, the candidate will be selected and they will get the same process. They are not totally eliminated from the process. Madam President, this program catered for males, females, persons of different religious, political persuasions. It didn't matter. Tooth moon bagay, it doesn't matter. Inclusivity was key in this program, and they will be serving a 2-year term. Happy am I to announce that they are also getting a monthly stipend. Madam President, this is way better than my time. We were lucky to get a snack box. Madam President, this program makes me very nostalgic, you know, for many reasons. Because I understand the struggles that those of us who worked and participated in the National Youth Ambassadors Program before, our Youth Parliament Program, went through. Madam President, every time I think of this program, I get emotional. At one point, 3 young, brilliant minds, including myself, were expelled from the program, Madam President. And the reason that happened is because all we asked for was a meeting with the then minister, because we wanted what the program is now to be then, and we wanted to sit and discuss how that can be possible. Madam President, we were referred to, and I quote, as a bunch of disgruntled youths. Madam President, I recall the very first sitting we had in this honorable house. I was one of the lucky persons when this building was officially open to sit here as a National Youth Parliamentarian. And Madam President, the day before that sitting, when the list of participants were provided, and my name emerged as the Prime Minister, I was looked dead in the eye. And Madam President, I make no lies about this. And I was told, you are not good enough to be the Prime Minister. Madam President, I was daunted, I was broken, but I believed in proving people wrong. And so, Madam President, the following day, I came here, I stood in this honorable house and I delivered. When I was finished, the same individual approached me and said, you are remarkable. Can I have a photo to post on Facebook? Madam President, why did I share this story? Because you see, when you don't have the right youth representative behind you, it is very easy for young people to go astray and to start belittling themselves and not believing in themselves. Madam President, and I'm asking myself, how can you stand in an honorable house and say that you are for the young people? Madam President, you cast us aside. So I want to say to the young people of our dear nation, through you, Madam President, that whenever anyone approaches you and tell you that you can't, do not get despondent. Do not be dismayed. Instead, look at them just like I did and said, watch me. Madam President, I move now to the Community Grant Fund, because we're focusing on how this budget will help to move our agenda forward. The Community Grant Fund is designed to enhance collaborative advocacy and community development of sustainable goals and projects. This fund was derived from research and consultation. Madam President, I like to call this fund Passion Meets Support. Throughout our Youth Talk series, one of the common themes that we heard was, we have these ideas, but we do not have the financial backing to support it. So, Madam President, we have listened, and I am happy to announce that a total of $225,000 will be disbursed in the following way. So we're going to have $15,000 per constituency project group. And when I say constituency here, I'm not talking party. $5,000 for youth parliamentarians, $5,000 for youth ambassadors, $5,000 for youth groups, and we have over 40 youth groups registered. Madam President, those projects, again, for transparency and accountability and for bias-free selection, we have an external selection committee to ensure that the projects are well implemented. Madam President, on top of that, it would not just be a case where projects are being implemented. There will be training, project management and implementation training, Madam President, because remember I said sustainable projects. So we will have those training to ensure that the implementers of these projects are well equipped with the knowledge that they need to ensure these projects are sustainable. Madam President, I move now to the Youth in Business program, which for the Vision 75 policy fosters innovation, entrepreneurship, and youth-led business ventures. Madam President, oftentimes when programs are developed, they most times cater to those who did not complete education or looking for second chances, etc. But the young people who are steadfast and head-on, and they're doing great things and need that support, they have cried and we have listened. And we are here to dry their tears, Madam President, because we now have the Youth in Business program. Yes, it was there before, the Youth Biz program, and we're all good with that. But Madam President, as with everything else, it needs upgrading, and we have assessed and we are moving forward. And I am happy to announce that we have loans. Well, our partners in this would be GDB and GIDC. So we have loans catering up to 50 people at $30,000 max for startup and established businesses at a 1.1% interest rate, 7 years to pay back, and a grace period of 6 months. We have grants in the amount of $3,000 per person, catering for 50 people max. However, you must be registered with the Division of Youth. The pillars that are funded are ICT education, manufacturing, tourism, healthcare, and agriculture. Madam President, I am also happy to announce that the previous Youth Biz participants or business owners, this government actively supports them, and we utilize them as service providers whenever the Division of Youth have activities. And that must be commended, Madam President. Madam President, I move now to the green elephant in the room. And I want to change career for a second, because I remember our Prime Minister spoke about there is greatness in every Grenadian. So I feel like I can have multiple careers around here. So I started off this morning as a locksmith. And Madam President, I move now to become an optometrist. And I'll tell you why. Because it's either one, we have persons in the other place and probably in here with blurred vision. So Madam President, I have walked with different lenses in case anybody needs, including 3D, Madam President, because sometimes the lens needs to be changed in order to see clearly. Madam President, I want to speak about the new Imani program. I have heard it from almost every contributor in the other place, and I'm sure it is going to be brought up here. So let us address the green elephant in the room. Madam President, where do I start? Start from the beginning.
You start wherever will help you end in the rest of the hour.
Madam President, I am very mindful of the time, no worries. And I am very much guided by the standing orders too, so I know what it says. Madam President, I want to begin by replying to the honorable member on the other side. And permit me to quote, in their deliberation at our previous sitting on Tuesday said, the program gave a false sense of assurance. Saying the program gave a false sense of assurance is a false statement. And the honorable member went further on to quote that there is a $14.2 million cut in the budget. Therefore, Madam President, what message are we sending to the young people? The youth have been abandoned with little to no engagements. End of quote, Madam President. Don't duck. Put up your head. Madam President, through you, I ask, what were the program objectives? Madam President, how many young people were enrolled? How many transitioned? Madam President, the false hope was given to the youth first by the then administration. Madam President, the budget was cut for multiple reasons. And that is why I ensured to cut a spare key to remind you that context is key, Madam President. Madam President, we had young people joining the program at the stipulated age. And Madam President, years after they're still in the program. Madam President, a bachelor's degree is just about 4 years max. And we have people longer than a bachelor's degree duration in the program. Madam President, we had mothers in the program, their daughters finishing secondary school and meeting them in the program, Madam President. Tell me if that is not a false sense of hope for our young people. Is that the only thing we're telling our young people where they can become gainfully employed? Madam President, I don't want to use the word employed when I'm referring to the Imani program. It is a training program that transitions you into permanent employment. And if that is not happening, it means that you have failed your objective and the program is a failure. Madam President, that is the reason why assessment is key. And with assessment, you either improve or you cut. Madam President, context is key. Madam President, let me tell you this, $700. Imagine a mother in this program for $700. Thank God this administration moved the minimum wage to get something else, Madam President. It moved to $1,200, something that is still not sustainable. But being guided that it is a training program and it is a stipend, we could understand why. Now, if this is a salary, then that is a shame on any administration, Madam President. Madam President, we had approximately just about over 2,400 persons on the payroll. Note what I said, on the payroll for this program. And it is being said that we sent home young people and we cut the program. We did no such thing, Madam President. Let me tell you what we did. We asked the young people in the program to re-apply, re-register, because we needed to manage our data management system. Madam President, after the registration, it went down to just about 1,500 participants. Can you guess why? Madam President, up until this month, it is less than 1,500 young people. Want to guess why? Context is key. I'm getting there. Madam President, we have managed to secure over 343 permanent placements for training and over 50 graduated from the scholarship program portal. Madam President, let me explain to you. Now, if these young people have transitioned into permanent employment, you see how the stipend payroll goes down, Madam President? So do you see why there's a need for the budget to be cut? Madam President, remember I said context is key. If they're regularized or for other reasons, they're no longer there. There's no point in exploiting the government costs. Madam President, the budget must reflect a decrease. Madam President, do the math. Do the deduction, and we will see where the budget cut is. Madam President, that was wastage, not prudent fiscal management. Madam President, this needs to stop. Madam President, one more thing on the Imani program before I proceed. I looked at the document, multiple documents about this Imani program because I needed to understand the context, Madam President. And section 3 of the policy document named Policy Plus Procedure said, the minister, remember who developed this program, Madam President, context, key. The minister shall approve a final selection list for youth and a copy provided to the program manager and the officers. The minister decides who the the Imani trainees are. And then that is given to the program manager, not a bottom-up approach, a top-down approach. We could see where I'm going with this, Madam President. And if you cannot see, I have lenses. Madam President, this is not a cut. This is a realignment. The program was restructured to ensure meaningful engagement and a transition into sustainable careers, Madam President. I am happy to announce also, re the Imani program, that we have been in consultation with the private sector, giving them a mandate that these young people have been exploited, and that's my word, not the words of this government. Exploited. Because you have been using them for all these years, which means, one, the position is vacant. And if the position is vacant, then you have what I would call a moral obligation to no longer consider them to be trainees. So what has been happening, Madam President? The private sector has been using these trainees, Madam President. But the government is paying for that labor, Madam President. I hope you see where I'm going with this. And that is the reason why we have made sure to engage them and given them a time period to get their finances in order, to put them onto their budget, onto their payroll, or else we will do what we have to do, which is take them and get them elsewhere. Madam President, this is an administration that believes in the young people and giving them what they rightfully deserve, Madam President. Madam President, I want to talk on the Project Fly because it was mentioned, not because it is an active program, but I want to bring clarity. It was mentioned in the other place that when we came in, we cut good programs. Madam President, I am saddened to announce that Project Fly flew away like super flying fleet. Madam President, when this administration came in, we have no problems with continuing programs, but Madam President, we could only continue a program if we have the data to back it up. So I ask, if you wanted the program to continue, where is the data? What happened to the files? Answer this question. So when you stand in the government to do the government business, tell the people the truth. We need the data. We have no problems continuing a program, but we cannot continue it without the comparative data. Madam President, I don't know if it was, sure I did, I don't know, Madam President, but I'm just saying. Madam President, I move on. Madam President, in the interest of time, I am very much mindful of the time. There are other programs in different sectors and ministries targeting the youth. We have Grenada Office of Creative Affairs. We have endless scholarships right now, and it's no longer scholarships where who I know, and the Lincolology Scholarship, Madam President. It is scholarship, lock and cut, open for every young Grenadian to take advantage of, and not just the young one, but I'm representing the youth. So, Madam President, it is there, and I know Honorable David will elaborate on that. We have the Youth in Agriculture program. We have the FAO programs with CMOS production and other areas. We have the cybersecurity training. We have the Youth and Mental Health Caravan upcoming that will address these gaps by bringing the information to the young people with key stakeholders. Madam President, we have plans for the young people. But I want to say to the young people, do not be despondent by what is being, the narrative being pushed out there. The help is there, the opportunities are there. They are not just within the Ministry of Youth. They are spread across central government. Madam President, in the interest of time, I want to make mention of, and in person's spare time, they can look at it, some of the output and the outcome achievements that I'm super proud of for this ministry. That would be output 3, 5, 10, 11, 14, and 15. The document is available online for everyone to see. Outcome number 7 and number 10. reasons why I am so proud of this administration, and I stand proud to support this budget put forward by our Honorable Minister for Finance. Madam President, mental health is near and dear to my heart. For those who know and for those who don't know, I am a mental health advocate. I am a mental health coach. I work with persons with mental health challenges outside of this realm, Madam President. And so, when an entire ministry dedicated to mental health was established, I was ecstatic, Madam President. This is something that we are to be proud of, Madam President, because we know if the head is affected, nothing else works. And in order for us to have a productive sector, we have to ensure that our mental health is intact, Madam President. And this is what this ministry is designed to do. Another area on the mental health that I am proud of, the mental health policy. I mean, it's just in draft stage, but at least we are taking the steps in the right direction. Madam President, statistics have shown that suicide completion usually affects, in the bigger countries, the elderly people most. Unfortunately, in our little neck of the woods, it is quite the opposite. And Madam President, before I go forward, I want to send my condolences to the most recent victim of suicide completion, Madam President, particularly because it is a young woman. And so I pause just for 5 seconds to acknowledge the fight and the struggle of this young woman, Madam President, because I think it is important. And this also shows that now more than ever, this mental health ministry is prudent, Madam President. So you see, under this ministry, the focus will be on improving access to comprehensive mental health services, providing continuous training to staff to enhance service delivery, providing and strengthening the legislative and policy framework governing the mental health system, increasing mental health literacy among the population to combat stigma and misinformation. And that is key. Because once we have an educated nation on mental health, it will make it so much easier on our statistics to go down. Now, one suicide completion, Madam President, feels like 100 to us because we are a small nation. Madam President, the integration of mental health support into primary health care, that is important, and that is a focus area because, one, it will decrease the stigma and discrimination of persons. So no longer do you have to go up to the mental health hospital and somebody seeing you going up there and being, labeled and stigmatized and shamed, but it is accessible at our primary health care facilities. That is commendable, Madam President, and that is a focus where this budget will be going. Madam President, the infrastructural development on the mental health, the Maribor Rehabilitation Center, that is needed more than ever, Madam President, and we have seen that this has already started, and that deserves to be commended. Madam President, it would be remiss of me to stand here and not speak about sports, and I am also mindful of my time. No worries. Madam President, I want to move to sports development and infrastructure. You see, we recognize that sports are integral to national transformation, community development, and economic growth. The 2025 sports budget is designed to empower communities, develop talent, enhance sports governance, and improve infrastructure while aligning with Grenada's Vision 75. This effort will contribute to a healthier, more active, and globally competitive sporting nation. And Madam President, we know we have talent in Grenada when it comes to sports. That is undoubtedly questioned. This budget supports parish-level sports development at the grassroots level, upgrading of sporting facilities, lights at Progress Park and Lassa Just Playing Field. Madam President, I also want to go back a little. I heard mention on the other side in our last sitting on Tuesday about the cricket stadium and, you know, we have a state-of-the-art cricket facility and we weren't able to secure any cricket games. Madam President, remember I said earlier, when you're married into a family, you inherit everything that comes with it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Madam President, how were we able to secure cricket games with the state of the facility that we met? That is the question. Remember, I say context is key. It is important for us to secure games, yes, but it is also important for us to maintain our high standards and to maintain our good name, Madam President, because we cannot have people coming in to play cricket under these conditions. So we prefer to not accept it, cut our losses, refocus, and come back, Madam President. Madam President, talent identification and training. So we're going to have youth sports, festivals, school competition, and professional coaching. Physical literacy and health awareness, because we need to encourage an active lifestyle through structured programs. Capacity building of coaches and officials, certifications and skills development. And as our Prime Minister said, we are investing in the most important capital of our country, the human resources, Madam President. Through the National Sports Council, Madam President, the key objectives for 2025 include to reduce physical inactivity by 15%, to increase girls' participation in sports by 35%, to expand community sports program by 25%, to enhance parish-level sports development, to improve sports data gathering and archiving. That's a challenge we have in Grenada, documentation, Madam President. So oftentimes when we're doing research, we always have to, most times, reference other places and other people. But this here will fix this problem. Upgrade to sports infrastructure. Train and develop sports professionals. And the key policy references to achieve this would be, one, our NDC manifesto, which speaks to establishment of a National Sports Council. And we have done that, Madam President. Check. Madam President, under the National Sustainable Development Plan, we have strengthened communities, reduced inequality, and promote social justice through the National Sports Council. This will be achieved. Madam President, under the MTAP, to reduce poverty and improve living standards through sports. And under the Sports Council, the National Sports Policy, it's something that is now in effect. And that is why we were able to see our sports enthusiasts and our sports ambassadors receiving the tangible financial benefits that they deserve. Madam President, last year in November, Dr. Kirani James has received his payment. Madam President, we had Lyndon Victor, we had Anderson Peters, we had the Paralympians being rewarded, we had the chess players being rewarded, Madam President, and that is because our national sports policy is in full effect. Madam President, might I add that the promises that were fulfilled in November were promises made to them under the previous administration, Madam President. We keep our promises on this side of the table. Madam President, we have some program activities also under the National Sports Council. So we have grassroots development. We have the parish councils to lead sports growth through leagues and training, and the staging of the 2025 National Holiday Recreation Program, something that we are all looking forward to. We are also going to do infrastructure development, which would increase access to safe, gender-equal facilities with lighting. That is important. Safe, gender-equal facilities with lighting. Obviously, we need to build the capacity of our people, especially those in sports, And so there will be training for sports administrators, coaches, referees, and medical staff. Madam President, that is so important because at the last Olympic, we had our Dr. John representing and leading the medical team, and she was highly praised over in Paris for her exemplary work. This is a daughter of our soil, Madam President, and we want to ensure that we have more like her who could be recognized internationally. So we must ensure that these things are in place. Madam President, we have some special initiatives like the table tennis development that is aided by China. We have the youth empowerment and development where we will be expanding the youth entrepreneurship in ICT, the blue economy, and renewable energy. Sports inclusion in education. So we will have closer collaboration with the Ministry of Education to enhance physical education in all schools. And for the budget allocation, it will be divided across 5 key areas which will, under the Sports Council, which will be the National Sports Council Administration, the National Sports Council Programs, the Parish Sports Council and the Parish Sports Council Administration, and of course, infrastructure development. Madam President, I don't need 7 minutes, but I can take the full 7 minutes. Plus 15 minutes, because I want to get accustomed to the number 15. Madam President. Madam President. Madam President, I don't know about to go there to get 15 because lately we're seeing that declining drastically. Nevertheless, Madam President, this budget is not just a financial statement. It is a manifesto of transformation. Madam President, it embodies the principles of Vision 75, ensuring that we are not just keeping up, but we are rising above challenges. And before I fully conclude, Madam President, it would be very, very remiss of me to not acknowledge the students who are in this honorable house this morning. Madam President, I stood here representing their future. I stood, and the teachers, because without the teachers, you know you guys are very important. We appreciate you guys. And I know you can tell that we appreciate you teachers because we have done what we said we need to do, right? Madam President, I also want to acknowledge the staff of the Division of Youth and the Division of Sports, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the staff present here, the permanent secretaries, and all other staff of the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Madam President, I also take this opportunity to say to the young men and women of my community, Montreach, that when I stand here, I represent you proudly and boldly, and I represent what our future can be. I represent the change that our community so desperately needs and will eventually see. So, Madam President, I want to remind this honorable house that this administration, that this government, led by our youthful Prime Minister, who takes pride in young people's future, a testament I am to that, Madam President, that we are investing in our youth. We are investing in our communities and our nation's future. Madam President, this is why I stand in full support of the 2025 estimates and expenditure budget. Madam President, to those who claim otherwise, I handed you a spare key because, Madam President, context is always key. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Senator Civil Francis for her props and most importantly for her presentation, oral presentation. And let me just say that I'm happy to hear reference to what you think, what you plan, and what you anticipate this budget can accomplish in the coming year. And I remember I'm presiding, I'm not participating, so but I make a comment that it would be interesting in the context of your presentation to hear whether or not you or future speakers think that the allocation of 44.7 million in the first instance for recurrent expenditure for youth and another 24 million for capital, whether you think that is adequate, a total of 69 million more or less. Is that in keeping, is that financing level in keeping with the ambition you have so eloquently presented? And I ask it not to get into the debate, but to try to allow us to have the data to make judgment and analysis. So it's just a comment on my part. I thank you again, and may I warmly welcome the Deputy Speaker of the Grenada House of Representatives, Dr. Clarice Modeste, who has joined the team to which she belongs as they now take the floor. I'm not sure which lights to recognize because there are two lights on, Senator Cox. I recognize Dr. Mayana Charles, Senator. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today not out of ceremony, my dear friends, but out of duty. Duty to the healthcare workers exhausted and overworked in an underfunded system. Duty to the young woman full of potential but lacking opportunities. Duty to the families who are struggling to make ends meet due to the rising cost of living and with no hope in sight. Duty to our fellow brothers and sisters who, after being devastated by Hurricane Beryl, is still on their tarpaulins and tents 9 months later. Madam President, this is the lived realities of our people, well, except for a select few. I rise because this budget must reflect their needs and the needs of every fellow Grenadian who all long for tangible developments, and I hope we can all agree on that. Madam President, before I continue, allow me to extend a warm welcome to the persons in the gallery, especially our students, welcome, as well as those tuned in online. And I will start where the pain is most acute, healthcare. Because when a nation's healthcare system fails, everything else crumbles. The family suffers, the workforce suffers, productivity suffers. Therefore, it is imperative that health is a priority. In fact, I must first commend this administration, and I'd like you to give yourselves a round of applause. And I know some may wonder why. Well, I must give you credit where it is due. They have truly mastered the art of grand announcement with little to no follow-through. They have perfected the skill of making mediocrity look like an achievement. And of course, their talent for overspending on travel and entertainment for themselves while underspending in critical areas for the people of this country is nothing short of deception, Madam President. And to go further, Madam President, if those trips brought significant financial benefit to this country, then this would not have been a remark in my contributions here today. In the 2024 estimates of revenue and expenditure, under the caption Strategic Overview, health and wellness was listed as the first strategic priority area for this administration. Number one, I know my friend says she wants to hear 15, but you were listed as the #1 strategic priority area for this administration. That is health and wellness. But, Madam President, let's fast forward to the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure. Under the same caption, health and wellness has not been demoted to priority #3. That, to me, is deeply troubling. And this is because in 2024, when health and wellness was listed as the #1 priority, we saw nothing happening in the Ministry of Health. Nothing, Madam President. And the evidence is blatant. So in 2025, when we see health and wellness demoted to #3, this is an indication that we are going from 0 to negative. And this is very concerning. So, Madam President, how can this administration claim to be one that truly cares for its people, when by their own admission, they told the nation that the needle hasn't moved in healthcare? This sends a chilling message to the nation and blatantly tells us that the numbers on this paper here today means nothing to this administration. I'm sorry to have to say this, but this is what it shows. Because the very commitments made in 2024 were just words, with no action to back it up, no follow-through. Nonetheless, I will still delve into the numbers, and in my contribution, I will round off the figures. Madam President, let us talk about the cold, hard facts, because the numbers don't lie. In 2024, this administration approved $122 million for health, and yet $24 million was left unspent. The year before that, $27 million was left unspent. So there is no excuse for not having had progress over the last 2 years. They had the money. It was approved in the budget, and yet not spent on critically needed services. That is $51 million total over 2 years. And I see all of them have their heads down. So I ask this administration, where is that money and why wasn't it spent? $51 million that could have been used to buy essential medication. $51 million that could have been used to repair or upgrade our health facilities. $51 million that could have been used to hire doctors and nurses so that our people don't have to wait hours in the emergency room or months for a surgery. Madam President, this $51 million is not just a number. It is a lost opportunity for our people. It pains me to say this now, and this makes me very emotional. But I wouldn't be surprised, Madam President, if some have lost their lives due to that. And now, we have yet another proposed budget for healthcare. And I cannot stop but wonder, what will be done differently this third time around? And it seems that this administration has a pattern. One that places optics over outcomes. One that underspends in critical areas and overspends on travel with nothing substantial to show for these trips. Yeah. Madam President, let's take a closer look at the 2025 budget allocations for health under Vote 50. This year, the total allocation for the health sector stands at $159 million, with $94 million allocated to recurrent expenditure and $64 million to capital expenditure. At first glance, one might say, well, the budget has increased. But let's break it down, because the picture is not as pretty as they want us to believe. Correct. In 2024, the approved recurrent expenditure for health was $100 million, but only $88 million was spent, despite glaring and urgent need for better healthcare services. The $12 million that were left sitting there was not enough in the first place to resolve the severe shortages in medical resources and staffing. And now they come in 2025 and decrease the allocation for recurrent expenditure by $6.2 million, when compared to what was approved in 2024. Madam President, this does not even cover for the shortfall of the previous 2 years. So how is that improvement? Madam President, and for the benefit of the youths and everyone in the gallery, permit me to explain what recurrent expenditure is. Recurrent expenditure covers critical, non-negotiable, day-to-day expenses that keep our healthcare system running. It includes social benefits for those in need, salaries for doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers, employee allowance, training and continuous education to improve healthcare delivery, maintenance of our hospitals, medical stations, and health centers, provision of essential medical supplies. Madam President, as I said earlier, the numbers don't lie. The budget tells us, yet again, that healthcare is not a priority for this administration, as evidenced by cutting the very budget that ensures our hospitals are staffed, our health centers have resources, and our people have access to the care they need. Tell us, who does this help? Is it that this administration no longer intends to provide medication for the poor? Is it that they no longer intend to make healthcare accessible to the most vulnerable? Is it that they no longer intend to correct the staff shortages? Madam President, I stand here right now, and I will list some additional facts. And I invite my colleagues on the other side to clarify or even verify some of them if they so desire. If someone comes in with a life-threatening condition, like a heart attack, for example, using that as an example, the hospital cannot confirm the diagnosis. Because a basic blood test, which is essential for confirmation, is simply not available. Let that sink in. Just a couple of weeks ago, I got a call from a friend, Madam President. She was frantic, she was desperate, because her loved one was in that exact situation. And do you know what broke my heart? Not just the fear in her voice, Madam President, but a cruel reality that in 2025, with an administration that claims to prioritize healthcare, we are still gambling with people's lives over something as basic as a blood test. Any given day, the lab is functioning at reduced capacity due to not having the test or reagents, or due to a broken machine. Basic tests are not available. Patients are forced, Madam President, to borrow money to pay for private labs out of pocket. And after all that, they must still pray that they have enough money left to buy medication they need because the hospital has run out. 2 out of the 5 dialysis chairs offering life-saving treatment to our citizens battling kidney disease are not functional and have been done for months. There are medical stations that are just open once per month because of staff shortages. A number of community health centers, or facilities I should say, because they include medical stations as well, cannot be reached because the landlines don't work. Let that sink in. Imagine you cannot reach a medical facility because the landline not working. How can we call this a functioning healthcare system? Nurses who want to advance training are left without opportunities, yet this government, in the other place, boasts about training a handful of staff. Yes, it is better than nothing, but let us be real. It is grossly inadequate. And let me remind this chamber, some of the achievements listed in the other place began under the previous administration, the new National Party. So I ask, what has this administration done for healthcare? Madam President, our doctors are being held hostage by bureaucracy and intimidation. Their morale is at an all-time low. I will echo a shared sentiment of many healthcare providers. They said to me, it feels like if the Ministry of Health is at war with us. The ministry employees are saying that the ministry is at war with them. How do you expect them to work without tools and supplies? They are not magicians. They are one of our most valued resources. Madam President, it is very painful to speak about what people experience as healthcare services. Let me give you the most recent example. As recent as a few hours ago, there was an emergency transfer last night from Princess Royal Hospital with a patient. The General Hospital was informed of the transfer. Madam President, the boat took 1 hour and 45 minutes to get down to St. George's. On arrival at around 12:20 a.m. this morning, there was no ambulance waiting to receive the patient. Mind you, this is an emergency transfer. Madam President, after several calls by the nurse who accompanied the patient, still no ambulance. Members of the Royal Grenada Police Force at the Central Police Station, after recognizing for some time had passed and no ambulance, they came and inquired and also placed calls to the hospital to follow up on the patient transfer. Madam President, when water more than flour, someone, together with the police and the nurse, suggested using a private vehicle to transfer the patient. As they were about to do so, the ambulance was seen coming, arriving there at 1:10 a.m. Madam President, from 12:20 to 1:10, almost an hour waiting. And what was even more worse, the ambulance came with the driver alone. No nurse to receive the patient. The nurse from Carriacou has to now get into the ambulance and go to the hospital, which now further delay the departure of the chartered boat back to Carriacou. Madam President, these are the experiences of the people of Carriacou. It could have been any one of us on that boat. That is why it is so scary about the issues that confront this healthcare system. Madam President, this is the sad reality. Is this what we call a functioning healthcare system? Is this a transformation agenda? It has been 3 years with nothing to show for it. And while our hospital run out of medicine, while our lab shelves have no reagent to run vital tests, while equipment is down for prolonged periods, while our patients wait months for surgery because there is one anesthesiologist, while our healthcare workers cry out for help, this administration had 51 million at their disposal over the last 2 years and did absolutely nothing. Madam President, this administration is talking about a new hospital. Let me be clear. A new hospital is an asset for any country. It is a great strategy to have for the long term. But what about the short term? Tell me. Let me also be clear when I say that a hospital is not just a building. If we are only thinking about the hospital as a building and not a healthcare system as a whole, then we are going nowhere. Right. This trend of missing the now and thinking in a unidirectional manner, where patients are literally suffering before our eyes today, is a lack of planning and foresight that we see time and time again from this administration. No vision. If you do not ensure we have specialists to treat our people, medication to heal them, diagnostic tests to detect diseases early, and adequate insurance ensuring access for all, then all we are doing is building a monument. Our people do not want a monument. They need a functioning healthcare system. They need their lives to be saved. For this project to come to fruition, I asked my colleagues on the other side of this chamber to kindly indicate the source of funding for the completion of this new hospital. Not for phase 1, but for the completion of the new hospital, since we are talking about hundreds of millions. My colleague on the other side, the mover of the motion, in his contribution, said that they are thinking about it to the end. So clarify for me, where is the funds coming from for the completion of this project? Not for phase 1. Do you intend to take more loans and plunge this country into further debt? Tell me. That's the only time I heard a comment from my colleague on the other side, when I was stressing all the deficiencies, you know? So he agreed to borrowing more money and plunging the country into further debt. Madam President, I want to put on record in this honorable house that I see no problem with backing down for the concept of a new hospital at this time and strengthening what we already have at a fraction of that cost and with instant benefits for our people. Madam President, I want to draw your attention to some disturbing numbers as it relates to our healthcare facilities. Line item, upgrade of health facilities. 1 million budgeted for health facility upgrade in 2025. We must not forget, in 2024, 1 million was approved for health facility upgrade. Only 175,000 was spent. Is the million for all the health facilities, or is it for a specific facility? Is this administration aware that we have 30 medical stations, 6 health centers, the General Hospital, Princess Alice Hospital, Princess Royal Hospital? Because if it is for all the facilities, then it is clearly not enough. And yet we are still not spending it. Line item refurbishment of buildings. 300,000 is budgeted for the refurbishment of buildings. In 2024, 700,000 was approved. Only 478,000 spent. Which buildings? Can this administration give this honorable house a breakdown of the buildings that were refurbished in 2024? Line item repair to Carlton House. In 2024, 500,000 was approved to re-establish Carlton House, a facility for persons suffering with substance abuse. $0 spent. Are you abandoning Carlton House and the right against substance abuse? Or is the $1 million budgeted in 2025 for the Maribor Rehabilitation Center intended to replace Carlton House? Please provide some clarity regarding this and give some details on the services that will be provided with a Maribor Rehabilitation Center and a timeline for completing this project. Line item, smart upgrade to hospital infrastructure. In 2025, 100,000 is budgeted for smart upgrade. Let's not forget, in 2024, 400,000 was approved, $0 spent. What happened there? Where has this money gone? Was it reallocated? Line item, reconstruction of Guelph Health Center. In 2025, 700,000 is budgeted for the reconstruction of Guelph Health Center and to restore the former building that was temporarily used during the health center construction. Last year, 700,000 was approved for this, Madam President, $0 spent. Madam President, I must raise a serious concern about the 700,000 allocated for the reconstruction of the Guelph Health Center. This is a new building. It is not an old, crumbling structure needing reconstruction. In fact, it was built less than 5 years ago. So if you intend to restore defects, then say so. Why name that line item reconstruction? Be transparent. Madam President, we need transparency. This government must explain how they are spending the people's money. Also, why is the Guelph Health Center not operating in its full capacity? It is my understanding that equipment that has been donated have gone missing. Where is the missing equipment? Line item, health centers and medical stations maintenance project. Madam President, while our health centers crumble, this government allocated a mere $150,000 in 2024 for health center and medical station maintenance. Out of that, only $48,000 was spent. Now in 2025, the same $150,000 is budgeted for maintenance. Let's break this down. As I mentioned before, we have 30 medical stations, 6 health centers. This means $150,000 divided by 36 facilities. This equates to $300 per month per facility. Madam President, $300 per month is supposed to maintain an entire health facility. What can $300 per month do in today's economy? Probably buy a can of paint. I don't know. Because I know painting is a thing for some. Now, this has to be a gross miscalculation. But let's entertain another possibility. Maybe, just maybe, there is another allocation hidden somewhere else in this budget for the exact same thing. And if that's the case, then why is this administration double-dipping? Madam President, this is not a serious investment in healthcare infrastructure, and this 2025 allocation clearly shows us that. And I'm going to now move to chronic diseases. Madam President, let us talk about chronic diseases. Line item, National Non-Communicable Disease Control Program, which is supposed to tackle the main cause of death and disability in this country. The 2025 budget allocates a mere $125,000 for this. To put this into perspective for everybody here today, or as my good friend on the other side will say, context. Non-communicable diseases are chronic diseases and include conditions like diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, heart disease, cancer, asthma, and the list goes on and on. Based on health data from World Diabetes Federation in 2021, 1 in 7 adults, that is 10,000 adults in Grenada, has diabetes, and these numbers have since increased. Based on that data for diabetes alone, mind you, I listed a few chronic diseases, not even all. If we estimate that at least 60,000 people at some point in the year need chronic disease management, this allocation translates to a shameful $2 per person for the year.
Shameful.
$2? $2 per citizen for the year? Can you think of anything that costs $2 a year? A year? And while this administration offers $2 per citizen per year, they have somehow found over $18 million for the so-called beautification and transformation program, overspending by $6 million. I will leave that for you to ponder on. So let me ask, am I missing something? Is there another allocation tucked away somewhere in this budget, specifically for chronic disease management? If so, I stand corrected. And I invite this administration to point me to that line item, because I would love some clarity. And if not, then let's call this what it is: misplaced priorities, lack of vision. Or I wonder if this is what transformation is all about. Madam President, if this administration is even remotely serious about health and wellness, they must increase this allocation, because chronic diseases are not just numbers on a page. They are the reason people are in our hospitals, in our clinics, and struggling to survive every day. And if this administration does not see this as a priority, then perhaps my friends on the other side can explain how this budget treats healthcare on a whole as a priority. Medication. Madam President, I'm not sure if you're aware about the OECS PPS pooled procurement system, but I think it's my duty to explain to everyone. This is an arrangement where OECS countries collectively purchase medication and medical supplies in bulk to secure lower prices and ensure adequate distribution across member states. It is intended to be a cost-effective way to keep essential medication available and available to all. I think that it is necessary to explain this so you can understand, according to my friend, the context in which I am addressing this line item.
Yeah, big word for them.
I would like to draw your attention to page 851 for this line item. In 2024, this administration approved a mere $12,500 for this program, and not a single dollar was spent according to the budget. These are the figures presented to us. Unless this budget have numerous errors, I don't know. Now, in 2025, the budget has an allocation of $112,500. Let's put that into perspective, or my friend will say context is key. So let me give you some context. In 2024, this administration allocated the equivalent of 1 cent per Grenadian for essential medication and supplies. Now in 2025, they have increased this to just $1 per Grenadian. Context is key. So here is the context. Madam President, this is not only an insult, but I do believe that you all will agree that this is far from addressing the pertinent problems in healthcare. How does this government expect to adequately stock our hospitals, health centers, and pharmacies with life-saving medication with just $1 per citizen? Really? This underfunding explains the empty medicine shelves in our hospitals and dispensaries, the increased burden on the healthcare system as untreated conditions escalate into emergencies, the overcrowding and casualty as preventable diseases go unmanaged due to medication shortages. If this administration had properly allocated funds and utilized the OECS PPS program, our hospitals would not be facing medication and medical supply shortages to the degree and length at which it exists today. And that is a fact. And this is an obvious failure, Madam President, of identification of what are the priorities in healthcare. They cannot even identify it. So how can you remedy it? Madam President, let us now turn to the handling of grants. Grants are not loans. Am I correct? Are they loans? They are given to governments to support critical programs that directly impact the people. And they do not have to be repaid. Am I correct?
Correct.
All right. I draw your attention to page 850, capital expenditure by source of fund. In 2024, This administration approved 2.1 million in grants, but only 500,000 was spent. This raises critical questions. Did this administration send back the 1.5 million to the grantor because they failed to spend it on critical healthcare initiatives? Or is it that they failed to secure the said grants they budgeted for? I would like to have some clarity in this regard. Madam President, this is unacceptable and indefensible. While our hospitals run out of essential supplies, this administration failed to use 1.5 million in grant funding. While patients are being turned away because of lack of mattresses on beds in some of our wards, 1.5 million was left unspent in grant funding. How hard is it to use money that you don't have to pay back in areas where it is needed? Madam President, I would like to hear from this administration the steps that will be taken to prevent this from happening again in 2025. In democratic countries, governments are held accountable, no? Last time I checked, we are a democracy, but sadly, the lack of accountability will continue to lead us further south. Madam President, while essential areas on healthcare continue to suffer, this budget includes vague and questionable allocations that raise serious concerns about transparency and accountability. We see 1.5 million allocated for focused succession planning, yet there is no clear explanation of what this entails. Similarly, 300,000 has been earmarked for capacity building campaign. But is this money being spent on actual workforce development? Madam President, we need mattresses in our hospitals. We need reagents in the labs. We need medication on our shelves. We need landlines to be working. We need doctors and nurses to be taken care of. We need staff shortages to be bridged. We need the backlog of surgeries to be taken care of. We need those things today. In fact, we needed it yesterday. Speaking as a medical doctor and public health specialist, this healthcare budget needs to be revisited and restructured in view of all the things mentioned earlier, so that it can be impactful on the ground, failing which we will be sitting here in this very chamber, hopefully in 7 to 8 months from today, repeating the same outcry. Mark my words. Madam President, this is not an exhaustive list I have mentioned. There are much more issues that need addressing, but in the interest of the time allocated for my contribution, I am compelled to move on to the next topic. Youth and sports, vote 19. Madam President, you know what resonates at this time in Grenada? It is the reality that talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not. That is what resonates. Not context is key. Across our tri-island states, young people brim with potential in the classrooms, on the fields, in the workplaces, in this very house. Look at all the students we have here today, in their communities. Yet, this budget does not meet them with the opportunities that they deserve. In fact, I see a harsh blow being served. Before I go any further, I would like to address my fellow young woman on the other side of the aisle. My colleague on the other side said, in a lot of words, that youth is an area that is over-budgeted. Her words, not mine, over-budgeted, to make an excuse for the harsh blow we see in the 2025 budget. But, Madam President, we on this side deal with numbers, and in 2025 budget, on the vote 40, we saw over 12 million in overspending in the division of youth. So if according to my friend on the other side, this is an area that is over-budgeted, how do you explain the overspending? Tell me. I really want to know. You know what this key she distributed is for? It is to lock the door on the facts. So, Madam President, permit me through you to return this key. Where is it? On the other side. Because we here will not hide the facts. So permit me to return it, please.
I agree.
Which is that we see a 40% cut in the division of youth from what they spend in 2024. And we see a 30% slash in the division of sports. Madam President, what message does this send to the young people of this nation? To the students in the gallery here today?
Correct.
Where is the government's commitment to youth empowerment, skills training, and job creation? Job creation. How does this administration stand there and try to justify gutting the very programs, like the Imani and my friend had a monologue on it, and others that serve as stepping stones for our youth to build a future. Please, do show this honorable House how is that contributing to the long-promised transformation beyond lip service. And I understand they no longer talk about the transformation. Madam President, my colleagues on the other side seems to be assessing and reading what the previous administration has done for the last 3 years, rather than acting. I am sure she may be needing the lenses soon that she walked in here with today. Let me say this, and I will quote from the member on the other side, because what she's reporting is not new. Context is key. If you haven't taken no new applicants into the program, how would you see an increase in the numbers? Tell me.
Charles, I believe, please pause. Senator Sybil has requested the floor. What is it, madam? Point of order? Microphone, please.
Madam President, I stand on a point of clarity.
Proceed.
Through you, Madam President, I would like the honorable member, Senator Charles, to please provide proof to this honorable House at which point during my speech I mentioned, and she said, the honorable member said, and I quote, that the budget for the Ministry of Youth or for the youth of Grenada is over budgeted. If that cannot be provided, Madam President, I would like for the honorable member to please retract the statement and stop misleading this honorable House.
Thank you. Senator.
Madam President, this is not a point of clarification, and I will not yield. I will continue with my debate, if you so permit me.
What did you say about the point of clarification requested?
I said, this is not a point of clarification, and if you would permit me, I will not yield. I will continue with my contribution. In the interest of time, I have 20 minutes left, and I still have a lot more to say.
It's a point of information. Are you saying you stand by your statement?
Yes, Madam President.
Proceed.
Thank you. And let us be clear. When it comes to sports, it is not just mere games. Sports is an ethic. Sports is a culture. It is a catalyst for change, a force for national pride, and a vehicle for economic mobility. When we cut sports funding, we don't just take away a ball or a field. We take away scholarships, international exposure, and professional coaching. Access to sports is not limited to youths, Madam President. It is for everyone in different age groups. It positively impacts our health. So when we cut budget in those areas, we are directly impacting health. Does this government not realize that sports is also a powerful tool in crime prevention, community engagement, and national development? Does it not recognize that every dollar invested in sports is a dollar invested in keeping young men and women healthy and away from the dangers of crime, drugs, and violence? Madam President, allow me to be frank. This is a policy failure, another missed opportunity, and a betrayal of our young people's future. This administration is one of branding, not innovation. If this administration was serious about youth development, it would invest, not divest, in their future. But instead of innovation, all we see in this budget is rebranding of old programs, repackaging with new names, but with the same NMP foundation.
PR.
Let's talk specifics. The Empower program, started by the New National Party, designed to provide young men ages 18 to 35 with self-empowerment, holistic development, skills certification, and employment opportunities. In 2025, 3.5 million has been allocated. But in 2024, the approved allocation was 2.5 million, and only 1.1 million was spent. Only 1.1 million was spent. You can look at them, or should I repeat these numbers? Madam President, where is the accountability to our youths? I challenge this government to provide answers. How many participants enrolled in the Empower program in 2024? How many completed the program? How many secured employment and started businesses after completing the said program? You cannot claim to champion youth while underspending on youth programs and then turning around and cutting funding. Let us not forget, this is a nation where youth unemployment remains high. The medium-term fiscal framework report exposes this truth. And it goes further to tell us that our young women face higher unemployment rates, 15.8% compared to 7.2% for men. The highest levels of unemployment existed among those up to age 24. Yet, where in this budget is the bold, decisive action to address this? Where is the structured investment in skills training and innovation to equip young people for today's economy? Madam President, our young people do not want handouts. They want opportunities. And they need to be truly empowered. They want to work. They want to build. They want to contribute. But what they have been given instead is a budget that shrinks their prospects, slashes their opportunities, and stifles their future. The youth of this nation are watching. Madam President, I wonder how they will respond while hearing this discussion. They will remind us very soon of this very discussion. Yes, they will remind us very soon. I urge this administration to reconsider.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I have requested the floor because, Madam President, sorry, I'm standing on a point of order. And the rules of the House indicates clearly that we are not to mislead the members in this honorable House. And Madam President, as requested in my first rising, I asked that the statement be retracted because such statement was never uttered from during my presentation. Therefore, I would like for us to review the Hansard so that this can be clarified, because I do not wish for the young people of this nation to have the misrepresentation and the misconception that their representative is saying that the reduction in the budget is, in fact, a good thing.
Thank you, Senator Civil. The request for the Hansard reporters take note. And, of course, you can exercise your right of reply later on following the presentation of Senator Charles. I'm not sure actually about that because you can only speak once in the budget presentation. So at the time of adjournment, you can come back to it. But I hear your request, and that it will be so reflected in the Hansard report that you did not say what you said, what is said you said. Is that it, what you're saying? 1 second, everyone. Let me take some information from the Deputy President of the Senate. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, it's within the right of any member to request a copy of the Hansard for clarity on any matter what was any utterances in the House. And so whenever that particular statement or comment can be verified, because I believe both members are feeling correct in their responses and their position as such, Madam President. So when you have that answered, you will give a determination as to what was said or what was not said, and whether or not comments could be struck off or maintained as is. So that's basically it. It just... The only issue, Madam President, I don't know if the copy will be available at the time of closing, but you can always deal with it at a later date. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I believe that each one of us here has been listening to both senators in regards to what was uttered. And I think it is up to you, Madam President, to rule on the matter at this point in time as to when that will be determined. If it can be determined now before the senator proceed, I think it will be in the best interest of this House and the general public. So I leave it up to you, Madam President.
Thank you. For some guidance here, we are speaking on the Article 35 of the Standing Orders, Article 35, interruptions on a point of order. Now, if Senator Francis is refuting a statement that she's alleged to have made by, she's refuting that claim by Senator Charles, we have to, at least I have to be sure that you did not say that to be able to instruct Senator Charles to remove it from her statement because you did not make it. I haven't seen the, I don't recall your exact words. I have not seen the Hansard. So if you are confident, if you are repeating that you did not make such a statement, then I think it is incumbent on Senator Charles to say she will not, she withdraw reference to that statement if you are sure and we are sure that that statement was not made by you. Senator Charles.
Madam President, I think, we can wait for the Hansard, and when I do see that, or when you do review that, then we can make a decision at that time.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I would want to suggest that maybe we take a 5 minutes recess and a break, and then we could verify the matter and clarify it now, and then proceed this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator. That was my thought. We need this answer now. Adjourned. Senator Francis, Senator Charles, Senator Adrian, Joseph, I see right now at my office. Clerk, send in the Hansard report.
Member on the
The Senate is resumed. I thank all the distinguished members of the Senate, members of the public, school children. Thank you very much for your patience with us. And I particularly would like to thank the Hansard team for so swiftly producing the written record. Thank you all. I also omitted earlier on to welcome the school children to our debate on the estimates. You're very welcome. And I also want to welcome the leader of the opposition in the House, MP Emmeline Pierre, who is also with us. Thank you very much. Senator Charles, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for your consultation. I would like to state that it is my interpretation that my colleague on the other side said in all other words that youth is an area that is over-budgeted to make an excuse for the harsh blow we see in the 2025 budget. Madam President, the facts are there. We saw a 40% cut in the division of youth, a 30% slash to the division of sports. The youth of this nation are watching, Madam President. I wonder how they will respond while hearing this discussion. They will remind us very soon of this discussion. And I urge this administration to reconsider, to reallocate, and to reprioritize. Because when you cut youth funding, you do not just cut programs. You cut futures, you cut dreams, and you cut the very foundation of this country's tomorrow. Madam President,
Pausing Senator Charles. Senator Francis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I am not standing to disrupt the honorable member for disruption's sake. But, Madam President, On a point of order, we just had a consultation where the agreement was for the statement to be retracted before proceeding. The statement, a new statement was made, but no retraction of the old statement.
Thank you, Senator Francis.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Charles. I think this is what we agreed to.
Thank you, Madam President. It was my understanding that we agreed to clarify the statement and to state my interpretation of the statement. That was my understanding. And this is what we agreed on.
Based on the retractment.
Madam President, it is my understanding that we agreed to reformulate, not retract. This is what was discussed. That we agreed to reformulate. In fact, the other side of the house heard the reformulation before I came back in here, and they agreed. But we agreed to reformulate. This is what we agreed to do, reformulate.
Senator Francis.
Yes, Madam President.
You were speaking. I want to hear your response to the manner in which Senator Charles has
Madam President, from the very first time I stood, I asked that the statement be retracted. The fact that we went into a private session to discuss and to consult, I would not agree for anything less. Therefore, Madam President, in the midst of the other person who were in the consultation, the agreement was yes, the statement be reformulated to reflect her interpretation, which is fine. However, the statement previously made that is being reformulated must be retracted in order for the new statement to take precedence and to have the meaning that it so deserves. And that is only fair, Madam President. Because then we have two statements on the floor. And the statement before, once it's not retracted, reflects that Senator Civil Francis said that there's the Ministry of Youth budget is over budgeted for young people. And I do not wish for these sentiments to be in the airs or recorded for young people to think that this administration don't care about them.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Charles. Before you speak, please approach the chair, the presidency. Senator Charles.
Madam President, thank you for your guidance on this matter. This reformulation, I am going to state, retracts what was said earlier. And this reformulation reads, I would like to clarify that it is my interpretation that my colleague on the other side said in a lot of words that youth is an area that is over-budgeted, to make an excuse for the harsh blow we see in the 2025 budget. Madam President, the facts are there. We saw a 40% cut in the division of youth, a 30% slash to the division of sports. So this is the third time I'm stating the reality, the cuts we saw in the division of youth and sports. The youths of this nation, I will say it again, Madam President, they are watching. They are watching. And they will remind us very soon of this very discussion. And again, I would like to encourage this administration, or rather urge, to reconsider, to reallocate, and to reprioritize. Because when you cut youth funding, you do not just cut programs, you cut futures, you cut dreams, and you cut the very foundation of our country's tomorrow. Madam President, if you allow me, I'll proceed, and I do hope I get back the time, to housing. Madam President, every ministry, every department should be looked deep into. The problem should be extracted, and the solution should combine genuine consultations on the ground in order to yield the best outcome for our beloved country. So as it relates to housing, when I first heard this administration talking about tackling the housing deficit, I applauded the principle. After all, every Grenadian deserves a safe, affordable place to call home. But principle without performance is what? It's just propaganda. Initially, it was 500 homes per parish. Then the target was 500 Grenadian-style homes per year, which means by now, we should have more than 1,000 by now. But Madam President, let us cut through the rhetoric and look at the reality. Millions were allocated. Plans were laid. How many happy homeowners did we get from this program today? Please advise us. And now, 3 years later, the vision has shrunk. But what do we have to show for it? Madam President, under Vote 33, in 2024, 9 million was approved and 9 million was claimed to be spent. This year, another 10 million is allocated. And how many happy homeowners do we have to show for it? How many? This government speaks of the Emergency Housing Recovery Plan under the Build Back Better project. But let me ask, Madam President, how do we define emergency? What is an emergency? Is it a story I told earlier about a patient that was transferred from Carriacou? Because 9 months after Hurricane Beryl struck, families in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, where 98% of the houses were destroyed, are still sleeping in tents, still covering their roofs with tarpaulins, still waiting for relief that was promised months ago. And while we sit in this chamber and debate, while people are suffering, my colleague Senator Cox told us in this honorable chamber on Tuesday about the reality in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, and I was very saddened by it. Just last week, visitors to Carriacou left with their hearts shrinking and sinking because the gap between the government promises and the reality is horrific, it is wide. Madam President, 147 houses at various stages. What does that even mean? We heard that in the other place. 147 houses at various stages of construction. Madam President, what does that mean? We want to know how many have been completed, how many have been handed over, and when will the next 100 plus be handed over? That is what the people want to know. Madam President, this is what you call broken promises. And then, Madam President, we heard about, they're going to address the housing shortage, and they don't make idle promises. Well, what do you call this? We understand that there are challenges, and one of the challenges we heard in this house was shortage of skilled workers. So let me ask, how did you not anticipate this? What is your plan to remedy it? How does a government commit to building all these homes in the first instance without ensuring the workforce to build them? Where are the people to build them? Wasn't that something that needed to be addressed before making such a promise? And Madam President, this one I promised myself I wasn't going to go there. But let us talk about the Chinese-built apartments donated by the government and people of China for low-income families. What happened with that? What happened? Instead of ensuring that low-income Grenadians got these homes, it is my understanding that the majority of units were sold, yet they remain unoccupied. Can you imagine that? People buying houses and they're not even staying in it? So I asked, who were they sold to? Were they sold to Grenadians? And if not, why not? Madam President, the people of this country deserve reliable answers through this budget. I will repeat, they need answers through the budget. This administration must make deliverable promises. Grenadians are tired of beautiful words. They are losing hope, Madam President. They are losing faith daily. We don't need fancy press releases and lofty speeches. We need houses for our people most affected by Hurricane Beryl. I call on this administration to move on and to move from excuses to execution. Please, I beg. Move from excuses to executions. Move from broken promises to proper planning. Madam President, the people are watching, and they will not forget this. And, you know, just to go back, what the houses, I know my friend said, yes, they were sold to Grenadians. Were they sold to Grenadians living here? I would like to know if you have a breakdown, local, were they sold to Grenadians living here? I would like to just know that. Madam President, we see an increase in the budgetary allowance here in terms of social development, but we also see a lot of overspending in that area. But the reality on the ground paints a different picture. The seed program. We were told that there are 7,600 beneficiaries, but under Vote 35, only 50,000 are allocated, and yet they are still handpicking who gets the benefits. Where is the compassion and empathy in caring for our elderly and vulnerable citizens? I want some clarity on some line items where there is overspending. One area is community self-help program. What is that? Because 6 million was allocated in 2024 and 8 million was spent. And now another 6 million is allocated. I seek detailed clarity on the breakdown of this expenditure. Not just a line, a statement. Detailed clarity on a proper breakdown. While we see overspending in ambiguous areas, we are seeing underspending in critical areas. Line item Hurricane Beryl response. 14.5 million allocated and only 4.9 million spent. This is just heartbreaking. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Madam President, this is the reality. And this reality is not up for debate. It is what it is. In closing, I want to remind this chamber, on Tuesday, it was my interpretation that I heard that this administration is deeply committed to putting the people first and deeply committed to enhancing healthcare. So if this statement is true, I expect to see a thorough review and reallocation of the healthcare and other budget items in a manner that practically addresses the reality on the ground and the critical needs of our people. Those are real. The needs of our people are real. We on this side of this chamber, we are not merely critics, Madam President. We are not merely critics. We are here to do a job. We are here for the people of this country. And we stand ready to work collaboratively if the government is serious about delivering impactful results. So allow me to outline a series of concrete, actionable steps that must be done. Fully spend the allocated funds with accountability. Not at the end of the year, but monitored quarterly. Stock up the shelves in our labs and pharmacies. Budget for the appointment of critically needed human resources in the healthcare sector. Immediately attend to the maintenance of broken equipment. Freeze the beautiful concept of having a new hospital for now and prioritize the saving of our broken healthcare system and services. Save it. Put primary healthcare as a priority through reallocation. expedite the rollout of national health insurance with a clear and realistic timeline, address the ballooning prices of essential healthcare items, consider targeted VAT exemptions for essential medicines and medical supplies. As for youth and sports, the whole budget needs to be reviewed, in my humble view, to reflect the needs and aspirations of our younger population. As for housing, let us move into realistic deliverables that will respond to the housing shortages throughout the country. Give us 100 solid houses every year, and I assure you that everyone will be grateful. Address the labor force shortage, perhaps with incentives. Support the contracting community with initiatives that will enhance their outputs, both quantitatively and qualitatively. Those are striking force for any successful housing program. Get the diaspora involved in innovative housing and creative housing schemes. Madam President, our pains are many. Our pains are many. And I'm merely touching the surface of what needs to be done. We are now at a juncture where the government has exhausted its grace period. Yes, they have exhausted the grace period. We have seen 3 years go by with nothing significant to show for it. We have 9 months left in this budget year, with the government trumpeting large sums yet again. Meanwhile, the people are losing faith. The clock is ticking, and lives are at stake. Hence, I end with my plea to this administration, a plea on behalf of every Grenadian. Come back to us at the end of the year with achievements that matter most. There is no problem in phasing, in reallocation, in increasing budgets. But in my humble opinion, this budget in its current form is a recipe for non-delivery. Let us do it in unity. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator Charles. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I offer the floor to Senator David Andrew. Senator, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members, sitting members of this honorable House, on this side and on the other side, citizens and friends of Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, here at home and in the diaspora, persons here in the chamber, and I want to particularly acknowledge our staff at the Ministry of Education, friends and well-wishers, friends, family, loved ones, supporters from St. Andrew Southeast, and our students here in the chamber with us. It's a pleasure to have you as we dissect more into the 2025 budget estimates. Madam President, it's my belief that a journey that starts with conviction is already halfway to triumph. This goes for any task we undertake. Therefore, I begin my presentation by placing on record my strong and full support to the National Budget 2025 as presented by the Honorable Leader of Government Business in this place and by the Minister for Finance in the other place. The theme, Madam President, which says, towards Vision 75, Grenada, resilient and rising, is very apt. You see, the term resilient is the adjective that comes from resilience, which means, or which speaks to the ability of an entity, a person, animal, or whatever, to withstand or recover quickly from difficult conditions. And when we consider how the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique have been recovering and responding, even through adversities like Beryl, Ivan, 20 plus years ago, and all of these adversities, we can't help but recognize how apt the resilient team is for this budget. Madam President, I assert that a budget is an estimate a projection of revenue and expenditure for the period, usually a year. A budget is a guide. It is never set in stone. So I listened to much of the elaboration and deliberation on the other side, going down to figures, as if that's all there is to it, and forgetting the context, and forgetting much of the narrative that needs to bring clarity and to bring life to the budget and make it make sense. Madam President, so allow me to talk a little bit about the context of this budget, the context in which this budget is being presented. And so I thank my colleague, for presenting us with the context key, right? This budget, this 2025 budget, is being presented in a time when, according to the medium-term economic and fiscal strategy report, 2025 and 2027, according to that report, the real GDP has grown by 3.7% in 2024. Now, the GDP for our students is the gross domestic product. It is a monetization, or it's the monetary value of all goods and services produced within an economy for the period. And this report is indicating that it has grown by 3.7%. And that happens amidst peril, amidst the floods that we had, amidst the excessive rains, amidst all of the things that can ordinarily cause reduction in production. But it has grown. The context goes further, and it says the real GDP is forecast to be 4.1% in 2025. So the projection looking forward is good too. The report indicates that inflation, which is a general increase in the goods, in the cost of goods and services, inflation is forecast to be low at 0.9%. You see, we have to recognize we're dealing in a situation, we live in a world where we have all this international pressure, the geopolitical tensions, the shipping routes changing, conflict over the Panama Canal, and all of these things that impact upon how we access and how we get goods and services that we depend on in this country. Yet for all, the forecast for inflation is projected to be 0.9%. In fact, the report says inflation is forecast to be low at 0.9% over the medium term. A general increase in prices and a fall in purchasing power of money is what inflation is for students, right? Let's talk about unemployment. That same report puts the context, and it says unemployment is low at 12%, forecast to go lower in 2025. In 2023, I'm reading from those documents that were presented on Tuesday. In 2023, Grenada saw a notable improvement in unemployment conditions. I'm not saying that, and it's not my perception, it's what's in the report. Unemployment fell to 11.1% at the end of the fourth quarter of 2023. Of course, the report goes on to point out that disparities between women and men continues to be an issue of concern. And it points out that 15.8% unemployment for women and 7.2% for men. Now, that's something that we are duly concerned about too. And I heard the member on the other side lament that. That's okay, because we are deeply concerned about unemployment, period. And we don't support that women be less employed than men. So we hear that, but we recognize that the employment figures are dropping. But further, they talk about youth unemployment and how high the figures are. And that might be so, because youth unemployment stands somewhere at, and that's between 15 to 24. That's what's categorized as youth unemployment. I've challenged that with the Minister of Economic Development on a personal point of view, because I don't see how we can take people from 15 who are not legally entitled to work and categorize them by international definitions as being unemployed. But we have from 15, look at these young people there, they can't go to work legally, but some of their figures might be calculated inside national youth unemployment figures and being bantered around in this honorable house. That's something for us to review. But anyhow, but youth unemployment, granted that definition, is somewhere 22%. But I want us to examine The same youth unemployment figures presented in the recent census and in those same documents, in 2020, before election, before we got into office, youth unemployment was 39.5%. 39.5. In 2021, before we got into office, it was 38.6%. In 2023, a year after we got into office, it went down to 36% by June. In September, it went down to 24%. And by December of 2023, it went down to 22.8%. Now, I want us to understand, we're talking unemployment, that's the context in which this budget is set. The unemployment, the youth unemployment figures are going down, and rapidly so, after we've gotten into office, right? Madam President, allow me to speak a few things about some of the statements I heard quickly before I dissect education. I've heard quite a lot of talk, and I wonder where people get their information from. It's no doubt that we had this fiasco a little bit earlier, which you managed quite well, Madam President. Because people keep saying stuff, and you can't tell where they got it from, inventing the narratives and discussing it in this honorable house. This cannot stand. You can't just invent stuff and bring it inside this honorable house and expect to try to deal with it and waste the people's time and try to confuse people and try to mislead people. A lot of that is going on, and this needs to stop in this honorable house. Madam President, I listened to the talk about this administration promising 500 homes a year and 500 homes a month, and people suggesting how many homes we should deliver in what time. I, at no point, heard or saw written anything about 500 homes a year, a month, or anything of that sort. Instead, I know we said that we had a Project 500 that we were going to roll out nationally. That program is currently underway. And you see, people want to give us timelines. You see, I think there is a penchant on the other side, both in this place here and on the other place, to tell people when to do what to do. Pay it now! Pay it right now! Pay it immediately! Right, so I'm hearing a certain sentiment coming from that side that tells us when to build the houses. Right? Yeah, they want to tell us when to do it. But you see, we have to remember. So I heard the suggestion coming from the honorable member that if we build 100 solid homes a year, then we'll be quite fine. But in the other place, if they had built 100 homes, 100 solid homes a year for the 23 years, we would not have had a housing crisis today. Madam President, all right, so I think I'll leave the rebuttal and I want to go to some of my substantively prepared material so that I don't lose too much of my time. Madam President, as a resident of St. Andrews Southeast, as a constituent of the Eastern District, living in St. Andrews Southeast, I can't help but thank the Ministry of Social Development. That's what you consider my start, Madam President?
Pardon?
Do I need to say good morning? All right. Well, Madam President, I'll be happy to have the 10 minutes reversed so that I can get it back. Right.
No, it's wonderful. Proceed.
Madam President, as a resident of St. Andrews Southeast, I can't help but thank the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing, Gender Affairs, the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, and the Ministry of Infrastructure for bringing joy to many of the residents of St. Andrews Southeast through several projects that I have seen as a resident in those areas. I can speak of, Madam President, the use of solar lights at the Grenville bus terminal at the entry and within the facility, I can speak of the lighting of the Long Wall area in Soubise. I can speak of the recreational facility in the Soubise housing development area that the residents there have clamored for a long time, and that they are now playing in the evening with, using the solar lights. I can speak of the solar lighting brought to the playing field of the Carriacou RC school, properly known as the St. Martin de Porres, where the students for the first time this year were able to end their inter-school athletics meet under the lights. I can speak of the major lighting that's beginning to happen at the SAS playing field. I can speak of several other of those serious projects. Thanks to MIT, thanks to the Ministry of Social and Community Development, constituents are benefiting, and their allocations in the 2024 budget have gone very well spent. But not only that, as we speak, there are several other infrastructural projects, thanks to Ministry of Infrastructure, to MIT, and to Community Development. The Telescope Primary School Road has commenced. For years, the residents of Telescope have been clamoring for this broken road. And Madam President, when we started to dig up that road, it was observed that several huge patches of the road had no BRC. Anyway, so that road is going on, Madam President. The Fish Market Road to Griffin Lane, that is completed. The box drain and pavement behind the SAS school, that has been completed. We can talk about the Mohon Hill Road that connects Commissioner Road to Mohon Road, that piece of road that was never done. That is being completed. I can talk about the slipper drain in Felix Park. I can talk about the slipper drain and drainage on Modest Hill in Carriacou. I can talk about the drainage around the Mama Can playing field. The repairs at the community center in that area, I can speak of that too. I can speak of the footpath that was created in Cafe. The pavement to residences opposite the entrance of Victoria Park in Grenville. I can talk about the drainage work on Chapel Road in Grenville. I can talk about the guardrails in the Soubise and in the Carriacou and in the area next to the school in St. Martin de Porres. The drain and retaining wall at the entrance of the Carriacou school, and I can go on and on. But thanks to the Ministry of Infrastructure, thanks to MIT, thanks to Social and Community Development, we were able to get all of these things bringing joy to our constituents. As we speak, Madam President, I can happily report the Marquee basketball court has been repaired. We are waiting the lighting. But last evening we passed, there are guys playing because the nets are up. I can talk about the repairs to the SAS basketball court. That was done too. Madam President, thanks to the Ministry of Housing, the Department of Housing, 122 approvals for homes was done. And I see some of the persons who work closely with that ministry to see that happen and take a bow. 32 of those were completely repaired. 8 full houses were done. And in addition, there's another 5 in collaboration with MIT. Special thanks to those ministries because they have collaborated to see people within the St. Andrews Southeast constituency that I'm a resident of, that electoral district, feel a lot happier. And we can talk about bathrooms and toilets and all of that. Madam President, I want to take a moment to thank the Prime Minister for his confidence in me to lead the administration of the education sector in Grenada. Madam President, many people like to quote figures, and sometimes for the wrong reasons. Today, let me quote some figures that matter. The 2025 budget allocation for this country stands at $1,912,872,014. And of that, Madam President, the Ministry of Education has been allotted a total of $183,398,180, which represents 9.6% of the total budget. Yeah, the largest share compared to any other sector. The largest share. Madam President, it is no surprise, you know. This underscores this government's commitment to education to the upliftment and improvement of people's lives, its human resources, through education and training. So people are talking about figures, and we talk about 8 million, and like that's the end of the budget. The largest portion of the budget was given to education, and that signals something. It signals that these young people are very important. It signals that what we do for the future of our nation is important. Madam President, this is a transformational shift. We cannot and will not, as a government, keep doing the same old thing and expect different results. You see, I hear a lot of chatter, Madam President, about where is the fly and where is the disc that was there back before and all of that. Madam President, it's as if some people have forgotten that there is a new administration with a new policy direction, having been given a different mandate, a new mandate, something different that they gave us, the people of Grenada, gave this administration a mandate to fulfill. New lenses, thank you. And so we don't want to go back and the same thing the people rejected and put more of that for them. But you see, some people are not living in reality. Madam President, ever since this government took office in 2022, we made up some bold decisions, understanding that there must be a drastic shift in the education sector. Some of these decisions I've already reported on: the approval of free tuition program, the introduction of TVET to primary schools, or the expansion, the introduction of coding in schools, universal secondary education, but there are others and other areas which deserve their own recognition. Digital transformation. Madam President, the Ministry of Education remains steadfast in its commitment to leveraging technology to improve the delivery of education across the nation. Over the past year, there has been numerous activities aligned to digital transformation to the benefit of our students and educators. One, e-testing. The e-testing expansion. For the first time, Madam President, all 21 secondary schools successfully conducted online CSEC multiple choice exams in all 28 subject areas, with the exception of math and English. So it would have been 30 if we had math and English. The numbers are too huge, and based on capacity constraints, we have to look at that. Probably we can do that for next year when CXC allots a whole day to do math and a whole day to do English. But for now, all 28 other subjects have been done online through electronic means for the first time in 2024. Additionally, Madam President, 20 primary schools utilize e-testing for the Caribbean primary exit assessment exams, advancing our goal of a fully digital assessment framework. Remember, e-testing at the primary level started in 2023 with a pilot of 3 schools. Yeah? The primary school students started doing their exams online in 2023, 3 schools. In 2024, we went on to add another 17 schools, and now we are budgeted to have an additional 20 schools, bringing it up to 40 by the end of 2025. That is progress. That is transformation. That is advancement. Madam President, numeracy and literacy. We have been conducting trials with 235 students and 12 teachers on 3 specialized numeracy and literacy softwares that are very interactive. Programs that we are now in the process of full procurement to enhance foundational learning, the Nearpod, IXL learning, and WordWall. They are very interactive, student-centered, and students are exposed at their own pace to do literacy, numeracy, and this we hope can be part of the solution. Once we get through the pilot phases, we'll be able to assess, analyze, and move that into the broader education system. Expansion of coding in schools, that continues to happen. This year we launched the Restore a Sense of I Can, the RSC Tech Club, expanding coding programs from 7 to 17 schools, with an additional 4 schools to be added in the coming months. This exposes persons to virtual reality, augmented reality, and all of these drone technologies, all of these current skill sets that are required for efficiency and working in today's world. Education Management Information System. The long-anticipated EMIS went live in 9 pilot schools in November of 2024, with expansion to other schools this year. IT infrastructure enhancement. The ministry developed an IT curriculum guide for lower secondary schools, ensuring a structured approach to ICT education. Additionally, 100 computers and projectors were procured and distributed to all 21 public secondary schools as part of the ICT and digital transformation. Plans for 2025. There's going to be a smarting of several classrooms, in fact, in collaboration with the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, the NTRC, and the Universal Service Fund. The ministry will introduce smart classrooms featuring virtual and augmented reality tools, along with interactive smart boards in 9 schools, 2 primary and 7 secondary, starting in March of 2025. TAMCC also benefited from this gesture with the NTRC to have a hybrid telecoms upgrade to classrooms where classes can be streamed. That was done sometime at the ending of last year. Madam President, the Learning Management System, LMS, $150,000 has been budgeted this year. Following consultations, work has begun on piloting the Learning Management System as a central hub for content delivery and for learning resource accessibility to teachers and students. Madam President, for the first time, we have allocated $700,000 for the creation of a production and animation center. Now, this center would use modern technologies like drones and digital software to develop animations that enhance curriculum delivery, support ministry programs, and provide more dynamic learning experience in a step towards integrating innovation into our education system and preparing students for the future. TVET and skills development. Madam President, when we drive our cars, if there's a problem with it, we need a skilled person, a mechanic. When we have our homes and the pipes break, we need a plumber. And if we don't have the skilled people to provide those services, we'll be left behind. Technology and innovation, those things move fast. And if our people aren't trained to keep up, we too will be left behind. Already, we have taken steps to bridge this gap, Madam President. In 2024, home economics and woodwork were expanded into 24 primary schools, while an itinerant model was used for an additional 11 schools. In other words, these people with training in skills and technical education, they go to different schools where the schools cannot come to a center, but they go to those schools, benefiting over 1,883 students. Madam President, the OECS Skills and Innovation Project, this US $15 million regional initiative involving a collaboration between the government of Grenada and the government of St. Lucia and the OECS Commission, this, over the next 5 years, will see 2 institutions benefiting significantly from the funds allocated there, TAMCC and NULO. They will benefit from various initiatives, including equipment purchase, laboratory repairs and upgrade, staff training, grants for business innovation ideas, and so on. I am pleased, Madam President, on this note, to report that we launched this program last week, and we are weeks away from further implementation. Madam President, we can talk about the compulsory school age legislation. This legislation took effect on the 1st of September 2024, reinforcing this government's commitment to ensuring that all our students, all our nation's children have access to programs which will prepare them for the workforce. We continue to put systems in place to fully operationalize, and we will provide as much support as possible for students through TVET and other interventions. So plans for 2025, as is budgeted for, to institute a skills training committee to further develop TVET pathways and monitor the progress towards planned outcomes. That is on the cards. To establish 4 centers of excellence, and that is part of our plan, Madam President, to address the shortfalls in the products of the education system and the requirements, the needs of the world of work. Those centers are being targeted: tourism and hospitality. And let me say, we've already engaged the stakeholders in the industry, the Sandals, the Chamber of Industry and Commerce, the hotel and tourism hospitality industry. All of these players, TAMCC, New Law, they've all been involved in those discussions. And a tourism and hospitality facility, agriculture, and there too we have started repairs to the Maribo Farm School, because we want that center to be a center for modern agriculture where we can train our young persons in agriculture, and that too will help with the issue of food security. It will help in ensuring that we have younger persons coming into agriculture with modern techniques to support our self-sustainability. We also focus on marine and fisheries, and here the TMR Show Community College, the Carriacou campus, is being targeted for this facility, and we are already in consultation with the principal and the council at the college to discuss the concepts, the designs, and that's an ongoing work. We also plan to do furniture making. As we know, we already have a furniture making facility in Snell Hall that was introduced under the former administration, but the training component never took place. And we are going to ensure that we expand the capabilities in that facility to do training and to start training there. A total of $9 million, Madam President, has been allocated for those centers. Curriculum development. Madam President, last year we talked about the introduction of history, Grenadian history, in our schools. I'm still happy about that, because we have lots of students who are now having a re-energized view and perspective about history, seeing Grenadian history being taught upper primary, lower secondary, with a curriculum developed for it as well. Once again, we have retained a $500,000 allocation for this year's curriculum development budget. I listen to plenty of the noise, Madam President, but not much is being done. But we have to recognize, in many respects, we are correcting 15 or even 20 years of systemic inadequacies in pedagogy, sometimes in ancient design. We're taking slow and we are sluggish to respond to the changes, because as humans, we are creatures of habit. But we are committed to doing this. Madam President, I want to take a look at the issue of mathematics. Many persons have become extremely concerned with the recent World Bank proclamation in some article about the dire nature of Caribbean education and math and English and where we positioned. Truth be told, this is not a new phenomenon. It's not something that has just come around the corner. If we go back several decades, we will see we've had several challenges. And this is nothing new. And what the World Bank is saying is not something that we don't know. And it's not something that this administration has not articulated. It is why we are realigning and repositioning skills in the education system. It is why we are refocusing and re-strategizing for math. It is why several things are being done within education to make sure that the products of the education system meet the demands of the world of work. Madam President, I just want to go back to the last 16 years. The last 16 years in Grenada, the average pass rate in CSEC math was 39.8%. For the last 16 years, the average pass rate at CSEC was 39%. In 2024, the pass rate is 31.7%, within the range. In those 16 years, so we have years like 2009, 38.1. In 2012, 32.3. In 2017, 35.6. In 2021, 34.9. In 2024, 31.7. The highest percentage over the last 16 years was 56%. 56.4% in 2014. Nothing to shout about, because we still have 44% of our persons passing even in that year, right? But the point is, Madam President, these things did not just surface. Many of these things are systemic, and we recognize that the problems didn't just start, but we know that we had to fix them, and we know we have to fix them now. So we will fix them, yeah? There are those who spend time criticizing and finding every problem and looking at the glass half empty more than half full. So they're looking for the next problem rather than look for the next opportunity to build. But that's okay. We know why we are here. We know why we are in government and why the people have put us here. Madam President, there are those who spend time criticizing this government and not providing bus fare in addition to the free tuition. It's obvious that their vision remains as short as a lunchtime break, completely missing the bigger picture. Because if you could say the bus fare, you paid $810, which is the single biggest fee that somebody could have to pay to advance your education, and you criticize that because the bus fare is not provided. And listen, this fee, paying this fee has nothing to do with who you support, who your parents like, what political affiliation. Tutmon Bagay gets it. So I hear some talk about not politicizing. Well, this Ministry of Education doesn't politicize. When it comes to these opportunities, all Grenadians get it. And we don't select, like was read by our honorable colleague here from the documents, we don't select and wait on the minister's approval to allow you to get this or to allow you to get that. That's for everybody. In fact, students have been attempting several subjects, 15 and 16 subjects, and that's a matter that the ministry is going to look at. And so I'm strongly notice that we will review the practice of doing 16 and 17 subjects. So you have so much width and no depth. We need to focus more correctly on fundamental areas and reduce the number of subjects that students do so that the SBA load becomes lower and you can focus more in-depthly on areas that matter. Madam President, here are some of the plans. Recognizing the challenges in mathematics and the performances there, the ministry will host a national math symposium. Currently, we are conducting research, analyzing all and assessing all of the math performances over the years. We have engaged one of our research officers, Dr. Martin, and he is collating the information to inform what we do, how we prepare, and then we'll go to the public, we'll go to you. We will come to persons who are retired math professors, persons who are retired math teachers, persons who have interest, persons from the diaspora, and we will begin to shape that conversation around mathematics, what we do, how we address it, because this is a national concern. It's not just for the Ministry of Education. Shaping the best practices, that is likely, is going to come. So the math, an entire math strategy is going to be prepared. You can expect that with a number of different interventions, from early intervention and interactive softwares to training of teachers to specialized teaching of mathematics at the primary level, so that only persons who have genuine competence in mathematics will teach mathematics throughout the primary school. As is, in several schools, one teacher teaches everything. And sometimes even if they don't have competency in math, they are still forced to do it, or they're still made to do it. That needs to change. It's currently being reviewed, and we will address that, hopefully, for the coming school year, including math labs, additional training, all of these things you can expect. Madam President, every primary school in Grenada will benefit from the digital OECS harmonized primary curriculum. And I've had the privilege of being briefly toured through it. I see some of my officers up there who facilitated that brief tour through it, where there is a regional OECS strategy and a regional OECS digital curriculum, harmonized primary curriculum that is being made available to our teachers. They can access resources, they can access content, all of that. And that's currently, the implementation of this new curriculum has already begun with 12 schools across Grenada, 7 educational districts, ensuring that our students are being equipped with skills they need to succeed in an evolving world. Madam President, moreover, Grenada is one of only 4 OECS member states that was recently approved for a $10 million transformation grant, STG, from the Global Partnership for Education, a game-changing initiative in the education reform. Grenada is set to receive $2.5 million US. that's over 6.5 million EC, to support the improvements in our education system. One of the top priorities under this initiative is the successful implementation of an enhanced curriculum and assessment strategy for lower secondary to achieve. To achieve this, we intend to, 1, reduce the number of subjects offered at the Form 1s and 2, and even from the higher levels, to ensure that there's a limit, a cap on the number of students would write. Standardized curricula at this level for all public schools, ensuring consistency across the board. Introduce courses aligned with the vision of the ideal Grenadian student, including civics, life skills, and other values-based curricula. Because education is not just about exams, Madam President. It is about shaping a holistic and well-rounded, responsible Grenadian citizen. Madam President, I'm not done yet. The free tuition program will continue in 2025 with an allocation of $1.5 million. Now, I heard the voices on the other side claiming that we've cut the program funds this year. And you see, a lot of talk was done about what was cut, and what figure was reflected as less in the budget. But you see, responsible governance and prudent fiscal management begs that if you allocated 10 million for something and you realize due to efficiency or due to grants or due to savings, you are able to do it for 3 million less, do we go back and budget 10 more? No. Some people call it corruption savings. Madam President, in fact, we made more, let me make sure I get that right. Yes, we did not reduce the funds because we don't care, as some would suggest, right? In fact, we made more funds available in 2024 to ensure that we meet our commitments to citizens. But after reviewing the uptake and the spending, we recognized that there was not a need to keep the allocation. So we repurposed it. And so that there is a student reimbursement program that we have been allocated funds for, so that these students can be reimbursed either up to 50 or 100% of the fees they pay for doing CSEC subjects if they pass in a certain key set of areas, math, English included, math, English and a skill, math, English, a foreign language. There are some key areas and you will be more informed. So if you do the modern languages, if you do the agricultural science, if you do the information technology, if you do a skill, and you pass those, you will be reimbursed. Funds have been redirected for that. We want to encourage you, yes, to do mathematics, to do English and pass them, to do a skill, because that's where the world is heading. And we will outline to you what those skills are to ensure that we encourage you. And if you pass 5, including a certain number of skills and the base, you get back your full 100%, well, you get back up to 8 passes, because the ministry doesn't think there's a great need to do many more than that. But that's another conversation. Furthermore, Madam President, we heard some talking about the dropout rates in TAM CC and new law in relation to the free tuition and the non-availability of bus fare. Madam President, with your leave, I'll be happy to distribute these to members of the House so that I can deliberate and show you what the facts are, not old talk, but what the facts are. So, and could you help me? Sure.
Is this a schedule of bus fees?
No. It has to do with the enrollment and the dropout and the retention rate at TAM CC for the last 6 years. And I want to point that out, Madam President. So with your leave, you see, because a lot of persons have been saying, and they've come in this honorable House, and have said that the free tuition is a failed policy initiative to TAM CC because more persons are withdrawing and dropping out of TAM CC than before. That is a flagrant misrepresentation of the truth. If I were on the block, I would say that, Madam President, but I know you tried me.
I miss.
But Madam President, so I look at these figures, and I want to point out this document contains the enrollment and withdrawal numbers from 2019 to 2025. So 2019 to 2020, one school year, 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23, 23 to 24, and 24 to 25. And I want to just go through the enrollment figures at TAMCC for those years. In 2019 to 2020 was 1,922. In 2020 to 2021, that's before we got into office, was 1,944. In 2021 to 2022, the election year, it was 2,086. In 2022 and 2023, 1,946. In 2023 to 2024, 2,080. In 2024 to 2025, 2,170. Now, I want you to point out that the enrollment is trending upwards based on these figures. It's trending upwards consistently. But let's look at the withdrawals. The withdrawals, Madam President, for the same period in 2019, before we got into office, was 253, and that's official and unofficial withdrawals from TAMCC. 253. In 2020 to 2021 was 202. In 2021 to 2022, and by the way, that's the year the enrollment before we got into office, it was 2,086. We had the highest rate of drop-off, 513. No, man. 2021, 22, 513. In 2022 to 2023, it was 117. Mark that reduction. Mark that reduction, 117. In 2023 to 2024, 156. And in 2024 into 2025, 70. Now I point these figures out because I want the records to be set clear, Madam President. As far as we are concerned, the free tuition policy and our interventions at the level of TAMCC so that these young minds can get easier access to continued education is working because we see that the enrollment is increasing, the dropouts are decreasing, and the students who stay and complete, which is the third column, continues to increase from 1,669 to 2,057 in 2025. The people on the other side, in the other place, and on the other side of this house who want to perpetuate these falsehoods must stop it. The Calypsonians will say, them have to stop that. Madam President, school infrastructure. Madam President, if some had their way, they'd pretend that Hurricane Beryl was just a breeze. Yeah, a light breeze. Apparently acknowledging reality is the new norm. But Madam President, let's be serious. When a Category 4 hurricane barrels through, leaving damages in its wake, it's not an excuse. It's a reality, and that reality we had to face head on. The passage of Hurricane Beryl brought several challenges, particularly to our schools in the north of the island, Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Schools were damaged, communities were ravaged and disrupted, and families were left picking up the pieces. In the face of this adversity, the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with Infrastructural and other entities, mobilized resources to secure the well-being of our teachers, students, and school. Funding was redirected, repurposed. So see, sometimes when you see a figure not the same, there's something in budgeting that you repurpose funds. We had to repurpose some funds, redirect some funds to take care of some 14 schools that were affected by Hurricane Beryl because of the priority we put on education. So, Madam President, I'll point out that a school like McDonald College, where there was significant damage, just over $500,000 was spent. $550,000 was spent in major repairs to that school, suffering loss. Roof reconstruction, ceiling and electrical installation, refurbishment of the auditorium, tuck shop, and technical wings, right? Monies were also spent to do less major repairs at the St. Rose Grenada SDA Comprehensive School, located in Montrose. Yes, located in Montrose. But it's Grenada SDA Comprehensive. In Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Madam President, the devastation was much worse. Schools were more extensively damaged, and in the case of Dover government, it was completely destroyed. The Ministry of Education, in response, collaborated with other ministries to ensure that as of the 30th of September, Madam President, 1 month after the due opening of school, all schools in Carriacou were able to open their doors and to accommodate students for the continuation of education. As we speak today, the post-burial repairs are about 90 to 95% complete. Not only did we do those things, Madam President, but we supplied furniture to the tune of about 48,000 new furniture for the schools, because we understood lots of them disappeared in some cases, and we understand what happens in those cases. 3 deep freezers, 5 refrigerators, 5 cookers to ensure that this feeding program was maintained. Madam President, in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, as part of the response to burial, we introduced a hot breakfast, a breakfast program specifically for the first term, the Michaelmas term in 2024, just to ease the strain and difficulty that some parents were facing, so that they have one thing less to worry about. Additionally, Madam President, in Carriacou alone, we worked along with 11 merchants to provide essentials for school uniform assistance and school supplies in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, totaling $210,000 in vouchers to parents in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Madam President, education is not just about books and exams, but it's about the holistic well-being of individuals. And so there was psychosocial intervention too. We partnered with the Ministry of Social Development. We partnered with UNICEF. Our counselors from the Ministry of Education led the charge, and we met with students, in some cases teachers, we met with school communities to do the Return to Happiness program and ensure that the sense that the psychosocial well-being of the students was looked after. Madam President, not only that, we also remember the students from Carriacou and Petit Martinique who wanted to continue their TAMCC education, the campus being significantly damaged on the mainland. And so they were incentivized. And so there was, through an education care package, we provided 90 students with much needed assistance, 90 students from Carriacou who continued their education on the mainland. We provided care packages totaling a budget of $2 million for that. In the initial payout, Madam President, $222,000 over that was paid. And that entails, one, the first payment was $3,700, which included $2,000 for meals and transportation, $500 for uniform, because all TAMCC students need to wear their shirts, their jerseys, and all of that. $1,200 for textbooks. And Madam President, too, a brand new laptop to facilitate their research and development of the program. This support, we know, will continue for the next 10 months. And that $2 million is budgeted to facilitate all that I've just talked about continuing for them.
Thank you. Is this for the victims of burial, Carriacou only, or is it within the across the education system?
No, that's for persons who from Carriacou and Petit Martinique. It's a response to support families in Carriacou and Petit Martinique who needed to send their children to have them continue their education, but to ease the pressure, we had this TAMCC care package done. So plans for 2025. Despite these setbacks, Madam President, several new schools will be constructed and existing schools will be expanded at an estimated cost of about $75 million, EC dollars. One of the first major projects on the agenda is the construction of a brand new St. David's Catholic Secondary School, which will be relocated from its current location to Malmonk in St. David's. The Anglican school in Grenville, the St. Andrew's Anglican School, that has already been contracted and signed, and is due to have groundbreaking in the next few days, my anticipation is. These two schools, Madam President, are part of the Grenada Education Enhancement Project, GEEP, of the Ministry of Education funded by the Caribbean Development Bank. Other new schools that will be treated with: the St. Giles Anglican Primary School, the in Mount Carmel, St. Andrew, beg your pardon, the Florida Government School, that's already tendered, and so that we will see action on a lot sooner. The Caliste Government, and in fact, as we speak, there are some repairs taking place to Caliste. There is the installation of air conditioning machines, units, to ensure that the dust that is prevalent in that area at that time of year doesn't affect our students and the teaching population there. Madam President, J.W. Fletcher will also undergo expansion, and there are others. Madam President, I want to pass to the Healthy Start Nutrition Program. Madam President, in 2024, this government decided to remove all fees from the Healthy Start Nutrition Program, previously called the School Feeding Program, ensuring that every child has access to a hot meal, a nutritious meal, at no cost to their families. And people lamented about that. Initially, $3.5 million were allocated for this program. But guess what? We swiftly recognized that we needed a supplementary, Madam President. So we had to get supplemental income and to bring the expenditure on the program, on that program, to $5 million in 2024. Now that is overspending too, but I hear much talk about that on the other side. That's overspending too, but you know what that's doing? It's feeding our nation's children, yeah? It's feeding our nation's children, right? These funds, Madam President, cover the purchase of meat, dried goods, and the distribution of vouchers to schools, supplementing the fees that the schools would ordinarily have collected from parents or students. Madam President, now there are those who made plenty noise last year because some schools experienced some delays in receipt of vouchers, or some suppliers didn't have chicken, or didn't have rice, or something of the sort. Problems that we didn't have very much control over in some cases. Madam President, but you know what they say about barrels and noise? But there was a lot of noise. But I'm not here to talk about barrels or noise. But I will say this. When you expand a program, Madam President, I acknowledge the students again, and I thank them very much for gracing us with their presence. Yeah? Madam President, when you expand a program to reach 16,400 students monthly, when you expand a program to feed 16,400 in 2024, increasing it by nearly 5,000 beneficiaries, there must be some logistical issues. And some logistical issues will arise, and some people will harp on it, looking at the glass half full, and say, well, this school got something late, that one, this. But this is not inefficiency and mismanagement. That is growth. That is growth. Because when the program feeds 5,000 more beneficiaries, a lot more people benefit. So the budget for this period continues to be $5 million as we work towards increasing the program, continue to feed the numbers, but also to work in collaboration with farmers and local producers to ensure that we work with the farmers and get local produce. Madam President, regularization. Oh, before I go to that, I want to hear an appeal to our schools. We can use our school gardens. Let's use our school gardens to supplement these programs. I'm appealing to community people, farmers, parents. Let's support the school feeding program with local produce as far as we can, because our students, our children will benefit from it. Madam President, teacher regularization. I want to report that in 2023, we began the teacher regularization process with 111 teachers in batch 1 regularized. In 2024, a batch 2 with 247 teachers, we submitted for regularization and started the regularization process, and we anticipate that within this year, that too will be completed and formalized. Further, we want to put on record, Madam President, that in 2024, we hired 148 new teachers and reappointed 506, ensuring that our students are staffed with professionals to continue pouring into the lives of our students. Madam President, for the first time, $400,000 has been allocated to the support of our professional development for teachers and even ministry staff. This investment ensures that continuous training will enhance the delivery, classroom instruction, and educational management within the sector. Madam President, I move to scholarships. This government, in 2024, awarded 217 scholarships at a whooping cost, or at a cost of a whooping $82.1 million to Grenadians. 217 scholarships to ordinary Grenadians. Even the leader of opposition business in the other place, Offspring, was on that list. That's to tell how we are impartial with the delivery of scholarships in the Ministry of Education. 217 Grenadians. Right? Of course, because they are Grenadians, and I want to point that out, because every Grenadian who meets the criteria, regardless to their affiliation politically, geographically, socioeconomically, they would benefit, and not those who come to a particular party office, or those who go to a particular place, or know a particular minister. Thank you very much. Madam President, so we thank and these areas include fields like medicine and law, which previously, by policy under the previous administration, were not allowed to be supported by scholarship. Medicine and law. We have changed this since we've come. And so persons are able to benefit from medicine and law scholarships now. I can't help, Madam President, but talk about the first generation scholarship opportunity, which is a huge talk among many. This is an opportunity that targets persons in families where nobody has gone to a university before. And that person will be the first person in their family, the first generational, to get a scholarship opportunity. And the government, in partnership with Monroe University, will provide 100% sponsorship for studies in the areas that the college provides. To date, in February, we launched that program with already 32 scholarship awardees receiving their awards and commencing studies. The additional 18 will be given, we anticipate, by April to complete the first cohort of 50. And then in September 2025, we have an additional cohort of 50. And every year thereafter, we want to target 50 additional Grenadians, first generationals, as we move closer and closer to having a Grenadian student in every household, and university graduate in every household. Right? What's happening inside scholarship desk too? We have budgeted $120,000 in 2025 for digitization of our records to make access and finding or retrieval of our information a lot easier. Madam President, early childhood education. This is a huge one. We have allocated over $100,000 for early childhood development, but I want to say here, we recognize that early childhood development is critical for developing the education system as appropriately as it's supposed to be. Madam President, I realize my time is right on the bell. Can I beg respectfully for 15 minutes to wrap my presentation? Can I get 10 minutes, Madam President?
You have it.
Thank you. So, Madam President, right, thank you, Madam President, for your grace. So, we are keen. We are currently reviewing the early childhood education policy because we recognize that if we get it right at early childhood, if we get the correct stimulation, if we get the correct phonetic skills, if we get the correct attitudes from early, the correct values from early, we would have less fight up to do, less programs to make, less fly, and less roach, and less crocodile. Right. Madam, I know there's been significant training and the ECD policy revision, all of that's going on there. Library services. Madam President, the development of our library is now under another ministry, but the modernization of community libraries is something that we have an interest in. And so this year we allocated $350,000 to upgrade the infrastructure in those libraries. We've already started digitizing some of the equipment and doing the infrastructural development that is required to accommodate them. So computers in 2024 have been procured for them. And we also want to do training of staff. Madam President, the multiplier grant. I am proud to announce that Grenada is receiving a co-financing boost through the Global Partnership for Education, GPE, multiplier grant. It was announced during the 2024 budget reading, and finally, we have the paperwork to go with it. The entire project is worth over 13 million EC dollars, just over 5 million US dollars, with a budget of 3.1 million allocated for 2025. This funding will support Grenada's Education Enhancement Project Phase 2 across 3 key components: expanding support for students with special needs through inclusive education, strengthening early childhood education for a solid learning foundation, enhancing leadership, teaching, and school oversight for better outcomes. Madam President, I could go on and on, but appreciating the grace that you bestowed on me, I believe the message is clear. This 2025 budget, Madam President, reflects our unwavering commitment as a government to the future of education in Grenada. It is not just numbers or allocations. We are shaping the future. We are shaping the future of Grenada. We are laying foundations. And you see, a lot of times when we lay foundations, Madam President, you don't see it. So I hear people asking, where is the new project? And where is it? Because we have a mindset that the only things that matter are concrete and steel and things that you probably could see physically. You know what they call that in psychology? Concrete operational thinking, which is one of the lowest levels of thought. Madam President, we are shaping the future of our children. We are empowering our educators and investing in sustainable systems that will grow. I stand here, therefore, reaffirming my support for this budget and my absolute confidence in this government's vision. But it's not just a government's effort, Madam President. It's a national effort. And I call on this honorable House and every citizen across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, and across this country, to continue investing in our nation's education for long-term growth. Before I close, Madam President, I want to take the opportunity to thank God for His goodness. See, last night I saw a post from an educator, and the post said, people in authority are treated by ordinary persons as if they have no lives, they don't get tired, they don't sleep, they don't hurt, they have no emotions, but they are called upon to help 24/7, anytime, every day. And when I heard it, I'm saying, Lord, this person understands the work that some of us in this space understand all too well. But I'm saying all this to say, within the last 2.5, almost 3 years, God has been good to me. I've not gotten sick, Madam President. Not once. I'm still clothed in my right mind. My family is still fine. I thank God for them too. So I must thank God for His goodness. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank my Prime Minister for the confidence he has demonstrated in me to give me the mandate to charge the affairs of education, one that I take wholeheartedly because my children are in the education system too. And I will not fail the education system if for no other reason my children are in it. But I have all the more reason and several other reasons not to fail it. But I thank him for his confidence, thank my colleagues. I want to especially thank my team at the Ministry of Education, a very dedicated, professional, and competent team. Yes, you could go ahead and knock the table for them. Because when I speak, when I speak as minister, I know I have the backing of my team at the Ministry of Education. And I watch how they support whatever we set out to do wholeheartedly, even sometimes under difficult circumstances, even sometimes when not everything is ideal, like when we were repairing and retiling and removing the carpet from the ministry, the way they stood when the AC units were not working, they stood and got the work done. I appreciate all of you, PSs, staff, heads of department, all of you. Your Minister of Education appreciates you, appreciates the work you do for our nation, for our nation's system. Thank you very much. Madam President, I want to thank all of our educators, our teachers, our principals. we can say a lot, but the 20-something thousand students that we have every day going to the schools, they are in the care of our principals and teachers. And while we can talk about a lot about what needs to be better and how it needs to be better, these persons take care of them every day to the best of their abilities. And I want to shout out my principals, teachers, educators, cooks, ancillary staff, all those who work to keep a clean environment within our school sector for the good of our nation's children. And to all stakeholders, both local and regional, internationally, the UNICEF and the GP and the Caribbean Development Bank and all the other agencies that we collaborate with to ensure that education goes on. Madam President, I want to thank every individual who continues to believe in the transformative power of education. Madam President, as someone who spent most of my years and all of my years working in the psychosocial field, I understand deeply the importance of holistic education that nurtures mind, body, and spirit. This vision, rooted in care for the whole person, the whole child, is what guides us as we move forward. I therefore invite all, including those who spend more of their time criticizing, to play their part in our nation's children's education. Education, like tourism, is everybody's business. There are some who say that education is what one retains after he or she forgets what was learned in school. We know too that education prepares students not for exams or a test, but for life and for living. And all of us have a part to play in that. As a government and as a Ministry of Education, we are committed, Madam President, to doing our part. It is evidenced in being allocated the hugest part of the 2025 budget estimates. This is evident, the priority that the government and the Ministry of Education is placing on education. We, as a government, we will continue to do our part. And so, it's in this context, Madam President, that I give my full and unequivocal support and endorsement to the budget statement as presented. Thank you very much.
I thank the Senator, Minister for Education. I'm a little bit excited about the decrease in the dropout rate and the you said that you have a program, I think it's an IT program that goes to the students if the students cannot come to wherever it's happening. I think that's very innovative and important. It might have an impact also on the dropout or the graduation rate in secondary schools or whatever level at which you attain. So I hope some of these successes can be repeated in and under the 2025 budget, and that you will pay attention to what you did not accomplish in 2024 as well. Those are my little commentaries. May I propose, dear colleagues, that we break for lunch. We failed to get to where we wanted to be at the end of the morning. And before I talk about that, I think she stepped out of the room, but I want to thank Senator Charles for her retraction and her continuation. Please convey that to her, Senator Cox. And I thank Senator Francis for her participation in our consultation with dignity and grace, and for her start of the props this morning. Thank you for bringing keys and glasses, and we're not sure what we're going to see after lunch. When we resume after lunch, because we have missed someone in the morning, Senator Joseph, if you are willing to accept this, we will have to start with Senator Andre Lewis, if that would work, but you have lunch to renegotiate. But when I come, start up at 2, You will, yes? Senator Dwight Horsford, you on the floor, sir?
Thank you, Madam President. I've already indicated to my friends opposite and my colleague to my left that I prefer, after the luncheon period, to go.
I would like you to use your voice to match your size. I couldn't hear you.
No, I was saying that I indicated to my friend opposite and to my distinguished friend on my left that after the luncheon period, I would prefer to go rather than Senator Lewis.
I see. All right, thank you. We will have you first. Enjoy lunch, everyone. Thank you to the, I cannot dismiss for lunch without saying how excited this Parliament is to hear the results of the collaboration in the ministry. Hope I'm speaking as an observer. And really to thank you for coming this morning. Thank you all very much. Delighted, delighted. Thank you. I trust you enjoyed your lunch, and we will continue. Presentations under the motion. I believe the request is coming, for the floor is coming from Senator the Honorable Dwight Horsford. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I hope you can hear me.
I can now, thank you.
So the voice matching the size. Madam President, much of my task, much of my duty on our side of the chamber is made a lot easier for me by my distinguished sister, Senator the Honorable Dr. Mayana Charles, who went before me, in what I can honestly say is a very, for the time given to us, a very comprehensive and impactful budget response. And I pay tribute to her for that. Unfortunately, Madam President, she had to depart the chamber on other business. But I associate myself totally with her contribution and the spirit of her delivery. Madam President, I want to also thank you for your indulgence as I was abroad when our sitting started. I understand that the clerk communicated to you, and you did communicate to my colleagues, that it was difficult for me to make the first sitting. So I did my utmost best to be here today. I've considered the 2025 budget as was presented by a reluctant Minister of Finance on the 7th March 2025. What I propose to do, Madam President, in the context of what I said just now, to avoid repeating emphasis in areas that both my distinguished friends, Senator Cox and Dr. Charles, Senator Dr. Charles, have ably analyzed. I wish to make a few global observations and 3 specific ones. The budget statement or budget communication, Madam President, is supposed to outline the government's fiscal plans and economic forecasts, and to explain the policies and programs for economic growth and stability over the incoming fiscal period or the medium term. So that the budget is not just about presenting figures about plans of expenditure in program areas, but it is the primary document of any government in our system to communicate to the nation the developmental agenda of the government and to explain it, if not to synopsize, to summarize those policy objectives and how they are to be achieved by public expenditure. So the whole objective of the budget communication in our democratic system is that it is to inform the public to whom the obligation of dutiful service is owed, and the Parliament, so that government remains accountable to the people. In short, Madam President, this budget exercise is not just about figures and analyzing figures. It is about transparency. There must be no smoke and mirrors. The Budget 2025 is formulated within the Fiscal Resilience Act 2023. I will make brief mention of this later on, very shortly. Before the Fiscal Resilience Act, there was the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which required tight reins on government spending, government expenditure, and important threshold limitations and requirements on borrowing and prudent fiscal management. Now, many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and even the political divide would have attempted economic analysis of this budget. How I approach this, Madam President, is that in as much as the input in a budget is largely informed by technocrats and technical people with very special skills and knowledge in economic modeling and planning and so on, a budget must be intelligible to those who have to absorb it and understand it. And so, Madam President, as far as I'm concerned, Table 1 on page 9 of the 2025 budget provides, in my view, well, a tabular representation of the key variables of the 2025 budget. And that tabular representation is what the government has come up with, albeit late in the day and nearing constitutional deadlines for presenting it. Now, the overall deficit of $337.4 million is projected. This deficit is proposed to be financed, from my analysis here, from drawdown from domestic reserves, somewhere about $283 million, supposedly, and perhaps largely from CBI funds. So it would appear that just about $49.8 million in new funds will be required to be borrowed. The government is telling us, this is important, I've been looking at this, the government is telling us that over the stated period to the year 2027, that the fiscal and economic situation will be such that the overall balance will be contributing to reserves by then meaning by 2027. We need to take a look at that. Now, as I indicated earlier, Madam President, Table 1 is key to understanding, in my view. No fancy formulas and jargon, economic jargon. Table 1 is key to understanding what is being proposed and how the variables that they have set out here, from recurrent revenue to recurrent expenditure, flow into this overall balance that we are told will be contributing to the reserves. It remains a mystery to me how the overall balance will be so contributing to the reserves in relation to what now follows. I fail to see how that will occur as projected, Madam President, when the size of the civil service is increasing, massive pension payments have to be made and are being made, massive salaries are being paid, traveling, official traveling is up and at unprecedented high levels. And look at this in the document. Revenues are projected to decline over the period. All these things militate against building revenues or even achieving a surplus over that same period. In terms of recurrent revenue, there's some observations I make here as well, Madam President. I just indicated that revenues are forecasted to decline relative to the amount provisionally collected in 2024. It's in the document. So if we are doing so well, how come you're projecting less? How come you're projecting revenue decline? Storm signal. Storm signal. And that reminds me of, perhaps, Madam President, you may be familiar with that work. Very seminal piece of economic developmental treatise by Cathy McAfee in 1991 called Storm Signals, Structural Adjustment, and I think it's Development Alternatives in the Caribbean. And one of the storm signals is indicated in the budgeting process of small island developing states when there is projected steady downward trend over a course of 2 to 3 years in revenues. Has to be a storm signal. You could dance, you could spin it how you want, you PR and so on. It's a downward trend in revenue collection. It means that you'll be intaking less over the period, particularly in relation to expenditure over the same period. In short, a mouthful of English, we could be looking at going into a hole, financial hole. But shortly I'll demonstrate why my friends are not too worried about the shorter, earlier part of that period of projected decline in revenues. Madam President, the CBI cash cow. And I remember indicating to one of my colleagues, the feeding frenzy that we now see with the CBI is kind of reminiscent of when they had offshore banking and it was about to decline. A feeding frenzy is a surge before its decline. This too, this cash cow program is already starting to see the beginning of Waterloo days. CBI has already deteriorated significantly. And, Madam President, the conduct of, you see there's a backstory to it. The conduct of OECX governments who operate this program in trying to undercut and outcompete one another including Grenada, has resulted in adverse consequences for all of us. I believe, if not this month, sometime very soon, the OECS authority and the ECCB are meeting, I think, here in Grenada regarding the proposal of having a joint CIP or CBI approval system. I think these are responses to the transparency and other pressures coming from the European Union and the United States. All no doubt linked to that practice I just mentioned. And so it must be appreciated that the CBI is on a decline. Applications for the program are on the decline. This was apparent at the end of 2024 compared to 2023. It's looking bleak. In terms of the global picture, capital expenditure, I see it is expected to increase over the 2024 levels, but it is expected to trend downward very sharply, from almost 500 million to just about 200 million by 2027. Given the obvious necessities, infrastructural needs and otherwise, why a trend downwards? Just now when I made reference to McAfee's seminal work, there are three pillars for developing states' advancement, perhaps towards a clear picture of even possibly becoming first world nation status, as Trinidad declared some time ago, I think in 2002, 2005 under Patrick Manning, that they were heading in that direction. The developmental model must follow and root itself on three pillars: investment, substantial investment in infrastructure, healthcare, education. And education, that aspect of educational instruction and learning that will place developing states within an appreciable range of technical competitiveness. All other fancy things broken down to mean more skills training and relevant modern technical skills training. so that you can move with the times. But as to that pillar of infrastructural development, I think it is beyond useful argument by anybody that there are serious infrastructural needs that must be met in this country, particularly in our road and drain networks, right now. And you have to look at the way the language is couched. 2024, by 2027, and over the period. Okay? So why the downward projection in 2027, the sharp cliff-hanging fall? What event, Madam President, is to happen between 2025 and 2026 for the sharp increase in that expenditure and then the abrupt drop in capital expenditure by 2027? What event? What causing that surge and then drop over the course of essentially what? A year? Bearing in. I could see that here. Can only be one thing, Madam President. But why the smoke and mirrors? The government has no serious or original infrastructural developmental program. All public works projects in tow have been negotiated for and commenced by their predecessor. Your business is to dutifully carry them out and see them to fruition, expeditiously so too. Well, you ask for the obligation. You ain't doing nobody favors. And let me tell you, you have an obligation to service to the public. You ain't doing nobody favors to the public. So they have already dismantled certain legal requirements, in my respectful view, Madam President, when I mentioned what obtained before under Fiscal Resilience Responsibility Act, and now, same acronym, but just a different name, Fiscal Resilience. So certain legal requirements that was there before, gone. Those that were under the Fiscal Responsibility Act. For example, now, I see, and I had occasion to comment on it when this bill came here before. Last year, I think it was. Certain levels of projects would not be put before public procurement, the public procurement process. Now, before, the threshold, I think, was 15,000 above, and it is moved to 100,000, anything 100,000 and above, and then you'll go to the open public procurement process. You see, Madam President, the threshold, the low threshold that was there before, there was a reason to it. And that threshold was not indigenous to Grenada. A number of other countries with a similar fiscal responsibility legislation had similar low levels. Why? Why? Because it was self-regulating. In that it avoided unfairness and corruption in the distribution of certain public works projects and other construction. That is why it was so low. That is why it was so low. Now basically you could handpick friends and who will get whatever is available within the 15,000 to the 100,000 range. And I suppose very shortly there will be a surge in expenditure in that regard. That is the driving force behind this. Because, Madam President, none of the numbers that I see here, when I look at the trend that is unexplained, none of the numbers relate to the strategic priorities stated on page 10 of the document. Smoke and mirrors. Madam President, thank you. The strategic priorities on page 10, although stated in broad terms, are of critical importance, because I began by indicating that the budget must also explain, elaborate, articulate government's programs which they intend to keep the economy buoyant and promote growth in the territorial economic space that we have in Grenada, Carriacou, and Martinique. And so, when you look at the figures when properly analyzed, closely examined, no programs are elaborated or spelled out. That's why we are able to discern downward trends, sharp expenditure increase, and then fall. We know what's going to happen. And I think it is a misfortune, a great misfortune, that these things have not been explained as to how they relate to the strategic objectives. Now, in terms of the financial outlook, now, looking from abroad, I see in another place the situation of beginning and planning the budget from the position of a current account surplus. As being cheerfully commendable. Well, Madam President, you're supposed to start from a current account surplus. You're supposed to start from a current account surplus. So yes, it's commendable that you're doing the right thing. You're starting at the right place. But it is important to note, Madam President, before we start ringing bells and whistling over very fundamental things that the unsuspecting public might, when they listen to the gallery, might think it's some great achievement. It's important to appreciate what is there. If you're starting from that position, you're starting from a position where your current revenue is bigger than your expected expenditure. That's good. You have to start there. Now, usually with those surpluses, you will have room to pay or maybe contribute something to capital expenditure or pay something on a loan. And though it is a good starting point, you need to have something more. You're nowhere close to achieving real growth merely by starting where you're supposed to. You have to go a little further there. You need more. You need to do more. Because if you can only pay a little something from the surplus, pay a little something on a debt, how is the economy to grow? If you can only do that, you can't do nothing else. You can't spend on any kind of capital expenditure in any serious way. So there'll be a drop in real employment. No serious growth and no serious new jobs. That is the kind of discussion and explanation we were looking forward to. That's what we want to hear. So while the current account and beginning from a current account surplus is good, you must still get something more. Because you see, Madam President, they know all too well, especially in this dispensation, and I'll shortly talk about the new era in foreign relations we are entering into, especially hemispherically. And we have to be careful, or policies have to be thoughtful and premised on principle. But in relation to the subject matter, we know that grants are hard to come by now. You ain't getting grant easy. And you're getting grants for specific purposes, and you have to use it quick, and you have to use it wisely. So if we are not living within our means, if we're doing hototos expenditure on dazzle events with no real substance and no real job creation potential, we'll find ourselves facing the hole that I indicated that these numbers suggest to us, where we'll be in short order looking to contract as a government commercial loans, and where we want to sell bonds. Storm signal. Come in. And so, when I surveyed the legislative agenda in relation to the lead up to these things, these are the things that I see, beginning from the fiscal resilience, coming straight down to appropriations, borrowings last year, leading into this belated budget. On the matter of our foreign affairs, Madam President, I think it is of critical importance that we recognize that we are in a new era of the global and hemispheric application of United States foreign policy. Our foreign policy in this new era of U.S. relations certainly the conduct of our external affairs even our economic initiatives that hinge on our external relations. These things must be carefully dealt with and scrupulously carried out. I recommend that they must first be premised on principle, not necessarily economic vagrancy. You're going to get a thing here, you're big to get a thing here. We have already begun to see that there is becoming a hostile environment, particularly for some of our closest friends with whom we've had long fraternal and diplomatic ties with. We must appreciate this new environment that we're in and be careful what we are saying. It's not a laughing matter. We are not in the 70s and 80s anymore. And the new global space, that economic environment that has been shaped by the twin forces of globalization and trade liberalization, will cause very easily adverse economic effects to visit us very quickly and for a sustained period if we are not skillful in our external relations. I don't need to say more. Madam President, I think my distinguished friend, Dr. Charles, wanted to make sure that I do not forget that when my friends opposite come with their paper and their numbers about periods of increase and decline in unemployment rates, and about periods of drop and increase in enrollment at the time CC. We must be mindful that on both fronts, the discussion on the economic impact and on the unemployment rate and the enrollment rates at the time CC. What it does, Brother Cox? The context? The context is important. But you can't have your own context or have context convenient to you. So when you bring the numbers and you see the period where there is the drop and you realize it's the COVID-19 period that affected unemployment and also affected enrollment rates, you didn't mention that. That context, not important. The only context that's important is after 2022 to make it appear as if there's a magical increase in these numbers of enrollment and a magical decrease in unemployment because of you. You came and you worked your magic. Can't have your own context. What's what context? The context is what key? But that key don't fit all though. Seem to only fit your door. No magic has been done. And we expect no magic will be done, especially from the smoke and mirrors we see here. What I expect to see, Madam President, particularly in my coverage of my brief analysis of the capital expenditure, because, I know our people, to create that impression. But them fellas start to work. See things happening, why? Go drain the building and start to work. Boy. What's the period? What's the period, Brother Cox? 2025, sharp increase over 2025 and 2026. Pay attention. Pay attention. But before I leave my caution in relation to how in this fiscal cycle and in relation to government's conduct of external relations, I think we must recognize, all of us, the critical role that Cuban friends have played in our healthcare system over the years, and when I say over the years, for decades. And right now, you see, brewing with some others, we are not quite drawn into that yet, and that is why I said what I said just now, you know, about prudence with what we say with remote. Because it's not about ego and it's not about getting prime time for attention to get into an international debate with North America. It's about prudence because you're representing people. People's lives depend on it. This visa thing that brewing there, we don't need to be in that. We don't need to be in that. However, we must never abandon our friends and abandon principle. We must understand the nature of our sovereignty and also its limits. In the policy of human conduct and the history of man, sovereignty is not absolute. It is only absolute when one can enforce it. So until it's some sort of normative concept for academics and people who sit down and draft instruments at the UN and advise and so on, it's nice to talk about, but it is a practical thing. And in the business between nations, it is a practical endeavor. Diplomacy is practical. But good diplomacy must rest on principle. Principle. And I pay tribute to that friendship we've had with the people and government of Cuba and the support we've had over several decades. But at the same time, I want to recognize and remind us that we have had, for even that same period or a greater period than that period, substantial people-to-people connections with North America. Every family, I'm sure, without fail, can identify some branch of the family or some family member living in Canada and more so living in the United States. We must remember where we are. We are in the Western Hemisphere and in the sphere of influence of certain countries, and we must be sensitive to that and fashion strategically our relations so that we may navigate these waters and not just go and see what we want outside there. I think the short point I'm making, Madam President, is that the consequences are not personal to people who represent us that say certain things. The consequences that visit us in time, social and economic, are upon our people. And so, word to the wise, be very careful what you're saying there. Very, very, very careful. Madam President, I recognize that there are some challenges, and they are not new challenges. So I'm not going to say that they just arrived with our friends opposite who are new to government. They have just got into office barely, what, 3 years? 3 years and change now, if all of that. Although from their behavior, you would think they've been there forever. But there are some critical challenges on the national security front. We need to be mindful, Madam President, about our porous borders. And to cast a more discerning eye on immigration policy. Now we have a neighbor, very close neighbor to the south, that is reeling with the influx of some people almost coming in like Exodus in the Bible and Bob Marley song from another country. And we know that from historical experience, these things bring almost immediate socioeconomic difficulties and pressures on the health system, the security system particularly. In the context of our small state, it would be wise, as some have now recognized, that they have to progress to that. To ensure that we have a legislative framework by which we can marshal all security resources and make collective decisions regarding security. Some countries have done it in the National Security Act, where you establish a National Security Council that does a collaboration and an input into the council from all key national security stakeholders, whether it be customs, immigration, the police, special branch of the police, tactical units and drug squad, and so on. Rather than just one central burden on the police themselves, because there are other branches that play a critical role in national security, particularly what I'm mentioning here as border security. And why is this important? It is not far-fetched, particularly what is happening with a certain neighbor to the south. And some will say to some degree, here it's starting to happen. We got an influx of people. Already we have difficulties managing violence with certain sectors, whether it be gangs or certain juvenile demographics that have access to firearms and so on. These are already real challenges. Imagine the burden that could be placed upon us by the influx of some other people, particularly where we already know from past experience in other places the very real threat of very complex and organized criminal activity that could present. We can't be asleep on that at all. Now, this is not a sexy topic. It's not something that we like to talk about when there's a budget cycle for gallery, for radio programs, but it is a real threat to national security and our management of border security, and by extension, our national security. And so, greater emphasis must now be turned in that direction. It is critical. And I hope, as some of our neighbors in the OECS are doing, that we can move towards setting up that superstructure by which we can marshal the resources that we have and even organize to get some more to tackle having strong border security in these islands that are easily accessible. Madam President, I'm always troubled, even to the point of dismay when I hear about young people taking their lives. I do appreciate the challenges that my friend opposite, who is charged with the policy direction of the Ministry of Education, has upon him and upon those who effectively discharge his responsibility in the system. Because people really think ministers run anything. You bring the policy to the ministry and you direct that it's be implemented. Civil servants carry the load. But it is always very painful, Madam President, very, very, very painful. And I don't think it is an administration to blame. No administration is to blame for that. I want my friends to appreciate clearly where I'm going with that. There are certain social conditions, economic too, but largely social conditions, that are developing in our communities, particularly in this time, with this larger youth population, unmentored, unsupervised, and largely produced by very young people themselves. And the sociological tensions that are occurring, some find it very difficult to cope. And the real challenge for our education system is that, it is often said, and my friend, the minister, would know that I can't remember which sociologist that characterized it, is that the school system is another family or another representation of family. The burden of teachers is not just to give instruction on a blackboard. You have to now listen, you have to now be attentive to the distress conditions of students in your classroom so that you can respond either by enlisting counseling or directing them to where they are to be. That too becomes a pressure on teachers. And so that there's a real need to examine more closely this sociological phenomenon, my friend, these tensions that are occurring. Because we would not be doing service to our people if every time we hear about these occurrences, unfortunate, sad, and depressing as they may be, to just say, oh, what a pity, and then you move on till you hear another occurrence. We must appreciate what is happening sociologically and try our best to make these interventions, Madam President. That is the best we can do. We are not saying that we are perfect and we will solve them. But our young people urgently need that kind of intervention. And so this is why, Madam President, there is such a large investment in social welfare and social welfare programs in some countries. I know we have our challenges, but as my distinguished sister said, perhaps after a global look, we determine what our priorities must be. And there's pressing and urgent need for us to examine that. Pressing. It's not enough for us to just hear it up, sad and carry on. We need to do the best we can, and we need to do the most we can. Because we are here to do the greatest good, Madam President, to the greatest number. And so, thank you. And so, with these remarks, Madam President, I join with my colleagues who went before me in our analysis of this belated budget given to us by a reluctant Minister of Finance. Madam President, I want to thank you for allowing me this opportunity and also your kind indulgences before in understanding my personal situation in relation to Tuesday's sitting at this chamber. I thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator Osford, and thank you for your overview flight, stopping at particular key points, key proposals in the budget. I want to thank you for making reference to the regional academic text, storm signals, still relevant, worth a read again. Thank you. I see that Senator Claudette Joseph has asked for the floor, and she's been given the floor. She's on her feet, and so the floor does belong to Senator Claudette Joseph. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, let me begin my contribution to this year's budget presentation by first acknowledging the awesome supremacy of the Almighty and the blessings He continues to pour on us and on me. I acknowledge my colleagues of this honorable House on both sides, but especially my colleagues on this side, with whom I have the pleasure of working as colleagues in the cabinet, serving the people of our beautiful country. I also extend thanks to our beloved, totally committed, and visionary leader, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, for continuing to repose confidence in me as Attorney General and Minister. I thank members and supporters of the National Democratic Congress, and I see some in the gallery today. I acknowledge you. The vehicle through which we are here today, serving the people of Grenada in government. I thank you for your continued support and for all your efforts as we work collectively to move Grenada forward towards Vision 75, ever resilient and always rising. I stand to give my unreserved support to the motion before this Honorable House for approval of the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure. Same was presented in the House of Representatives and totaling $1,912,872,014. Of that, Madam President, the ministry that I head, the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor, and Consumer Affairs, is allocated a total of $11,949,386. That does not include the departments of the Director of Public Prosecution, the Supreme Court Registry, nor does it include the magistracy. Madam President, let me just pause for a moment before I get into the matters directly relating to the ministry which I head, to just address a few other matters that have come up in this debate today. Madam President, let me first make the point. The last speaker identified in his presentation 3 important pillars for growth. And those pillars he identified include investment in infrastructure, healthcare, and education. We agree with him on this side. And I'm surprised that he didn't follow up that observation with a statement commending this government for being on the right track. Because we have, as government, identified as transformational pillars healthcare, hence Project Polaris, and the allocation in the Ministry of Infrastructure, in the vote under the Ministry of Infrastructure, the capital budget there for Project Polaris, which squarely focuses on healthcare, in that we aim to construct a state-of-the-art health and wellness village that will include not just a teaching hospital that will promote medical tourism, but other facilities, including a wellness center, a hotel, and some major infrastructure around the 83+ acres of land that we have acquired for that purpose. So wrapped up in Project Polaris are 2 of the pillars identified by the opposition senator as essential to national development. Infrastructure, because it will be a major piece of infrastructure, the biggest after our international airport. And it will take this government to undertake a major piece of infrastructure that will be transformative 40 years after our international airport was constructed. The impact of Project Polaris will be the same as SGU had on the True Blue and Southern area, and that vision was of Sir Eric Geary, as the international airport had on the Southern area, and that vision was that of Maurice Bishop and his government, and now we would have Project Polaris. Show me the visionary, transformative project of the person and government that held office for 23 years in this country. Show me. Can't identify one. Education, Madam President, we have also identified as a pillar of growth and transformation. And in that regard, we are not only going to substantially enhance and revamp the current system as we know it, but we are going to build a whole new wing of our education system centered around skills training so that our young people can be qualified to international standards in skills training. I thought I would want to clear that up. Madam President, there was some talk about the Fiscal Resilience Act and whether we did away with key elements of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and admonition that the amendment to the Procurement Act to increase the threshold for procuring entities was ill-advised and not in our best interest. Madam President, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act came into effect in 2014. At that time, the threshold was set at $15,000. We had an administration between then and 2022 that was sleeping on the job, because we had increase in prices, we had COVID that caused goods and services prices to skyrocket. But the threshold remained at 15,000. Basically, nothing could be done, Madam President. Nothing could be done quickly and efficiently, and that is why we inherited a terribly crumbling infrastructure. Because when an emergency happened, flash flooding, whatever, or a bridge collapse, or a roadway needed attention, the bureaucracy prevented swift action. Because you can't even build a driveway to your house from the main road these days for $15,000. But here you had government threshold being $15,000. So we were responding to the needs, the infrastructural and other needs of our country, and moving with the times, bearing in mind the astronomical increase in goods and services over time from 2014 to now. You had to have been sleeping on the job to not realize that this legislation needed amending a long time ago. And Madam President, might I just say that we will not countenance being judged by the same standards as those who went before us, because we don't engage in bubble and corruption. In fact, we believe in corruption savings, and that is reflected in the budget, as my friend this morning pointed out. Madam President, speaking of infrastructure, and Madam President, speaking of infrastructure, and addressing the crumbling infrastructure that we inherited, I would just like to hear Madam President place on record, on behalf of the people of my community, the town of St. George, in which I am, you could say, the face of the government, our sincere thanks to the Ministry of Social and Community Development, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development, and the Ministry of Implementation, or Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation. Madam President, during the course of 2024, several projects, small infrastructure projects, community-based projects, cultural projects, sporting facility upgrades, all of these things were undertaken with the support of the Ministry of Infrastructure, from building a retaining wall at Mount Rush, 3 small projects at Independence Avenue, a footpath for the elderly at Cooper Hill, a concrete walkway at Darbo, a bus shelter at Darbo. Madam President, all of these small projects, these are just a few I mentioned, came up to $120,215.57 out of the Ministry of Social and Community Development. And then we had community facilities upgrades. We have the painting of the Alliance Francaise building and repairs, minor repairs to the River Road Community Center. We had some work done at the Roy St. John playing field towards helping to deal with the flooding situation at Tantine. You know, Tantine is pretty much a lake when it rains, and the efforts there we made would see the water receding faster when it rains. Madam President, we also did some skills training and some training in hydroponics, courses in hydroponics, community cleanup after the flash floods, and several other community engagements, which together totaled $243,803.12, all thanks to the Ministry of Community Development. Yeah. Madam President, in terms of the house repair program, we had, in terms of repairs, 30 families had their homes repaired under that program. We had 8 new constructions and 14 bathroom and toilets. Madam President, totaling together $424,016.85. And I would like to heartily thank the Ministry of Social and Community Development for contributing in the constituency of St. George a total sum of $667,820.07 in the 2024. And Madam President, for 2025, we look forward to continuing to build our community, and I dare say the community of the town of St. George was seriously neglected for the last 20 or so years. A lot of work to be done, and so we are going to construct a few retaining walls in this year. One is already started at Grenville Street. Repairs to the sidewalks in and around the town, including the sidewalk at the Carriacou. We've started some of the sidewalk repairs. Turning stony and muddy footpaths into walkways and motorable roads, making life more comfortable for our people. Upgrading facilities, Madam President. We've started the upgrade of the facilities at the sporting facilities, that is, at Queen's Park. We've done the basketball and netball court, and we are now doing some work on the football field, including lighting it and building some bleachers and meeting rooms for the football clubs there. So, Madam President, we have a lot to do, and I must say some of the work we are doing in the constituency there some of this work is in collaboration with some community groups. So the people are engaging in self-help. One such community group is the River Road Legacy Foundation, with which we are partnering to do a community library and resource center at the community center at River Road. So, Madam President, I look forward to continuing to be the face of the government in that constituency and to working with all the people of the constituency as we improve our collective lives. And thank you to the constituents who have been very supportive in ensuring that this work is done for our community. Madam President, as I indicated, the allocation for the ministry, I will turn now to the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Social and Community Development still in my head. You see, that's my heart. Yeah, that's my heart. So yes, Madam President, the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor, and Consumer Affairs. And in terms of accomplishments for 2024, Madam President, the accomplishments that we have seen at this ministry underscores our commitment to justice and the rule of law, labor rights, labor justice, and consumer protection and sustainable lifestyles. Madam President, in 2024, the Office of the Attorney General and the Division of Legal Affairs continued to provide critical legal support and advice to the government of Grenada in various areas. And one highlight of this past year for the litigation unit, and Madam President, just for the benefit of the viewers and listeners and the persons here in the gallery, the Ministry of Legal Affairs is comprised of mainly two units, the litigation unit and the drafting unit. So the litigation unit had, as I would say, our main highlight in 2024, our appearance before the International Court of Justice, as it heard submissions from over 100 countries and organizations in relation to an advisory opinion that was sought of the court on the obligations of states in relation to climate change. Madam President, since the establishment of the court in 1945, this was the first time Grenada ever made an appearance before the court. And it was indeed, for me, a humbling experience and a great honor to lead our country's delegation in this historic undertaking. Madam President, I thank Crown Counsel Ms. Ray Thomas and Dr. Justin Sobian, who joined me in forming Grenada's team, and of course, Ambassador Raphael Joseph, who provided stellar support. Ambassador is based in Brussels, and without him, we could not have done this. So I thank the entire team, and from all reports everywhere, we represented Grenada well. I think it was the first time I made international news. Madam President, the court's advisory opinion is expected to in the coming months. Madam President, our government is one that is attuned to the issues and realities of the day, and we identify climate change as an existential threat to our very existence as a small island developing states. And so, again, in relation to climate change, we had from the Office of the Attorney General representation at the first China Legal Forum on Legal Cooperation in Climate Change, and this is under the Global Development Initiative. And the office was represented in this regard by Crown Counsel Regine Mondesier And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for Climate Resilience and her staff for the collaboration and cooperation with us in making representation on climate change in these matters. In fact, it was the Minister for Climate Change who alerted me to the existence of the case and encouraged Grenada through the Office of the Attorney General to file submissions and arguments and become a party to the proceedings. Madam President, the litigation unit also successfully represented the state of Grenada in several matters, in the courts, before tribunals, and at mediation session. And I would here pause to make note of a matter that the state prevailed in, and that is the matter of Royden Bihari versus the Attorney General of Grenada. It is important, Madam President, because as we proceed with our regularization policy, this case clarified the legal status of persons employed in the public sector without a Public Service Commission appointment, but may be working in positions that are on the establishment or in posts that are on the establishment. And this clarification is indeed important as government proceeds to implement the regularization policy and gives a good guide to parties, both sides, government and workers, as to their status. So it was timely that this matter came up, and we were able to get the court to clarify it and to see it the way the government sees it. I would like to commend the Solicitor General and particularly Ms. Camille Godin de Souza, who led the arguments on behalf of the Crown in this matter. Madam President, the other important unit in the Office of the Attorney General and Division of Legal Affairs is the Legislative Drafting Unit. And they spearheaded the enactment of key pieces of legislation during 2024. Chief among them was the Public Sector Employees Pension Fund Act. They worked hard to draft and finalize this legislation after receiving the policy direction from the Department of Public Administration. And I dare say, Madam President, this legislation is the single most transformative law passed in Grenada since the NIS Act of 1983. Madam President, all public sector employees now, no matter when their employment began, enjoy pension and retirement benefits. This hasn't been the case for 40 years. Madam President, despite the people of Grenada, they can see, they have the right lenses. And they can see what is happening. So no matter how things are spun, no matter how issues are spun, no matter what the opposition says, the facts are the facts, and it's that. Public workers' pension rights were taken away from them and kept away from them deliberately so. They were fought on the streets and in the courts by a government, by their own government. And their own government admitted that after they lost the case to the public workers, they only did not appeal because the election was imminent. And if they had won, they would have still tried to appeal out of time. That's what their chief advisor said, one of their chief advisors, in an opinion that was shared with me as Attorney General said. So, Madam President, The public workers and the people of Grenada have on the correct lenses. And they are seeing clearly now who are on their side. Madam President, another key bit of legislation passed by the, worked on by the drafting unit during this period was the Firearms Amendment Act. Opposition Senator Horsford, in his presentation, admonished us to pay close attention to what is happening around us in terms of serious crime. That is exactly what we are doing, Madam President, and that is why we amended the Firearms Act. And shamefully, while we are being admonished and encouraged to pay attention to what is going on around us in terms of crime and do something about it, when we came to this honorable house, or in the other place, Madam President, they're more well-behaved up here. In the other place, when these amendments were put on the order paper for debate and passage, those who did not vote against it abstained. Shameful. So I imagine the good senator is speaking in his personal capacity when he talks about the situation with crime and the fact that we must do something about it. Madam President, and recently the drafting unit was able to have us prepare and pass in this honorable house the Water Resources Management Act and the attendant amendment to the NAWASA Act. That too, Madam President, pivotal as we regulate the water industry. NAWASA is now regulated by PERC, by that legislation. And we roll out and try to complete against the clock, Madam President, a project that we inherited from the previous administration, who are again sleeping on the job. And we almost lost millions of dollars. That project is, I think, $125 million. We are at risk of losing millions of dollars, and we are racing against the clock, Madam President, because they sat there from 2018 to 2022 and did nothing with the project. So, Madam President, and that was part of the Water Resource Management Act that we recently passed. Madam President, all of this work was done as the Division of Legal Affairs remained displaced and mostly working remotely. I am happy to share with this Honorable House and the nation that as of Monday of this week, the Office of the Attorney General was moved into new office space at the first floor of the old NIS building on our Melville Street. Yes. Madam President, the new office is outfitted with all the amenities, some like a conference room and a vault, never before obtained in any office of the Attorney General in Grenada, believe it or not. I knew the old Attorney General's office at Church Street before Hurricane Ivan, and that was there since the 1800s. After Hurricane Ivan, because of the damage to the building, they moved out, and then a different location. The AG's office has never had the amenities that this new space now enjoys. And, Madam President, I would like to thank the Minister for Infrastructure, Prime Minister, the Chief Technical Officer at the Ministry of Infrastructure, and the staff. Particularly, I would have to single him out. He may not like it, but I would have to do it. Mr. Nathan Lessie, a young engineer there, and he really, really worked with us to make this possible. And I single out, in terms of our staff, apart from the staff, the lawyers and their support staff, who had a hard time, almost 2 years. Or is it over 2 years? We crossed 2 years? Yeah, right. They had a hard time, but I would like to single out our planning officer in the ministry, Ms. Brenda Bain, I see out there, I don't know if it's proper to ask her to take a bow, Madam President, in the Honorable House. Take a bow, Brenda. And Permanent Secretary behind me here, Ms. Rhonda Jones, and Permanent Secretary past, Ms. Anna
I want to know
Rizan.
you, and I'm sure the people want to know you.
So, oh, you see, the President is asking you to stand, Brenda. Thank you very much. Yes. Madam President, a lot of hard work went into it, and all of the staff of the ministry chipped in to make sure we move into this new facility. So going forward, I'm looking forward to us becoming more efficient, even more efficient, as we deliver services to the government and people of Grenada. Madam President, just finally on the Division of Legal Affairs, an update on the Hall of Justice project, Madam President, you would see that at page 194 of the estimates, there is allocated there $2 million for the Hall of Justice project, the same amount that was allocated last year. And of the amount allocated last year, the $2 million, we spent $1.6 million. And Madam President, I'm sure we would exhaust the $2 million this year, and probably we would have to come for some more because the work is progressing. A lot of preparatory work is being done with these projects. A lot have to happen behind the scenes. There were some legacy issues which we have resolved. We are now with a project consultant that has come on board, finalizing the work plans. We do have the work plans and the design brief, which we hope to send out in relation to which we hope to send out invitations to bid for design concepts and the engagement of a project manager. So the Hall of Justice project is moving, and that, Madam President, is another infrastructure project that we will deliver to the people of Grenada, and a symbol, and have it as a symbol of the third co-equal independent arm of the state. Madam President, in relation to labor, I could tell you, I don't know what the good senator would say, but I am sure he is the happiest and most relaxed than he has been in years as a union leader. Because, Madam President, the Division of Labor, the Division of Labor has, in 2024, delivered and implemented increased minimum wage for all workers. Madam President, again in relation to this, the opposition, the previous administration, they were sleeping on the job because they never, in their 23-year reign, although they're talking about they love the poor and the vulnerable and the this and the marginalized, never once in their 24-year reign increase the minimum wage, when the law says you must do it every 3 years. So I'm urging our people to compare and contrast and then determine who's really good for Grenada and working for the people. Madam President, we also focused heavily on capacity building and institutional strengthening by taking on some more technical staff to support the work of the Labor Commissioner. Madam President, in this period also, we had a historic first visit for the Department of Labor, first visit by the director of the ILO Decent Work Team for the Caribbean. In fact, he joined us for the May Day celebrations and did deliver some remarks. Never happened before. This mission also pledged and have started working with us to deliver improved occupational safety and health. Well, perhaps not just improved, we don't have occupational safety and health legislation. So this is something we have on our legislative agenda for this year. And the Public Employment Services Act, not an act, but Public Employment Services, already provided for in a sense under the Employment Act, but again, as with many things, never implemented. International labor standards, reporting, and labor market information, and labor inspections. Now, all of these we intend to undertake in 2025 with the help of our friends from the ILO. Madam President, for the first time since 1998, how many years is that? 25 or 26 years this year? For the first time since 1998, we had a delegation from Grenada attend the International Labour Conference. And that delegation represented government, the employers, and the unions, or the employees, the tripartite arrangement. And that was at the expense of the government of Grenada. That's how important our workers are to us. Madam President, again, sleeping on the job. We were in the red, on the blacklist and in the red. Not looking well at all for reporting, because our last report, in accordance with our obligations under the ILO treaty, was 2015. And so we were behind with 18 outstanding reports required by Article 22 of the ILO treaty. And our team, led by the Commissioner, was able to bring Grenada up to standard so that now we are in good standing. If you go on the ILO website, we're not on the bad side. Madam President, we also did a rapid labor market analysis that is towards helping us to set up the employment services that I mentioned before. Madam President, the Division of Labor has also settled substantially the amendments to the policy that will guide the amendments to the Labor Code. And these amendments, Madam President, will see an extension of maternity leave benefits for all new mothers. That's a table knock right there. Extension of maternity leave benefits. And the introduction of paternity leave. And this, Madam President, our fathers will now have paternity leave just as the mothers have maternity leave. Madam President, Grenada, no, not retroactive. Grenada, Madam President, will be the first English-speaking Caribbean and only the second in the entire Caribbean to legislate paternity leave. The only other Caribbean country that has paternity leave on the law books right now is the Dominican Republic. So when I say in the entire Caribbean, I mean English, Spanish, French, and Dutch. Only the second country to have it done. So we look forward to this because we know our people and our workers will greatly appreciate the introduction of paternity leave and the extension of maternity leave. The new or revised Labor Code, Madam President, will also see the introduction of a new dispute resolution mechanism. And so we are, Madam President, advancing the drafting of the legislation, and we hope to have that legislation passed in the Parliament during the second quarter. Madam President, as we improve the dispute resolution mechanism at the Ministry of Labour, the division is actually doing quite well with the system that we have. They have achieved a resolution rate of 85% of all complaints lodged with the department. The division also processed 918 work permits in 2024, totaling in value, in terms of revenue for the country, $2,078,000. $2,078,000. Madam President, we also had 45 seasonal agricultural workers participate in the Canadian Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program. Madam President, Grenada is now experiencing the best period of industrial peace ever. Check the history. Madam President, we have a high level of employment, and Minister for Education gave the figures this morning. We're at 11%. I think the best after that was during the revolution, it got to like 14% or something like that. So we're doing, imagine we outdoing Morris Bishop. How's that? Madam President, we have high level of employment, a very satisfied workforce who are enjoying their increased minimum wage and groundbreaking favorable collective agreements with unions. And the word groundbreaking is not mine. I am just borrowing it from the former president of the Public Workers Union, Mr. Brian Grimes. Madam President, we have better working conditions with most government offices now upgraded or undergoing upgrades. And, Madam President, thankfully, the days for worker victimization is a thing of the past. Imagine we move from Gemma Bain Thomas and Richard Duncan. Richard Duncan, who was told, well, I don't think you trust me, and once there is no trust, nothing happening. Read his book, Walking the Straight and Narrow. And Gemma Bain Thomas, who was called to Happy Hill and said, I have a feeling you don't support me, so you out. We move from that, Madam President, to the Prime Minister having to stand in the other place and threaten to sue for his constituency allowance because some public officer refusing to pay him and they still have their job. That's freedom. So when they're talking victimization, we give these live examples. So I know, Madam President, we know that our workers in the public and private sector, we heard the private sector representative gave his contribution, they could not be happier. This is a good period for workers, Madam President. Madam President, and so with that, I would like to place on record my thanks and appreciation to the Labor Commissioner, again the Permanent Secretary, and all the staff, all the support staff at the Division of Labor. The Labor Commissioner works very hard and she gets the job done. Thank you. They say take a bow. Madam President, in relation to consumer affairs, I want to put consumer affairs into context, Madam President. The Consumer Protection Act was passed in 2018. And that was it. Basically, nothing was done. So, Madam President, this government, because the previous one was sleeping on the job, established the Consumer Affairs Office on 15 March 2024. And as I said, this law was passed in 2018, and Section 6 required the establishment of a Consumer Affairs Office. But it was not until 2024 it was done. And, Madam President, in just 1 year, that office, led by Director Williams, has made significant strides in educating the public, not just on the existence of the office itself, but on their rights. They've engaged stakeholders, they've had campaigns, they've had workshops to raise awareness. And, Madam President, last Friday, on the 14th of March, Grenada celebrated its first World Consumer Rights Day. The international body for consumer rights has been in existence for about 60 years and celebrating this day. But because our act was not implemented, we only just celebrated our first World Consumer Rights Day, and we look forward to celebrating many more. And we thank the other government ministries, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Public Utility Regulations Commission, the NTRC, Ministry of Health. All of these ministries and statutory bodies joined with the Consumer Affairs Office in celebrating the day and educating the public. And of course, there was a private sponsor, Digicel, with some great giveaways. Madam President, the Consumer Advisory Body required by the law was also established, and it is headed by Dr. Kurland Gilchrist, and we look forward to receiving much needed policy advice and guidance from that advisory body. And also, Madam President, soon the tribunal required by the statute will be set up. We hope to have that set up before the third quarter of this year. Madam President, but even as the tribunal itself is not set up yet, the office has begun hearing complaints and taking matters to resolution. And so they have received in the first 9 months of operation about just over 100 complaints and have completely resolved about 60% of those. Madam President, so we look forward in 2025 to expanding the capacity of the Consumer Affairs Office, filling it out with staffing for the competition side and ramping up the public advocacy and education work of the Consumer Affairs Office. Madam President, also falling under the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs is the Corporate Affairs and Intellectual Property Office. And Madam President, one of the major achievements of that office in this past year was that we signed an agreement in January 2024 with the World Intellectual Property Organization. And that agreement gave Grenada access to the Industrial Property Administration System called acronym IPAS, and it was deployed at Carriacou in 2024. What IPAS does is that it's a software that supports the processing and application of IP rights by establishing e-registry, controlling workflow processes, and business rules. So Carriacou will use IPAS to provide online services to local and international clients. And it is in the advanced stage of implementation now. All the work is done, and the trademarks that were registered from 2008 to present, those are already loaded on the IPAS system. So what the IPAS system would also enable us to do is to sign on to the Madrid Protocol, which would allow Grenada now, because we're on the system, to receive international registration of trademarks. So we're in the process of doing the necessaries to sign on to the Madrid Protocol, and that will see a dramatic increase in revenues for Grenada coming out of Carriacou. Madam President, so these are, in a nutshell, the matters in relation to the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs. We look forward in 2025 to continuing to serve the Grenadian public, the government, and well, the public through the government. And we will focus in the Ministry of Legal Affairs on strengthening our capacity and human resources through recruitment. In fact, we have a new, yeah, he's up there. We just recruited a young lawyer who would be assigned to the Financial Intelligence Unit and the AML Commission so that we are on top of things. We have coming on shortly a senior crown counsel and already recruited just to start. And we are building out the office so that we can provide more efficient services and advice to the government of Grenada. So we are going places, Madam President. Our goal is to enhance the competence of the legal practitioners and other staff that serve the ministry. In labor, Madam President, we will be working on and coming to the Parliament with some amendments to the Foreign Nationals and Commonwealth Citizens Employment Act. That's the law under which work permits are issued. So we do have the draft policy for the revamp of that legislation and all the subsidiary legislation surrounding it. And so we would be looking to enhance our delivery of the processing of work permits, including, Madam President, going digital, going online with it. It was a plan that we had since last year, but we were not able to deliver as quickly as we thought we would. But I can say it will happen this year based on where we are at with the work. Madam President, as I said, we will encourage education, empowerment, and knowledge of rights and responsibilities in relation to consumer affairs. So, Madam President, with all of that said, I would just like, Madam President, to take the next few minutes to zero back on a matter relating to the town of St. George. I know Minister for Education mentioned that the public library, and people always ask me about the public library because I did campaign heavily on the restoration of our public library. And that matter, Madam President, is actively being attended to and is now part of a wider vision that we do have for the town of St. George, involving the refurbishment of York House. And by the way, for those who are saying we must do the houses now, and Hurricane Beryl was 9 months ago and we haven't built back, well, Hurricane Ivan damaged or destroyed York House, the former Parliament building, a heritage building, and nothing was done. So you're asking us to do in 2.5 years what you couldn't do in 21. Well, 23. Right? You're asking us to do, not 2.5 years, 9 months. Well, speaking about the wider housing issues that, they're talking about a lot, right? And by the way, so we have the library that is coming on stream as part of a wider project. Madam President, we are in the process of finalizing the purchase of the Priory building, that heritage building on Church Street, sandwiched between the Hindsley School and the Anglican Church, that certain opposition surrogates were accusing Special Envoy Romaine of buying in his personal capacity. No, he's not buying it in his personal capacity. I can tell you from first hand, I am dealing with the transaction and it's coming through the Office of the Attorney General and we are not his lawyers. So, Madam President, the government of Grenada, through the Ministry of Tourism, headed by Leader of Government Business here, we are purchasing that property, and it will be a national art gallery as we continue to focus on the creative sector. And of course, it's a wider picture involving the York House, the art gallery, the museum, the library building, all part of a project to enhance and make good use of our built heritage in the town of St. George and to live up to our name as one of the quaintest and best Georgian-style towns in the world. This is what we have, and this is what those before us allowed to disintegrate and to crumble. So this is part of the infrastructure that we are building. So yes, the public library will come. I can't say that it will be replaced in its original location as we first said, because as we build out the project and review the best location for the different sites, the public library may not be relocated in its original site. But it is part of the grand plan for that constituency. And then we would have, rounding that off, the refurbished Fort George, which was funding for which was identified since 2017. But those who were, again, sleeping on the job, or perhaps too timid, or lacking vision, they had the wrong lenses, they felt it was not a project that could be undertaken because of the level of the restoration of the work that had to take place and to build it back as it was built in the 1700s. Well,
Madam Senator, before the bell rings, I see you're rapidly wrapping up, but you're also rapidly running out of time, so...
I am wrapping up.
You are wrapping up?
Yes.
Well, you forfeited my offer of a few more minutes, so wrap up.
Okay. I'm wrapping up. If I need a few more minutes, I will do ask. So...
5?
Sure. Good enough. So, Madam President, all of these matters, all of these restoration of heritage sites and Fort George, that those before us felt wasn't possible. They thought it was too big for them. But we don't think small, we think big. And nothing is impossible as far as we are concerned. Right? Because we are little children of God. We are little inexperienced children of God. And for us, nothing is impossible. So we are now seeing that this project is nearing completion. We hope to have completion by June. Is it June? By mid-year, we should have completion by mid-year, Madam President. And of course, that will be a massive enhancement for the town of St. George. And we, the people of the town, we really look forward to the completion of that project. We are equally proud and pleased with the facelift that the Carriacou has gotten with the new police headquarters. Madam President, I recall listening to an interview sometime in May 2013 between Pastor Stanford Simon and then Prime Minister Dr. Keith Claudius Mitchell, who was elected just a few months before. And in that interview, he promised Pastor Simon a new police headquarters, because he said that was long overdue, and the police really need a headquarters. That was 2013. I guess he was sleeping like his partners, his people, and, you know, the rest of his administration, I guess they were sleeping. So, Madam President, the government acquired, by way of purchase, the building formerly known as the Lime Building on the Carriacou, a telephone company building. And we now have a spanking new and permanent home as the headquarters for the police force. And they have moved in. They moved in earlier this month. Madam President, similarly, the Grenville Police Station, under renovation. Carriacou has been renovated. Other, St. Paul's has been renovated. Work has to be done and is being planned for a new prison complex, Madam President. And let me say, in relation to the police officers, I know they've never had it so good. Madam President, the police has new spanking headquarters. The police got pay and grade. Madam President, police waiting for pay and grade since 1995, you know. They were again sleeping on the job. So pay and grade, and the lowest level of police officers, the constable, they're getting an increase of up to $700. Madam President, they got the best ever collective agreement with all the provision for uniform and health insurance and all of that, Madam President. And so, Madam President, sorry? Okay. So, Madam President, I think what we have been able to accomplish in the last 2.5 years, Madam President, when compared to what was not accomplished in the last 23 years prior, Madam President, I think, and we know it, we see it, we get the feedback from the people of Grenada, we are doing well by the people. We are delivering. You know, we campaigned, we said what we were going to do, and now we're doing it. Some saying, well, you're just checking boxes. Well, yeah, we're doing what we said we're going to do. So, Madam President, I look forward in the coming year to continue to serve the people of Grenada in my capacities as Attorney General and Minister for Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs, and in any other capacity required by the Honorable Prime Minister of me. And so, of course, that goes without saying, right? Just know I'll be the other place. So, and I look forward to continuing, Madam President, as well, to work with the stakeholders in the tripartite labor arrangement. I think I can say openly that I do have a good relationship. The Department of Labor has a good relationship with both other stakeholders, and I see us working well together to move Grenada forward, to move labor forward, to move the Ministry of Legal Affairs forward, to build a new consumer affairs culture, and to move the town of St. George forward with all the initiatives that we have planned. So, Madam President, with that, I commend and support unreservedly the motion before this Honorable House. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished Senator, the Honorable Claudette Joseph, for her report on the Ministry of Legal Affairs and the wider panoramic view as they all relate to the 2025 budget. I dare say that we have had to extrapolate what it means for you going forward. But I must warmly congratulate you and your staff for the accomplishments. I too, if I might be allowed to be proud of Grenada's representation before the ICJ on climate change for the advisory opinion. But I will quickly chastise your junior officer for not telling me that Grenada was going to do so, because they know that it is an interest of mine. And in fact, the former president of the ICJ has just become the president of Lebanon. And it's through his office I got the praises of Grenada. So congratulations for that initiative. It will help not only our country, but of the 100 presentations or submissions, I think we anticipate some, I don't know if I'll go so far as to say relief, but certainly some hearing. Many other accomplishments. I really do think that the drafting committee has served this Parliament very well. I want to thank them. And I want to thank those responsible for putting on the agenda of Grenada extended maternity leave and paternity leave. Step forward. Very good. But as I said, I want to hear about how this budget impacts where you plan to go. We have one more speaker in our general debate. And with gladness, I offer the floor to the Labour Senator in the Senate, Senator the Honorable Andre Monty Lewis. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And it is always an important session and discussion when we meet to discuss matters of national interest, especially the budget, albeit we are, well, probably 3 or 4 months sort of late, I mean, understandably so. However, I must say that from an overall objective, in reviewing the budget, I got the impression that we may have rushed, and I'll explain what I mean, although we had more time. And in reviewing the estimates, because I normally just go to the main aspect, in looking at the introduction, which I found very important, on the explanatory note, that the people who did the preparation had given notice that based on the fact that they were going into a new cloud-based budget management system, they would face with certain challenges. It is found on page 7, explanatory notes, because some things are not properly lined up. I also found that there are a number of missing information in the document itself. Something I pointed out in last budget debate. There are a number of column items and figure numbers were missing. You had headings and subheadings, but it was not populated. If you look under the Ministry of Health, under the General Hospital, you will see this. And I find that it is time that we pass those stage, to be quite frank with you, because we come here to make informed decisions. So I'm making that appeal. Notwithstanding the challenges posed by the new system, I don't think that that can excuse the lack of information. And time permitted, I will just highlight some. However, I will just, from my colleague, Minister, highlight and thank her, through you, Madam President, for so eloquently justifying the movement of the $15,000 to $100,000 in terms of procurement. And I think the last time it became so in 2013, was it? Or 14? 2014. And not wanting to prolong the meeting or this discussion, I will not say, and I quote, yes, but I will simply say it is more than my understanding that what was said that the past administration slept on the job relative to this, because taking into account the astronomical increases in the cost of goods and services over time, therefore mean that it made sense and you had to, out of necessity, to move from 15,000 to 100,000, almost sevenfold increase. 7 by 15 is 105, almost sevenfold increase. Now, if we juxtapose that against the impact of cost of living, because there's goods and services, that is why we in the labor movement could never understand, never ever understand, why is it that even in this budget preparation, it is said that the CPI was what 1 point something % increase? Roughly around there. Now, what that means is that, 1 year, yeah. No, that's okay. No, that's okay. That's okay, but there's a trend from the past 10 or 14 years. I mean, even if you look at how we move in terms of our GDP, it ranged between, 3 and 4%. Over that period, we have not gone above that. And that is one of the reasons why, as has been identified by the governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, that the region needs to have an increase in GDP of over 6% to really move the economy, because there has been that steady trend. So I just wanted to highlight that. Also, my friend as the Attorney General, not as Minister for Labor now, knows that the Bihari case is pending appeal. The Bihari's case relative to the judgment that came out, yes, that's the law now. And in some other forum, I heard her quite clearly, selectively choosing her words, which in my interpretation, again, left it open that there's a high possibility and probability that it may be reversed.
I invite the Deputy President of the Senate to take the chair.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you.
President, the chair.
Thank you very much. I must commend, and I'm glad that they're still around, if I may, the leadership on the ground level, floor level of the Ministry of Labor, the Labor Commissioner and her staff, for certainly increasing and improving the quality of service that has been delivered by the ministry. And we do not have to agree, but the rulings are, well, not rulings, recommendation that comes from the ministry. What is important for us is getting timely recommendations, at the same time that one that is not biased. So I'm saying, when I say it does not matter, certainly one will want to continue to see objectivity. So one, I've seen an improvement there, and therefore commendation must be given. Commendation must be given. The Minister for Labor has indicated that over the past year, 2 years or so, we have seen an improvement in industrial relations climate, and that's true. That's true, and I want to underline it. That's true. But I ask of you, in the interest of all of us, although progress is born out of struggle, so we will not move away from it. Just as how the pension horse was used and written to come into office, if the government creates a new one with amendments to the dispute resolution process, there'll be a bigger industrial relations horse to ride. And I wish to remind the population that under a number of us here, even on that side here, stood on top Market Hill in the 1990s when the police beat us with barbed wire and chon-chon over the dispute resolution issue, Essential Services Act. That was limited to a few companies. What is being attempted now will even make teachers and all the different professions essential services, in effect. Allow me to finish. Yes. It means, therefore, because you see, and probably that's what they may be missing, and I'm glad on the other side you said no. The effect of essential services is that when you have an industrial dispute, the matter can be sent to arbitration whether the parties agree to or not. That's the essential difference. So bear that in mind. So if that didn't come across, when we spoke to you all before, and I'm saying this, please bear that in mind. The essential difference between a slave and a free man is knowing what to do with your labor. As we speak, there is a dispute that is set into arbitration, and therefore I'll be very guarded in how I go into the details for obvious reasons. But you can't accuse us of rejoining our labor as we want when companies are doing their own thing when they should be allowing the status quo to remain. In other words, you know why it is always us labor that they're blaming? Because we make more noise, and that's what we have to do. That's what we have. We don't have the capital. We are not the ones that pay. We are not the ones that are hiring. So when you force us into arbitration, and you expect us to sit and wait, but the companies can go ahead and do what they want on the very set matters that are pending before arbitration, what do you expect us to do? And then we are accused of breaking procedure. I'm yet to hear this administration and other administrations call out companies and say you are breaking procedures. It's always labor. But that will not daunt us. We desire industrial peace, but we desire industrial justice. And just as our founding fathers were able to face all the different threats, blood, sweat, tears, and even life, giving up of life for what we have today, because our collective bargaining agreements is a reflection of the progress that we have made over the years, from slavery to now. But this is what guides the relationship between us, workers, labor, and capital. And therefore, anything that seeks to change that balance, because it's about equity. I was using an example, I think it was to someone in the Ministry of Labor, but we were discussing a matter, and I said, if I have $100 to share between two people that requires transportation, one is living in St. Patrick, and one is living in Grenville. If I take that $100 and I give each one of them $50, I've shared it equally. But the transport from St. Patrick may be $60 to get to St. George. From Grenville, maybe $40. If I give them 50-50, it is not equity. And therefore, this is where industrial relation comes in, and I'm making that appeal in this House. Do not change this imbalance. Do not change this balance. Out of the hundreds of companies that are represented in this country, how many times you hear, and I heard the minister in another forum speak about looking for industrial peace, and that's interesting, because I can tell you, the private sector, because you see the new process is designed to get industrial peace, and I understand that. The private sector, long before this current government came into office, and a few months before the election, the leadership, together with the leading private sector in the south of the island in the hotel sector, in my presence at the Ministry of Labor, lamented the fact that this matter is not yet resolved. Because see, that's part of the objective that they have. Administrations in the past have always refused to do it. But it's instructive for us. And colleagues on the other side, this is not party politics I'm speaking here. Please bear with me. Because most time, when this administration is in office, you find that what you call structural changes and legal changes, legislative changes, that shift the balance unevenly so many times, because what we have is all labor is done. In the 1990s, as I've indicated, in October of 2022, October-November of 2022, when there was industrial action on the port, it is the first time in years, first time I've ever seen, or we had ever seen, the Chamber of Industry and Commerce now feeling really powerful and strong, because in their view, there's an administration leadership that will listen to them. Because don't forget who used to be representing them, because it's like historical facts. And we all do that. We look for advantages. It's called lobbying. Are you following me? Within the first day or so or two, and the Minister for Labor knows that, they put out a press release calling on the state to take immediate action to bring in police, do whatever it is. Right? They said, they indicated this is the first time that they are speaking out publicly on matters like these so soon. Then we had Hubbard's or whichever company with the profit sharing. They issued the profit sharing, and thankfully, the Labor Minister did the right thing, which was not surprising, but I understood the different challenges out there because we spoke, right? They felt emboldened. We need to ask ourselves, why is it? After all these years, because years ago they were trying it, but they never made it public. We knew that. They felt emboldened to do that. When were all workers locked out in the Grenada breweries? In 2011, 2012. Who were in office? I'm saying, if we are not careful, every time this administration is in office, there are legislative issues that pops itself up that are fundamental to workers. I'm making this pronouncement because the minister has once again said that those changes will come about in the second quarter. I know Labour wrote, signed by all the unions. So it is up to the administration where you want these industrial relations to go on this matter. Because this is about our fundamental. Yes, there are challenges. There are challenges with enforcement. Yes. But what we have found, even in essential services where you have arbitration and everything, there are loopholes. I'm saying our fundamental rights. We can work together. We can continue discussing these matters. We can work together. We can continue discussing these matters. But when we look throughout the region, in the countries that have those, as in Trinidad, and I just call it 2 names, because that's what we deal with for life. That's what we have dealt with. And we are connected throughout the region. The militancy of the workers have been stifled legislatively. And there will come that time, as with all human venture, when there will be that resistance. It may not be good for society, but it will be useful for society. And we have a history. Grenada has its own unique history. I'm just resting this there. Whatever it's worth. As it relates directly to the budget, because that's all part of it, there is no doubt that if the budget is a deficit budget, but sources of finance have been identified, I mean, I think we could all accept that. In other words, it's a deficit budget, but the sources of financing has been identified. So to say it is not a deficit budget is not properly speaking, if we want to educate the people that are listening. Because you see, it is true you didn't have a current account deficit. Because if you had a current account deficit, technically, it is considered to be bankrupt. So you can have that, just as an observation. You know, it's a pity. I will speak to him, and I know he'll know that my colleague, who normally sits to my left, private sector rep, is not here. But in terms of his presentation, if I have to grade it, I will grade it as one of the best budget presentations I heard. Remember, I didn't say, I said budget presentation. I think you can, I mean, on the other side, you can use them. Yeah, I mean, it was really eloquent, right, in terms of the budget presentation. Underline my word, budget presentation. Right? Colleagues, the private sector observe, because according to the private sector, because that's the voice of the private sector, everything is good. They can't find workers to work. So you have a lot of work outside. But I can tell you, in many private sector companies, they will tell you that when they send out applications or notices, right, for applications, the amount of applications that they're receiving is much more than the jobs that they have. And that is why Senator Andrew may have identified and accepted that our education system requires some realignment. Because the jobs that are available, some of our people may not be best suited for it. So it is not necessarily correct to say that the place is filled up. The question of scarcity of labor, especially in construction, and I hear this talk over and over about looking to import labor. It has a lot to do with the issue that in some of these construction companies and sites, the way they want to treat workers without paying overtime on a Saturday, Sunday, on an evening. Grenadians won't work for that. And it's the history of immigrants. We leave and we go to the US, and we go to Canada, and we do the jobs that the locals will not do, because we go with an objective to beat the midnight oil and take the hot sun and the coal, because we have an objective. And the same way that they treat us in some instances, right? They don't pay us properly because we hide in. Yes? So I can tell you that on many construction sites, a number of people do not wish to work with some employers because they work late, and the ministry knows that, my colleague, I mean, I'm just taking a little chance because I see you all from time to time and speak. So the ministry knows that. The Labor Commissioner knows that. The amount of cases that they have with employers refusing to pay the proper rate and overtime, even the minimum wage. And because we are living in Grenada, for a number of these workers, it is best to sit at home because the cost of getting ready to go to work, there's a cost for getting ready to go to work, you know. There's apart from transport, dress, eating, getting up, organizing your home. Some of them refuse to go. Because as we speak about unemployment so low, and we walk around the blocks and we see so many people on the blocks. Now I know, technically, although it was my dear colleague that questioned, context is key, that question, I think it was Senator Andrew. If it is not you, it is one of you, so just using you. That question, the government information relative to the definition of youth unemployment. Am I correct? Yes. Talking about certain age, the age 15, I think may be included in that. So you see, even from the government side, you're questioning your own information. Definition? Well, yes, well, information. Because true definition will come up with positions, you know. Because based on definition, we can make pronouncements. See, context is key. If we don't have the correct definition, then we'll have the wrong context. Colleagues, Labour is making a proposal that you look to reduce income tax from the 28% to 25%. There's an issue of overtime for a number of workplaces, and it took me a number of years. And my colleagues in the different companies who have always been telling me about it and I'm debating with them, I have finally understood over the last few months, years, what you are saying. It serves as a disincentive. Once you go above into that tax bracket, let us say the 28%, right, which is over 5,000 a month. Yes, 5,000 and more. It therefore means that every $1,000 you make, or every $100 you make, 28 automatically goes to the state. And for the worker, he or she is seeing this. Well, that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm getting up later in the night. I'm reaching home later. I have to leave my family. So some mechanism, in our view, ought to be found to address that issue because it impacts productivity. Some workers are refusing to work because it places them in a different tax bracket and therefore they get less. Under the budget statement, I wouldn't call it a page because I was using the electronic version and it does not align to the hard copy. I'll just call it number 3.1, development of Grenada hydrocarbon potential. We are looking forward to reading the comprehensive update. I mean, it was very scarce on information. And the reason why we are looking forward is that it provides an opportunity for creating employment. So we look forward to this. On the Kiwana Bay project site and expansion, we haven't seen any timeline. I mean, it just says that this has been done. I mean, we are speaking here. It's good to give us a timeline. I mean, you know, so it's useful, it's important. Don't allow us to feel that we are just pulling things just to say things. Give us some information. On the question of the reform of the Marketing and National Important Board, we see the new name that has been proposed. We want to know whether or not there was any consultation held with the shareholders, the stakeholders, for instance, like the farmers, etc. And we recognize that it says import, export, right? What is the main objective? Is it import or export, right? Or is it just a name? We want to know what is the main objective behind this. Under the question of pension, public sector pension reform, I'm making this appeal. There are other matters that we'll address, which everyone is aware of. The question of the sort of Bihari approach and the workers who are working in established position, like in the hospital, that the nurses that you are not yet addressing, yes, because you know once you made them permanent, as they ought to have been made, they would have been entitled to the 1958 pension. You have not done that. You have not done that. And I am wondering, when I listened to Senator Charles, and I found her to be extremely detailed and data-driven based on the information that she gave. I wondered, and I'm still wondering, whether or not a number of matters in the hospital is not addressed because the objective is to statutarize, and therefore there will be a cry, continued cry, for what you call new management. Because it is not adding up. I'll tell you something, colleagues. I said so before, and I'll say it again. After the change in administration, I found that, we will now move away from what we considered, a number of us, a concrete, focused administration, because there's no doubt that in terms of the infrastructure development under the past administration, they focused a lot on that. And we found that where they're lacking was in the human aspect, the human resource aspect. And listening to the new administration, I said yes, and we said yes. But in almost every post I see, in almost every high praises I see from the administration, through MIT, it's about the same thing. Why can't we have those positive reports in terms of implementation, in terms of healthcare? It's possible, it's doable. Once you make it that focus, we are almost into 3 years. You have created a completely new institution, ministry, to unblock the pipes. But where it is clogged in the Ministry of Health, it's not been unblocked. And these are essential. I'm sure the population will be prepared to undergo some challenges in other aspects of life if our health care is given priority. It affects all of us. So under the public sector issue, I'm making an appeal that the administration has said that the pension reform was designed to prevent people from going home in poverty. And we say, yeah, okay, good. But you have disqualified hundreds of people, if not thousands, hundreds, certainly hundreds of people. Remember that age group and that years of service? If you give 15 years of service or more and you're 50 years and above, you're excluded from the new reform in terms of what is called the past service and etc. These people are going home in poverty. The very same thing that you are saying you are seeking to do. So it is not correct to say that you have addressed the issue of poverty of the people going home. These people who have given 15 years of service and are 50 years and above, your new reform, they are not entitled to it. And we are making this request of you to address this issue because they are our mothers or sisters or brothers or fathers who have given years of service to this country. Let me go back to a point made by the private sector representative. The private sector representative, in responding to the position adopted or proposed by the government to what we call stiff penalties for people who do not pay the taxes, he said these things are words that effect are draconian. It's draconian. He's up on this. Well, come on, I mean, if you don't pay your tax, what do you expect? Not only this. Under the current tax regime, the law also provides for the taxpayer to apply for an extension before the deadline. In this case, interest will not be charged. So before interest is charged, if you make an application for extension, there will be no interest. If taxpayers, especially businesses, do the right thing, then there will be no need for the imposition of penalties. As a matter of fact, what we should do, and what I'm doing, is to call on for the resources to be given to the IRD department to enforce those things to make sure that people comply, make sure that the businesses comply. 2 years ago, they were given what? Tax amnesty. And we are back here. In 2012 or 2013, thereabouts, 2010, there's another tax amnesty. So if we enforce the tax laws, it will do well for all of us.
Madam President,
well, I addressed the issue about our economy was not able to grow beyond 4% over the past few years, 3 or 4 years. And according to the governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, who I dare say, the ECCB Monetary Council, I expect all of them to possibly resign. Because if the governor is being singled out for the authorization or the spending of those monies that he cannot do on his own, I would expect collective responsibility. And those in the leadership of the region that is calling for his head should be calling for all the ministers of finance and everyone to take the same responsibility and work. I just thought I should plug that in there. Yes? Colleagues, our information is that the policy unit is currently challenged. Policy unit in the Ministry of Finance. Currently challenged. A number of people have left in terms of experience. They are new people. So it is impacting the work of the policy unit. Making this appeal for urgent attention to be placed there. We are also calling for a rebasing of the items of goods in the basket of goods. I think the last, there have been 20, probably 10 years or more ago, 13 years ago. So we're asking for the rebasing to be done. The information says that consumer price declined in 2024 from the previous high levels in 2023. I ask each one here, Madam President, I'm not sure I could ask you that, but I'll venture still, as we're all Grenadians. I'm waiting to hear if anyone here can tell me that the monies that they were going to the supermarket with last year, if they go the same amount this year, if they could get the same amount of goods that they got last year. This is saying that we have a decline. Ask each and every one of my colleagues on the other side to ponder on this, because we all go to the supermarket. The unemployment rate, low. As I said, I'm seeing a number of people around. The scientists and them behind the professionals in terms of issues surrounding unemployment says that unemployment could also be impacted by not just a mismatch sometimes, although it is defined as to define some instances as whether or not you're actively looking for work. Sometimes you can reach a stage where you're no longer actively looking for work because you have lost confidence in the system. In other words, you have made so many attempts to get a job, or even the job that you get sometimes can't make ends meet, that you just give up. So these things are important as policymakers for us to review to see how best we can help address those issues. And therefore, interventions on the blocks, discussions on the blocks will be important in terms of the community discussions. The Ministry of Social Services, Sister Minister, would be important in addressing this issue, because I know you care about ordinary people, right? I'm not making a case for you to be the one in that place. You always saw that out, right? Yes, but I'm saying I know you care about people. We just read the tea leaves, you know what I mean? On that grant, that's table 1 of the budget, total grants, because the grants received in 2024 was 2.1 million. I see we are now projecting, what, 13.3 million in terms of budgetary support. So we would like to know where this will come from. Now, although the sources of finance have been identified to address the deficit, a major concern that we have is that when you keep dipping into the reserves, when that is depleted, what will happen in the case of if we have some external shock? It is Labour's plea that we do not do anything to bring us back into going into structural adjustment programs. Because every time we are the ones who have to carry these challenges, these sacrifices. We see the suspension in the FRA until 2027. Till 2027. Beryl has been the stand-up figure for this. When I think it is about 16-point-something% of the GDP that was impacted. Grenada was not put on hold. Grenada was functional. And if Beryl calls us to suspend all the rules until 2027, we have to start wondering, what is the history behind that? What is the history behind that? And it's anybody's guess as to what may be a major factor coming up. So even if these things have been done, it is understandable that if things are tight with you, then you're going to your reserves. That's understandable. But we are asking for caution and prudence, and not to be just dipping and spending, because it is there. I think we could all agree. The other side could also agree. This side of the aisle could agree that it is because of the FRA that brought certain restrictions on the lavish spending of governments, including the past one that used to be spending all over the place. My partner Coxon, right? Senator. And he knows that. The FRA came in to put certain measures in place. That assisted us to be able to dip, and this administration was able to find, that's why he met probably a pregnant treasury. Right? But remember, in all pregnancy, there will be birth. Yes, some takes longer, some come before. And sometimes, all depends on how you beat up yourself. It might come faster than. So we just strengthen this as a caution. Because we are prepared to make sacrifices, but it just becomes overbearing. Because when you pass a deficit budget, it creates doubt for investors, the international community. Um, 6.2, accelerating our transformative agenda. To be quite frank with you, colleagues, you're looking at the budget, I've not seen anything to be wowed about. I see it as a maintenance, maintenance, but in terms of, as you speak about accelerating, that's 6.2 of the transformative agenda. And Madam President, I heard you keep asking the question over and over. I'll venture to answer it. I have not found the budget to be in line with what one would call transformative, in order to be able to take us on a leap up. It is maintaining the status quo, right, in the challenges, right? So I've not been able to see, yes, it has moved to 1.something, billion? 1.9. 15 years ago, it was what, about 700 and, it didn't reach $1 billion. It didn't reach $1 billion. So it took about 15 years to get there. Right? I think it's about 2009 thereabouts. So I have not seen it. I've looked at it, gone through the different issues. Increased access to education. As we increase the access, my brother and friend, Senator Andrew, it is also important to increase the quality. Yes, the quality output. And I know you have identified that. But permit me, through you, Madam President, my minister ought to have a series of experience. Where you see Chief Education Officer under the past administration, so you have been there, done that. So in other words, you ought to be able to, and I'm calling this out so that you will go back into the memories, right? To see that those challenges that you had at that time or your ministry had, and see if we can tweak it if it was not implemented, to see what can be done. So you have an advantage. And I expect to see you continue to do those work. Already expanding and diversifying of our economic base. I see it is very informal, but we want to encourage the formalization of that sector so in order to reduce the size of the informal sector. Colleagues, very quickly, I must address, if we go on to the estimates. What I address here were items identified directly from the budget statement. If we go to the estimates, table 12, page 50, list of vacancies for 2025. I see on page 70 a total of 1,609 total vacancies. We would like to know, and probably the leader of government business, and that could help us make a better pronouncement on the budget, whether or not it's the intention to fill all these positions in 2025. That's on the list of vacancies 2025, a total of 609 total vacancies. But what is interesting is that under the Ministry of Health, on the list of vacancies, I remember we have not regularized or made permanent any heightened nurses and medical people. We have seen that a total of 241 list of vacancies. 241. Under RN, registered nurses, I'm seeing 24, so I'm just calling the figures so colleagues, nurses assistant, 30, district medical officers, 18, junior pharmacists, 11, staff nurse, 13, mental health, 64. Under the Ministry of Agriculture, Senator Sinclair, I'm seeing that there are 130 vacancies for 2025. Ministry of Education, 168, Minister. Ministry of Finance, 153. And under police, 193. So that's why we're asking if all of these are intended to be filled. Because see, the document didn't give us those sort of information. And I know you keep asking the question, but don't hold us here. Let me rephrase that. Because the colleagues on the other side, the ministers, my understanding, I expected to develop on, after the minister makes his or her presentation, to say what will be done. I mean, the last person before me, and that's why I see the tongue of St. George is a real campaign speech, you know, right? You know what I mean? Well, understand that, you know, I'm saying. So we can't, it's difficult for us. Remember, we are not in the bowels of the administration. We don't have the first-hand data. So when they do not spend the time, I'm not telling them what to do. That's entirely up to them. But as the president of the Senate, you keep asking that question. Keep asking that question. I can't help much. I could respond to that information which I know. So I've made an overall impression of the budget. But in terms of what we call detailed information, it is lacking. So that's why we're asking this. Under the General Hospital, if we all agree, and we must agree, that health must be a priority. In our view, it should be one, but the minister said, okay, it is education, right? If you get sick while you're studying, understand the context. Under key priorities, that is vote 50, page 868, so I'm making it easy for colleagues. Key priorities and strategies. It is totally blank. So it is no wonder why health is in the state that it is. Probably 2 years, I think it was about 2 years ago, when sitting close to where the AG sits right now, I wouldn't say the dismissed minister, can't say that. When he lamented the fact, as Minister of Health, of the challenges, and I say, well, you shouldn't be there. And I'm saying right now, we are here. We are here. And there's absolutely nothing under the key priorities and strategies for 2025. It's totally blank. How could I come and make a pronouncement on the intention? I would have to conclude, well, no one seems to care. This is not me. Go to page. I'm making it easy for the listening public and for all my colleagues here, who I know will share my view. I don't sit in cabinet, but I want to be able to make some pronouncement and give some advice in this house. I can't. Totally blank. As a matter of fact, no achievement was listed in 2024, and probably that's true. This is not me. In that document, that has some issues with lining up. So I took a straight edge, and I tried to line up. I said, because they say in the beginning they had some issues with the format. And zilch, zero, nada. How could I make a pronouncement? We are here in 2025. What do I know it is necessary to increase or decrease the amount allocated for health and the others when there is no report from this in terms of to make a comparison? We need to do better than that. We are really concerned with the quality outlook for the information provided for this debate. On the pension and gratuities, in 2023, I think it was 2023, 2024, there was a breakdown as to what is the 1958, what you call this, separate from NIS, etc. Everything is lumped right now. Everything is lumped right now under the 2025. On the Appendix 1, I want to applaud the ministry, as I said, for looking to increase, Ministry of Labor, for looking to increase the manpower. Yes, I wish to do that, and I know the Labor Commissioner has been clamoring for that.
People
Yes.
power, people power.
Huh?
People power, not just manpower.
Sorry, yes, I stand corrected by that. No, I stand people power. Or I will go further to now say woman power, because the Labor Commissioner is a woman, so I can safely say that because I'm speaking directly of her, but I'll be guided by you by saying people power. Oh, okay. They were looking to increase from 15 to 24 by 9 established positions, so that's commendable once it is, although these positions will not be entitled to the 1958 pension. Yes? Some maybe. But then that's what we are saying. Why didn't we do the right thing first? By going through the process and determining all who qualifies to be under the established position before we came in with the 2024 reform. Because another headache that's going to end up in court. And we keep kicking it in. No, obviously, 500 people or more got the pension, and that must be applauded. And because we marched the street for that, we didn't get that because any government wanted to give it, you know. We got that because we marched the streets for years. And we had industrial dispute unrest for years. Yes? Yeah, well, I'm glad that this current administration got the heart. Because I tell you, Hamlin Armstrong won a case in 2011 that the then current party that was in office then did nothing about. And that is where the battle started. So I'm just saying, right? I'm just for historical purposes. No, you just go. No, but you speaking about 23 years ago. You see, you can't do that. You can't determine through you, Madam President, when it's feasible for you to talk about 23 years. I can't talk about 10 years. I heard my colleague, although I was not there, and my absence from the Senate had to do with an industrial matter, and I thought my colleague minister would have been in solidarity with me and been in the ministry with me, so I say both of us were missing the Senate. When I reached there, I recognized I had to bring out the document for her to sign. And poor me, down there, and the minister is up here. But anyway, I understand. Yeah. I know. I just read it, but I'm good at that. Because see, that's where I belong. What got me to this house here? It's not been here, you know. It's been on the street. I've been on the front line. So I would prefer to be absent from here while I'm doing the workers' work outside there. But I will be respectful and send a notification that I can't make it. So it's not about me, it's about us and service. I also found it interesting that with the pronouncement of one public service, yet still there are new positions created that is called unestablished positions in the budget. Yes, because you're moving from 119 to 136. That's on Appendix 1. The same thing. So I don't understand. I don't understand that. Now, let me go. How about, would I get the automatic? Well, it's not automatic. The standing order says that the president may give 15 minutes more. They said me at your discretion. If you tell me no, I will know how to chop and cut. If you tell me what it is, then I will know how to.
Thank you, Senator. According to your clock, you have
12 more minutes.
12 minutes left from what I can see. So what is your minimum additional required?
Well, all the asked are 20, but no, I know, I did that because I heard my colleague who was a trade unionist as a negotiator asking for 15.
There are not.
No, but no, to be honest with you, I can manage.
12 and 8
Huh?
will be 20 minutes. You want to try 20 in total?
Okay, so 10, thanks.
Thank
10.
you, sir.
10 beyond that, beyond the 12. Colleagues, I am
8
making a,
beyond the 12.
Thank you. I'm making, right, so 8 pass. I'm making a request. This is not about politicking. This is about human beings. The Chinese houses. It was given to us to give to people. Let me repeat. It was given to us to give to people. To give to people who can't afford. I heard one of my colleagues on this side were presenting. A comment was made on the other side, all has been sold. And to Grenadians, and that's okay. And whether in the diaspora or not, Grenadians. But if it is done at the expense of people looking for homes that they can't get, ordinary Grenadians, we can't support that. How our Chinese comrades would be feeling. And therefore, I'm saying if. Because as we speak in Carriacou, there are people who are still sleeping under tents and tarpaulin. And if there are places that they can get a more comfortable rest in these houses, if they are not occupied, then why not? Then why not? I'm harboring a guess. If it is people who are in dire need of housing, and all the houses have been sold, most of it would have been occupied. Prove me wrong, and I'm willing to back off. Our Cuban brothers and sisters, who in spite of the worst economic blockade and warfare against them, goes to all parts of the world to help people. The Chinese Communist Party that took the majority of people out of poverty gave us these houses. If we are guided by just selling and leaving out people by saying that they will get houses some other time, and the human factor didn't come into play for us, it's difficult to stomach this. No, if I am wrong, tell me I'm wrong. I've been asking that for the past year. I've been saying this. If the people who have received those houses, yes, if there are people who require houses and the fact that they couldn't get it is because they couldn't access a loan, but they qualify for it in terms of the living condition, I'm saying they ought to have been given first. I agree with the government to put systems in place to ensure that people are paid. Yes, to maintain their houses. But if it is the case that people who have not qualified for a loan but are in dire need of a good living condition, and who under the past procedures would have received those houses, it's difficult for us as representative of workers to accept that. And I do remember hearing in some places by this team, and I'm just saying that, not just being provocative, but just to respond to, apparently my colleagues on the other side may not have had some memories. I do remember hearing about 500 houses per parish, and then it was 500 for the year. Yes? No, 500 per parish was still on the campaign trail? What? Sorry, Madam Minister. No, you see, when they come across here, sorry, yeah. Okay, Madam, I'm going on. Madam, I'm going on. I want to applaud the administration for the approach of the first generation scholarship. I like the thought process. You know, it shows, and this is what I call wowing. I'm not seeing it in the budget, or I'm seeing the overall budget, but I'm saying issues like this issues like this, when you will take a policy position and try to put it in practice, whereby you're identifying the homes, right, that no one has ever graduated from a university, and you're making this as a policy and a practical approach, you must be applauded for that. Because there is no doubt that we do look up to our elder brothers and sisters from the households. And many times you can see it. And that's the impact that SGU had and continue to have on the South. I have been speaking to another of my colleagues from Jamaica, and they spoke about how the location where the UE campus is, and how years before that, the level of poverty and illiteracy, etc., that were in that area, and the positive impact that the university, the atmosphere, have had on the immediate community, and this must be applauded. So any household that someone can look up, a niece, a nephew, a brother, and say, look, wow, he went to university, right? I want to do that too. That could only be good for us, and therefore that must be applauded. Yes? Right. On the question of productivity, that the employer class tends to want to beat up on us, workers many times. There's a management issue that is confronting the workplaces. If you have good management, you'll put systems in place that you can monitor work, you'll give work, you will coach, you'll emulate, you'll have training. Yesterday, I attended the funeral service of a dear Grenadian veteran, Comrade Selwyn Coutain, former employee of telephone company Grentel Cable and Wireless. It was a very good outpouring from those of us who worked in this company. The day before that, we buried another veteran, Drew Adams, from out of St. David. Our Grenadian soldiers are diners, everybody else, but they are veterans, and that's why they stand out. And therefore, we look forward to, it's all part of the workers' issue, the monument, official monument for the Grenadian soldiers. Why have I reached there? You know, we were reminiscing yesterday, and the issue of customer service came up. We said, wow, it is such a far cry from the days when we were in the company. And one of the differences, major differences, is that in those days, the company and companies in Grenada invested in training. So you went through different levels of customer services training. I mean, the basic human being, responsible, respectable human being, would have the basic foundation, yes, that you build upon. But the aspect of how do you deal with pressure, how do you deal with irate customers, etc., requires training many times. And therefore, if the companies do not invest in this, you'll have a difficulty. So when they speak about lack of productivity and low productivity, transportation comes into play. When you drive along that road from the north of the island, the eastern corridor, the western side of the island, workers can't get to work on time. And I applaud the government effort to try to address the issue with school children, because Labour has been clamoring for that for years. So the pilot project to address school children is commendable. But we have the view that something can be done faster and ought to have already been done to address the issue of national transportation. We call on the business community, especially those in the hotel sector. Tourism, I'll tell you, is not everybody's business. Tourism is the business of those who own the hotels in the south. Most of the workers are paid the minimum wage. They have to work at home to go home. How much would it take from the hoteliers? And those, especially in the south, and other parts of the island where, especially our women folk, and I'm going to make a distinction, because our society is not yet advanced to that level of where, they'll quickly attack a woman on the road. That's a fact, in terms of vulnerability, in terms of safety. So permit me, Madam President, to generalize it. How does a hotelier, who is recognized right throughout the world as having one of the best hotels in the world, be it 5-star, 6-star, and probably 6-point-something star, 7 stars? Yes? How do they sleep at night? How do they feel accepted and awarded for the provision of service that is done by the very said workers, where the vast majority are women? But you don't care about the safety to reach home? I can't say it any other way. And while the government takes its merry time, and I'm saying merry time, because it's urgent enough to qualify it so, to address national transport, even if to run at a particular time from 7 in the night, even if. And even if it takes to work out with the private bus owners an arrangement, I know as a matter of fact that our bus association that were prepared, and Senator Cox would remember that. I chastised them when they did not have the bus association and others on the transport board. It was a disservice. Real chastised, and I'm therefore calling on the current administration to engage. If you do not want to bring in a bus, like what we call PTS, whatever it is, and them coaster buses, give some incentive to have whatever format that ply the main routes, and at the same time, call out the hoteliers and the others in the south, because the development of the island has been skewed heavily to the south. Yes, skewed heavily to the south. And therefore, the south is overweighted. So our people have to leave the northern part of the island and make it down here. And then because transportation is so expensive, the average worker pays 30-something% of their salary towards transport. We speak about food, clothing, yet. And then they have to bunk out in some places and makes them vulnerable. So this is a human cry. Colleagues, I'm looking forward for that transformation. I'm looking forward to that transformation. And it could be done. It could be done, and it ought to be done. Unions have been discussing with some workplaces in which we have been making some progress, the provision of transport. There are 1 or 2 small incremental progress. But if these companies want concessions, and when they come in, when these hoteliers and other business places come into the country, the CBI fund, or IMA, is IMA now, right? Why can't we put aside a percentage of this money to throw it into transportation so that we can address the issue of productivity? What the streets are lined with school children also. I know there's a pilot project, but the others are still going to school age because they go with their parents. If we seriously want to address the issue of productivity, it starts with moving from one place to the other. It's a logistical issue. Yes, there'll always be challenges at the workplace. That's why you have structures, you have managers, you have supervisors, because it is accepted that all of us, if the president don't pull up on us inside here from time to time, we'll talk across the aisle. Right? And we won't speak when we have to speak. Because it is understood, no, it's a human factor. So at the workplace, you have supervisors who ought to be part of the overall objective of the company after discussing with workers, and you have plans, you have targets, you identify the resources, the tools needed, and you get buy-in. Madam President, we have worked in workplaces, not just myself alone, that had that down to a T. It enhances your discipline. You look forward to going to work because you know what the achievement is, what the objectives are. And therefore, you can sit with your supervisor and say, some say chief, some say boss, some say, I don't say boss, but just, it's not me I'm speaking about. Look, you know, I can't do X or Y because I don't have the tools. Or can't do X or Y, I don't have the training. And the appraisal is done quarterly, where you identify weaknesses and challenges, and then there is a plan. Just as how there is a plan for maintaining vehicles, If you don't, these companies send their vehicles in to be serviced at a scheduled time. So why can't we have the retooling of our workers from time to time? And let us make preparation to be able to help retool and retrain our workers, because that will improve and increase our productivity. It will increase our GDP. And we have a direct and a bias and a selfish interest. Labor has that interest, selfish, if we must say, for the increase in productivity and increase in our gross domestic product. But we're calling for the even distribution, the fair distribution of the wealth. Because I can tell you, the world is not worse off today because there is less to go around. There's more to go around. The Elon Musk and them of this world are 10 times or so richer than they were before the crisis. A number of companies in Grenada have made much more. Look at the statements from the banks. Look at them. One of the banks that had the workers on the outside for weeks, Madam Minister, that you had to deal with. And if we force them to arbitration and they don't agree, they could tie it up. Take that from me, because we have walked that road. What broke them was when they challenged a worker and they said, look, we will not pay you for the days you're out. And the workers came out with more gusto and they said, you can take our pay because there's a bigger fight we are fighting. Cause and effect. Cause and effect. So what we are calling for, 3 more minutes, I will be done. What we are calling for is for that approach, and that's the role of labor. Eh? The role of labor, historically, which we need to continue doing, is to help create those balances to have an even playing field. I look forward to the continued work. I know we are almost 4 months. Whatever can be used from the budget to make life better for our people. Let us continue to target the people who are more vulnerable. And here again, Madam President, through you, I'm making an appeal to Minister of Social Services to please, the promises that were made, and I clapped, I was in the back here, I clapped when it was said that whatever the past administration had put on the 150, and I'll keep speaking about it, right? That came up to about $1,800 a year. Please pay it back to these people. The Carriacou 5, we say there's no victimization, so we identify that some bureaucrat is not paying the Prime Minister his constituency allowance, right? And you have to go to court and you can't fire anybody, right? But the ordinary 5 sisters from Carriacou, I can't come up with any other word than victimization. I can't, as much as I may try. Because the letter that was written to them quoted the public service rules. And under the public service rules, you must be given a hearing. And I can tell you, and I know as a fact, that after they recognized the blunder that they made, it wasn't a blunder, but based on the objective, they had to change. All of the letters that they wrote were changed. And the workers of faith who worked, I'll keep clamoring for them. Go after faith. Whether Miss Faith was here or not, or is here, I don't know. Well, yes? Go after the faith company and the owners of faith. But ordinary workers. Because the majority of things that you have done through you, Madam Minister, are things that we fought for. Demonstrate to the ordinary working class man and woman, an ordinary villager, that it is not about big ticket items only, but you'll show that you have a heart. And therefore I make this plea as my 8th minute arrive. To thank you, Madam President, and wish everyone all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Andre Lewis. Your customary clarity and passion has come through. I think this brings us to the last member of the Senate to debate the bill, the motion. And I offer the floor to the Leader of Government Business in the Senate, Senator Adrian Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And Madam President, I really empathize with my fellow senators who have really and truly stood up to the test of time for these 2 long days. And I really want to congratulate all those who have remained for the entire debate. They have shown resilience and a commitment to really and truly being part and parcel of this process of building this beautiful country. And I want to applaud them sincerely. Madam President, I am sure, because every time I come to this house, I am being reminded over and over again that this administration must be doing this administration must be doing that. Well, we take all those advice on board. But I want to warn this house, and I want to warn the general public, that we can only do it bit by bit with all hands on deck. Nobody in this country, and if you're brave enough, stand up and say that this administration is an idle administration. We are not idle. From the time we took office in 2022, we have been working consistently in the interests of the Grenadian people, both at home and abroad. But, Madam President, before I go into my response and my rebuttal, I want to say up front how grateful I am for this opportunity. And I want to again thank the Ministry of Tourism, the Creative Economy and Culture, the GTA, Greater Tourism Authority, and all stakeholders of this very important industry. Madam President, I want to single out 2 of my advisors, Mr. Orlando Romain and Mrs. Nalin Joseph. They have been fantastic for the past year, and I expect to get a lot from them in the coming year. Madam President, I want to thank the senators for the contribution on both sides of the House. We have been taking notes. We really and truly are grateful for your contribution, and will make maximum use of it. To you, Madam President, the clerk, and your staff, thank you very much. But, Madam President, I will try my best not to be that long. But I do not want it to go unnoticed. Because, Madam President, the little scenario that we had in regards to the objection of Senator Civil Francis, I really want to congratulate you for being so professional and calling us into your chamber to discuss this very important matter. I really want it to go on record. But, Madam President, I made an observation, and I really don't want us to take it personal. I observe a very half-hearted withdrawal of what was said and what Senator Francis objected to. I am frightened because I do not want at any point in time that any action and inaction appears as though we senators are violating the orders of this House. So I want to warn my colleagues that we have to be man enough. And when we use language that is not appropriate for this House, we must say sorry, Madam President, and show respect to the President at all costs. That is only how we will grow. And we have to be man enough and say, yes, I'm sorry. Mankind. I always learn from you, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Madam President, going forward, I hope we really and truly take my good advice. Madam President, there was a big subject in this House here, and also in the other place when the budget debate was going on. The issue of cutting and slashing, and always on the opposition side. And when I say the opposition side, the other side. I look at my senator from agriculture for the farmers and labor, but you're on the other side, not on government side. And Madam President, we still conveniently select line items in budgets and talk about cutting in that particular area and cutting in this particular area. So we look at police uniform, and if we budgeted $300,000 last year and we budget $150 this year, that's an issue. But Madam President, the real truth of the matter comes when we look at the budgetary allocation overall of last year. We realize we have a budget of $1.7 billion. We're cutting and we're slashing. And we look at the budget figures for 2025, we'll realize that there is a budgetary allocation of $1.9 billion. Where is the cutting and the slashing? Madam President, we have to be fair and truthful. And don't say things that conveniently. Madam, there is nothing wrong. We cannot continue going up the ladder for every single item year after year. There comes a time when less could be more. Based on circumstances. We may have to shift resources. One of the fisher folk may identify a pool of tuna close to our shore. Big money in Europe for us. We may have to immediately reallocate resources to the fishing folk and send them after the tuna so we could export more and on more foreign exchange. And that is the dynamics of a government that is astute and ready to make the necessary adjustment in the interests of the Grenadian people. So we're not afraid to change things around. Line items, Madam President, in any budget will change from time to time, and we are not afraid to change things. Madam President, our dream of bringing a hospital into Grenada going to take a lot of resources, and there will be more cutting and slashing in other areas to facilitate that dream. We will not starve our Grenadian people. We will not starve them. We will not deprive them of a livelihood. But at the end of the day, for the overall good, we will do what is necessary in moving this country forward, Madam President. Madam President, some people are very frightened in terms of getting out of the box. We're not afraid of that. When we talk about free lunches and free tuition and scholarships and total scholarships across the board, this is getting out of the box. We are not remaining in the box. And every time schools start to reopen, we handpick people and say, look at envelope, a $50, $100, $200, buy something to go back to school. We have been doing that for decades and it's not working. The real impact, Madam President, will be seen in the free lunches, the free tuition, the free scholarships, one university graduate per home, first generation. That is how our society will grow and develop. This piecemeal, transactional behavior will not, and has proven time and time again, it may satisfy the people who want votes, but it will not bring the country where we ought to be. So we will think outside the box, Madam President. Some people believe that if we take on monumental projects, the people are going to starve. And there's a saying, if you're waiting on the pasture to grow and the grass to grow, the horse will starve. No. We know how to grow. We know how to sectionize what we have. And while we grow in the grass on the side there, the horse will be maintained. The horse will be maintained. It will be useless not putting a structure in place to maintain and develop the growth of the animal while we're growing grass. What are you growing grass for? Are somebody stupid? We're not. So, Madam President, we will go ahead with Project Polaris. We will work and we will make it work. And at the same time, 100% attention will be paid to the healthcare in the community of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Matic. Make no bones about that. Madam President, We are not afraid to send our citizens across the globe to study. We are not afraid to invest heavily. We are not afraid to take over $700,000 and send one individual to SGU to learn medical medicine. To learn medicine, Madam President. We will not do that. We're not afraid to do that. We will invest in them. Even though we run the risk, and some people are frightened, because they run the risk that when you educate the people start to see for themselves. They start to analyze for themselves. They can make independent decisions, and they are frightened that when you are educated, you become a little liberated, and you can make independent decisions. We are not afraid of the independent decision, because our performance in this administration, Madam President, is in the interest of the Grenadian people, and an educated man can see the right and know exactly what to do when the election comes. We're not afraid of that. We're not afraid, Madam President, to deal with Project 500. And as I look in our party manifesto, it's online, and I read, an NDC-led government will partner with the private sector to launch our first-time home owner program. Our goal is to construct 500 Grenada-style homes for sale to low and middle-income wage earners and our youth. What's wrong with that? Housing is a serious problem. And it's not a problem that we construct. It's a problem that has been there for decades. And people are afraid to tackle it because they do not want to move out of the box. Within the box, what has been going on, Madam President? 2 windows, 2 doors, a couple sheets of ply, a couple sheets of galvanized. And every time the election comes, they speed up that process. Some people who are in need, Madam President, they have a lot of these materials still under the house because they cannot find the labor. The difference is, we are not giving no 2 windows and 2 doors and 2 sheets of ply and 2 sheets of galvanized. Madam President, circumstance may dictate that. If the person needs a door or a window, and if that's going to give them a complete, well-deserved, reasonable dwelling space, no problem with that. But we, this administration, Madam President, we are not frightened to build a complete home for an individual and give them a decent toilet and move them away from pit latrine. We're going to take the bull by its horn and make sure whatever housing assistance we give an individual turns out to be a perfect home that they can afford. And that is what we mean when we say we're moving out of the box. Madam President, the Chinese houses, we must acknowledge and we must be truthful. I heard the Senator Andrew Lewis made the point. But we must be honest with ourselves. Yes, we are grateful for the houses from the Chinese. But Madam President, when we got the houses, it was a shell. And we believe that our people deserve much more than that. We took the resources of our country and we give them a decent, we retrofit the facilities, kitchen, closets, toilets, properly partitioned. What's wrong with that? Our people deserve better. They deserve to have, just like us, what we enjoy, they deserve to enjoy too. And therefore, we make no apology for improving and building on what the Chinese gave us so that our Grenada citizens can have a decent home. Madam President, we are not afraid to empower our people. We are not frightened of them being in a position of making independent decisions. Madam President, we will move forward without anybody getting left. Madam President, on the issue of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, first of all, I want to start off by informing this House that the matter of the 5 that was raised by Senator Andrew Lewis has been resolved once and for all. And I want to hear and this is about the third time I've heard it in this parliament, this house, Madam President. But Madam President, if I was not in Carriacou for Carnival, I would have really and truly believed the story that I heard from Senator Cox. Because he's my very good friend, and I really enjoy being in the house with Senator Cox. Genuinely. Whenever I meet him outside of Parliament, we do have a good time. But Madam President, sometimes you have to put politics aside. And Senator Cox will definitely be remembered for his love, for his country, for his island. He will be remembered for seeking the interests of the citizens of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. But Madam President, to make the statement that houses are under toppled in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and to ignore the point that houses have been covered, I want to remind this honorable house that there are still government buildings without even toppling the grader from Ivan. There are government buildings that has not even been looked at. Madam President, my experience is 2 days after Hurricane Beryl, when I went to Carriacou, and we braced the harbor. I'm not ashamed to say, tears filled my eyes. And when I approached the MP, before he could have stretched his hand and I could have stretched mine, I saw a big man cry. And I didn't meet him in his home. He was on the ground. As a matter of fact, the night hurricane came, he did not take him in his house. He took him in the shelter with the people. And therefore, I want us, despite what one may think of an individual, the role that MP Tevin Andrew played during that very difficult moment cannot go unnoticed, Madam President. And to come here and don't even mention and give credit to the MP and the government for really taking charge of Hurricane Beryl long before and long after the hurricane came to Grenada. We saw the Commander-in-Chief taking charge. And therefore, Madam President, I want to commend, let it go place on record, the role that MP Tevin Andrew played in bringing hope to the people in those difficult moments, Madam President. Madam President, sometimes we need to take things in context. And if you don't put it in context, sometimes it could be very misleading. And context is key. Madam President, going back to my visit to Carriacou for Carnival, I didn't hear anything mentioned about Carriacou Carnival. I mean, personally, if I had to advise Carriacou for Carnival 2025, I'd say, simmer down. But the good folks said, no, we're going to have our Carnival. It was not at the level they would have liked it. But, Madam President, the people wanted to let go. And that is what happened on Juve morning. The crowd was a massive crowd, Madam President. People came out, they enjoyed themselves. And I will tell you, based on circumstances, it was a good carnival for 2025 in Carriacou. And I think we must not trivialize that. Madam President, the situation in Carriacou in regards to Paradise Beach, one of the world, first-class beaches in the Caribbean. From where it was after burial to where it is now, chalk and cheese. A job well done by all the volunteers who left Grenada and went up to Carriacou, and the people in Carriacou. They came together and they make sure that was properly done. Madam President, the cleanup campaign in Carriacou has been tremendous. I don't know how many people went up there a couple of days after burial and who went up recently. People are happy to see what is going on in Carriacou. This administration, this government, together with the parliamentary representative, we have done a fantastic job in restoring cleanliness in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. We may not have built all the homes, but it's going to take time. We cannot ignore the fact that after a couple of months, all the schools were up and running, Madam President, and the Minister of Education is right here. Business places are up and running. Guest houses and hotels are up and running. There is life in Carriacou, Madam President. And we must not use the opportunity to let the public imagine or contemplate that we are not, as a government, we are not doing anything to advance Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Madam President, I heard my good friend, Senator Dwight Hafford. Madam President, I want to advise that we have some serious dialogue with the people that just step in and step out, hear them, listen to themselves, and then go. We have to address that. This is a serious institution. And as a matter of fact, it's not free anymore. We've been paid people, we pay people to come here. I sit down here I reach here before 9 in the morning. Last Monday, I got here 45 minutes before. And I last left. I did the same thing today. Because I believe the state is taking care of us to do their work, and we must do it efficiently and effectively. And as I listen to him analyze his budget, this budget, well, I say his budget because really and truly, the analysis that was given, I don't know where it came from. I want to place on record, with due respect to everybody, despite how we may think of the World Bank and the IMF, we have been dealing with them, and I believe they are much more authoritative figure on this subject matter than anybody else for this situation. I believe. And therefore, I will quote from them. I will quote from them first before I quote from anybody else. And according to the World Bank, in 2024, the GDP grew by 3.7%. It is anticipated in 2025, it will grow by 4.1%. That is the figures I will run with. And I think if that happens, based on circumstances, we are doing damn well. I withdraw, Madam President. I withdraw. Thank you very much, Madam President. And I will follow, please guide me accordingly so I will not go wrong. Madam President, we are doing well. Madam President, I remember there was some talk about making Grenada ungovernable. Well, you could only make Grenada ungovernable if you're always in the driver's seat. If anybody have the idea that when they live in, they're going to do whatever they think they're going to make it ungovernable, they are making a fundamental mistake. Because this administration, Madam President, will govern with new ideas. So if anybody believes that we have to depend on what they left behind to survive and get oxygen, they're making a fundamental mistake. Because in 2022, the National Democratic Congress listened to the cry of the people. And you know what they said to us? They want new faces. They want young blood. They want new ideas. They want innovation. We listen. and we transform our party. So don't ever believe that we're going to meet the same old mechanism inside there and don't change it. We're going to change it, Madam President. We are not only a new government, we have new ideas, new initiatives, new programs, and most of all, we have new and genuine friends throughout the world. I repeat, we have new and genuine friends throughout the world, Madam President. No conmen and coming here and bamboozle us. No, Madam President. And hence the reason why we are talking about Project 500, and some people don't like to hear that. Hence the reason why we can talk about pension and gratuity. If anybody wants to make it ungovernable for you not to pay that, we find ways and means of finding $75 million and put it in the hands of public servants. Madam President, we find ways of means of establishing the contributory pension. It is here, and the workers accept it. Despite what people may have said about it, we are moving on. We are moving forward. And hence the reason why, Madam President, we're going to talk about Project Polaris. We're not afraid. Hence the reason why we're going to talk about the national health insurance, and we're going to bring it. Hence the reason why, Madam President, we have an incentive package for the medical professionals. Ungovernable. And we're doing all these things. Well, they can't tie us down. And they can't hold us. Hence the reason why, Madam President, the upgrading of the police officers will take place. They could say what they want. We're going to see a brand new police headquarters on the Carriacou, Madam President. We're going to increase scholarships and education programs. Our pilot school bus project is on stream. Free tuition for Tom Sisi and Yulo. Free school lunches. And I can go on and on, Madam President, but I know time is against us. And all systems, whatever infrastructure that were deliberately installed to fail the incoming administration has failed, and it will fail, Madam President. This administration is moving forward with assistance locally, regionally, and internationally. Madam President, in concluding, let me say, as we bring this 2025 budget debate to a close, on behalf of the government, I stand before this honorable House with a deep sense of responsibility, optimism, and unwavering commitment to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Madam President, this budget is not just about numbers and allocations. It is about the lives we are improving, the opportunities we are creating, and the future we are building together. Madam President, we have done very well as a government, and I feel confident to take the liberty in saying that we have successfully persuaded and convinced others that we are on the right track. Our economic policies and programs, Madam President, are indeed transforming our beautiful country. What is happening in Grenada today is attracting regional and international attention. I say what is happening in Grenada today, Madam President, is attracting regional and international attention. Madam President, the people living in Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and our brothers and sisters in the diaspora are quite satisfied and understanding. They are quite satisfied and understanding. And I'm using those words because you know why? I grew up in a community where your plate was full today and half full the day before. And sometimes empty. I never got angry at my parents because I understand when you have and when you don't have. And the ordinary Grenadian, they are quite satisfied and understanding. They know we can do more and we have to do more, but they will work with us until we reach the level where all can prosper. That is where the direction we are going, Madam President. Madam President, many businesses in the business community are today enjoying reasonable turnovers despite external shocks and internal challenges. I listened to the senator from the business community yesterday. That's why I could make such a statement. Madam President, the agriculture and fishing sectors have been well taken care of, and the assistance continues to flow with a momentum and alacrity. Knock the table for that. Senator. The creative industry, Madam President, has finally emerged under the Dickelnet administration and is bubbling with a sense of purpose and with a distinct direction in terms of where we should go, Madam President. We have just brought this program in, and we are making high marks with it, Madam President. The hotelers and other stakeholders in the tourism industry are now enjoying once the glorious day prior to COVID-19. Madam President, the construction sector is now crying out for materials and labor. The sector is definitely moving at an alarming speed that the hardwares and labor market cannot keep up with. Am I speaking the truth? I'm not saying anything that will indicate otherwise. Madam President, if this is not progress with the Congress, then what is? May God bless the progress with the Congress. Our teachers and academic institutions are working in unison. The students are enjoying free lunches, the abolition of school fees, improved teaching environment, quite a lot of schools under construction, Madam President, at this point in time as I speak, and many of them will commence in a few months. Our teachers are more relaxed than any other time in their entire career. Salaries deduction was paid, pension and gratuity paid, and pension and gratuity is now guaranteed for all public servants through the contributory pension scheme, Madam President. Our medical professionals are working with the government to create an atmosphere that is second to none in the OECS and wider Caribbean. And while we are working on Project Polaris, our medical professionals are enjoying the incentive packages. Madam President, that is the direct. That I can go on and on again, Madam President. But Madam President, from our own analysis, we have convinced and persuaded the vast majority of Grenadians, especially supporters of the other political party in Grenada. Not through transaction, but by our works, and we shall be judged. The only small bunch of people that we have a difficulties in convincing, Madam President, is the hierarchy of the new National Party. But we'll get there. We'll get there at some point in time. Madam President, over the past year, we have navigated global and domestic challenges with resilience. Despite external economic uncertainties and climate vulnerabilities, Grenada remains steadfast in its pursuit of sustainable development, financial stability, and social progress. The foundation we have laid through strategic investments, prudent fiscal management, and inclusive policies will set the stage for a stronger and more prosperous nation. Madam President, our government remains committed to responsible fiscal management, ensuring that every dollar spent is an investment in our people. By maintaining a disciplined approach to public finances, we have strengthened our economic resilience, allowing us to expand critical social programs, invest in infrastructure, and support local businesses. Madam President, economic growth is not just an abstract goal. It is a necessity for creating jobs, increasing incomes, and improving livelihoods. There is a reason why, Madam President, this administration is not hesitating to give annual salary increases, because we have confidence that our economic policies encourage economic growth. Our focus on diversifying key sectors such as agriculture, tourism, the blue economy, renewable energy, and digital innovation will unlock our economic opportunities and strengthen our global competitiveness. Madam President, through public-private partnership and targeted investment, we will continue to foster an environment that supports entrepreneurship and attracts responsible investors who share our vision for sustainable development. We are not just seeking short-term gains. We are laying the foundation for a robust economy that benefits every citizen of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Madam President, beyond economic growth, we recognize that our greatest asset is our people. Our policies and programs are designed to uplift every Grenadian, ensuring that no one is left behind. This budget, Madam President, reflects our commitment to education, health care, social welfare, and community development. By strengthening our education system, expanding skills training, and promoting innovations, we are equipping our youth with the tools to strive in an ever-changing world. We are also prioritizing healthcare reform to improve access to quality and medical services, enhance hospital facilities, and provide greater support for our medical professionals. Madam President, our investment in affordable housing, public safety, and poverty reduction programs will further enhance the quality of life of all citizens. A society's true progress is measured not just by its economic indicators, but by the well-being of its people. Madam President, that is why we remain dedicated to policies that empower the vulnerable, protect the elderly, and create pathway for our Grenadians to achieve their full potential. Madam President, the success of this budget, and more importantly, the success of our nation, does not rest solely on the shoulders of the government. It requires the collective effort of every Grenadian, our business community, civil society, public servants, entrepreneurs, farmers, students, and very important, our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Let this budget, Madam President, serve as a call to action. Let us put aside differences and work together for the common good. Let us embrace the spirit of resilience and determination that has always defined us as a people. We are stronger when we work as one, when we lift each other up, and when we commit ourselves to the shared vision of a prosperous Grenada. In closing, Madam President, let us reaffirm our dedication to a nation where every citizen has the opportunity to strive, where innovation and creativity drive our progress, and where social and economic justice remain at the heart of our policies. Madam President, as we move forward in 2025 and beyond, let us do so with confidence, purpose, and unity. Together, we will build a Grenada that is more resilient, more dynamic, and more inclusive. A nation that not only withstands challenges, but emerges stronger from them. Madam President, may God bless our progress with the Congress. May we continue to rise as one people, one nation, one destiny, one future. It's a blessing. I thank you very much. May God bless you.
I thank you, Senator Adrian Thomas, for your closing statements on the debate, on the motion on the table. And now now that the debate has closed, I will entertain a motion. Yes, I have it. Thank you. Everybody's here. Right. Honorable Senators, the resolution for the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 1st January 2025 to 31st December 2025. Whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the State of Grenada for the year 2025 by means of an Appropriation Act, be it resolved that the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year, the 1st of January to the 31st of December 2025, be approved. All those in agreement say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, the motion is approved.
Item 15, bills.
Message from the House of Representatives to the President and other members of the Senate. Madam President and other members of the Senate, the House of Representatives at its sitting on Tuesday, 11th February 2025, concurred with the amendments made by the Senate at the sitting on Tuesday, 4th February 2025, to the bills for acts shortly entitled Water Resources Management and Regulation Bill 2025, National Water and Sewage Amendment Bill 2025, Public Utilities Regulatory Commission Amendment Bill, and Public Utilities Regulatory Commission Amendment Bill 2025.
Thank you, Clerk. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the Senate concurs and accepts those amendments.
I thank you. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg for the first reading of the bill for an act shortly entitled Appropriation Bill 2025.
The bill which seeks to make provisions for the appropriation of a sum not exceeding $1,912,872,014 Eastern Caribbean dollars to the service of the State of Grenada for the period January 1st to December 31st, 2025, shortly entitled Appropriation 2025 Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those in favor say aye. And all those of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Business?
Madam President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill and advise that I have the Speaker's certificate to proceed.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. There is a request for the floor. Senator Sinclair.
Yeah, Madam President, I wish to just make a few comments, please, on this, the schedule in particular before us. Notwithstanding the various presentations on the motion itself, I want, for the records, notwithstanding the issue of alacrity, which has different intensities, we want to make some special appeal in 3 specific areas regarding the table, the schedule, which I spoke on before, but I want to deal specifically with the numbers in the table. So, for example, we spoke of some direct support in the issue of animal feed, such that we could be able to make the price of our local poultry more affordable. In fact, as I spoke on the reports in the medium-term review and focus from the Ministry of Finance, that was an area that was specifically highlighted to reduce our whole cost of input, which is almost about $50 million for poultry. It's sad when we have a situation like that, and we seem to have our hands tied behind our back. I wouldn't say that we are sleeping, because we are fully aware and we are eating chicken. Chicken eating. If chicken wasn't eating, I would say we are sleeping. We are eating chicken. The question is, if we cannot address it legislatively, as my good friend, leader of government business say, we cannot afford for the grass to continue to grow. And sooner or later, I wouldn't say horses, but the people of this nation would be having a very expensive source of protein. Eventually, my good friend in labor will start crying because the cost of living will start rising and he will want more money for his workers. I believe that when I do the maths at $50 million, an intervention as a first start of $2.5 million to intervene to reduce the cost of our poultry. And this can reduce the finished product to our consumers by the commercial producers of poultry, not the backyard person with 2 chickens in a home, the commercial persons, through arrangements with our good friends in the private sector who knows how to manage things and establish connections and knowing when things are going to happen and when the market is going to be. And also with our good friends in the tourism sector, which should know, well, we don't need to import eggs and all of those things because we can get it affordable. I think that we can be able to measure this at the end of the day and see how that $2.5 million specific for feed intervention can help us. So this is something I want us to look at to increase the agriculture budget. I know my good friend and the leader of government business say we can swing money around. My good friend, Minister for Education, said the budget is a guide. And so if it's a guide, and if we can swing things around, I know that there is opportunities, as you say, Madam President, for partnership and finding some solution to this burning matter. Something could be done. I don't think we will come back here next year and see a similar report from the Ministry of Finance on that. The other area also in agriculture. And it doesn't matter if we put it on agriculture, whether we put it on infrastructure. The issue of the farm roads. I spoke specifically that we had $1 million in 2024 allocated, with spending only about $300 and something thousand. Of course, when I go and I look at the infrastructure budget, there was also somewhere in the region of $7 million for farm roads. And farm roads, Madam President, generally are unpaved dirt road for easy access to farms. It's not what they call feeder roads, which are secondary roads that make connections to main roads and so on. That's a different type of road. And so we believe that if we had 7 million and we spent 2 million, and we had 1 million and we spent 300 and something thousand, at least allocating $2 million and target. We had 500 houses, 1 scholarship per house for new persons having scholarships. If we do at least 2 roads per constituency, out of this $2 million, farm roads, I think this is also a new target that can be transformational and give people hope in this country. I want to go further. So in that regard, we're speaking about $4.5 million increase, guide, reallocation to address some key factors in agriculture. 1, the feed for animal and protein. 2, for access to our farms such that we can able to ensure food security for this place. And the last intervention, Madam President, there are 2 more. The major next one has to do with the support for the export for fish and fresh produce. In fact, that was one of the targets in the budget of increasing fish exports. But I know that fish exports, a major challenge has to do with shipping, which is a big issue, airlift out of this country. Because our fish, the value of our fish, and the interesting thing, Madam President, 2 of our major fresh fish and soursop, they have to be fresh. Fresh soursop, we are the only country in the world that could ship fresh soursop to the US. Not frozen, not pulp, because you get competition. And in terms of fish, it has to be fresh, not frozen. And this is for education of the public. So the fresher you keep it, it arrives better and you get more value for your money. And so investing $2 million, and not that you're going to spend $2 million to buy a plane or something like that, but it used as some sort of support in the cases, for example, when we have high fish time or high soursop time, how can we support some charters or some other thing? Because while we boast about tourism and all the persons coming on the airlines, these airlines, 90% of them don't take freight. They take passenger load, and that is the priority. The cargo is secondary. And whilst, yes, we have a Amerijet, for example, sometimes when you need it, it's challenging, and so our farmers lose a lot of money. But the fisher folks, sometimes you see fish selling for very cheap. You say, how come it's cheap so? Because maybe a shipment didn't go. We may say, oh, well, let's do agro-processing. Agro-processing should not be a strategy for failure. It should be a strategy for growth. And so that's a different discussion to go agro-processing. It means that we can double our whole production if we want to do that. So I specifically look at this to assist the fisher and the soursop folks. $2 million, which can go either under agriculture, it can go under aviation, wherever it wants to be appropriated. We believe that that's another addition we can look at. And the last one, which shouldn't cost more than $500, and I couldn't find the notes of that question, the whole issue of the membership in the World Meteorological Organization. We seem to be slipping on this one because every day we speak about climate change and climate resilience and so on, and to improve the capacity of our international airport and that whole infrastructure in terms of air traffic control, because you know you need to understand the weather for air traffic control. We don't want planes to be crashing and bouncing one another because we don't know what the weather is, and all of those things fit in one. And so this is a special appeal that we should look at. And I know you may not need a lot of money for this to support membership in the World Meteorological Organization. So these are my four specific matters I want to share with the government side to not lose sight of in this deliberation. I thank you.
I thank you, Senator Sinclair. Any other inputs proposed, requested? Hearing none. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Appropriation 2025 Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Appropriation 2025 Bill 2025.
Thank you, Clerk. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled Budget and New Hospital Project Loan Authorization Bill 2025.
A bill which seeks to authorize the Minister of Finance to borrow specified amounts of money from various sources to finance the 2025 budget and to finance a new hospital project with teaching facilities shortly entitled 2025 Budget and New Hospital Project Loan Authorization Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all the stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages in this sitting. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill and advise that I have the Speaker's certificate to proceed.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Honorable Nolan Cox.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, it is customary for government to borrow for financing purposes for budget, and we are quite aware of such. While we recognize that this probably is one of the largest budget loan, I think, in recent time that we as a country have decided to subject ourselves to. I think just to reiterate our concerns in terms of the debt, in concerns in terms of the projection of and the direction of where the debt is going. While we are working together with our international partners, as I say, we as a country, to ensure that our debt to GDP ratio continues
to go down to a manageable amount. Madam President, it is clear that any time we engage in borrowing, we basically are exposing ourselves to a potential risk of moving that figure upwards. But I wanted to, Madam President, to kind of get some clarity, and I'm just assuming, and I'm not sure if the mover of the bill can bring some clarity to me. While we have the loan for the budget, we also have a separate loan for the hospital project. I'm assuming that $20 million would not be sufficient enough to complete the project. As such, we wanted to find out as to how this loan is going to be treated going forward. If it's going to be more is going to be added annually going forward. If every budget going forward, we expect to see more money being borrowed towards that hospital project. So I wanted some clarity on that, because I don't believe $20 million would be sufficient to complete this project, given the magnitude of what is being expected to be the final product for this project. So I just raised some concerns with that, because it seemed to be a continuous loan commitment. I know that there may be other sources of financing, so maybe the member can bring some information if he does have it and he can speak to it. Or maybe, Madam President, I make way at another time, because I don't believe that the conversation and discussions on this important project for the country will die in just 2 days deliberation. But the main concern that we have, Madam President, centers around the size of what we borrow. And I believe it warrants us to really pay some attention. And I see this on the backdrop that our growth, our economic growth, our GDP growth is not as significant as in line with our borrowing. Because the member did say, Madam President, that based on IMF feedback, we are expected to grow by 4.1% for 2025. However, Madam President, I mean, that is a small 0.4 percentage variance, because if you're moving from 3.7 in 2024 and to just 4.1 in 2025, which means that the variance is just less than a percentage growth, not even a 0.5 of a percentage. So it's a very small growth. So we have to be careful. We have to be careful, and I agree with my brother in terms of fiscal measures, being fiscally prudent, because as a country, we do not want to go back in a situation where we have to put ourselves through harsh measures for us to get our head out of the water. So I just caution the government in terms of borrowing, and maybe they can look to new and innovative ways to raise financing other than borrowing to meet and to help reduce some of this debt commitment that they are seeking to achieve. As I say, what is before here doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to borrow the whole amount, but they have included the whole amount in what is required. There's a possibility that it might be less, and maybe there's a possibility it might be more, Madam President. So I just caution us, and if some clarity can be brought as to probably why the separation of the two loans, and if the loan for the hospital, which I believe is going to be continuous, if he can give some information on that. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you for your intervention, Senator Cox. Senator Adrian Thomas. Before you, it's Senator Andre Lewis. I take it Senator Lewis is asking a question, so when Senator Thomas speaks, he will respond to both, I take it. So please go ahead. You go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Under this bill, if my memory serves me right, and I stand to be corrected, under the budget, the amount that was shown for the hospital, I think was 23 point something million dollars. Yes, and therefore help me understand why the loan under authority to raise, that's 221B of the bill before us. We're seeking to raise 405 million Eastern Caribbean dollars for the purpose of financing the new hospital project with teaching facilities. Yeah, in other words, 20 by 10 is 200, so 20 by 20 is about 400, right? So it therefore means that this is 20 times, roughly close to 20 times what we are seeing in the budget. The budget, in relation to, what's the page again? What I recall seeing in the budget, and if I'm wrong, I say you can correct me. For the hospital, under vote 50, yeah? 20 million? I think it's 23 point something million. 23 point something million, under the estimates. Page 851. Page 851, what my recollection is 23 point something million dollars for the new hospital, yes? But what you're asking here, the proposed for the loan is 405 million Eastern Caribbean. I'm not even addressing where in the bottom you have indicated where we don't really have any idea of terms and conditions, interest, because that could also be a factor for us. I really want to, again, appeal, Madam President, through you. I know Senator Cox raised it for that what I raised, but I want to repeat it again. We are always the ones carrying the sacrifices. Belt tightening. I've lived through a number of those. I've lived through 2014, 2016, into 2017. I have lived through the Honorable George Brizan era. Right? I know what it is. I know we are the ones. So we need assistance here. Because you're asking us to approve 405 million. But what I saw in the budget document roughly spoke about 23 point something million, unless I'm missing something. How does the two square?
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator St. Clair.
Madam President.
Oh, Senator.
Yes, if I may.
Joseph.
Indicate my support of the motion before the House for the passage of the loan authorization 2025 budget and new hospital project loan authorization bill. I think we might be missing the first part, budget and loan authorization. And to answer the question, you would see section 2, subsection 1A, speaks to the Minister of Finance being authorized to raise a loan in the amount of 405 million for the purpose of financing the new hospital project. And the second part is for the purpose of financing the budget, the 2025 budget. So it's the two figures, but for two specific purposes. And if you look at the schedule, We look at the schedule to the Act. It speaks to the type of borrowing, loans, bonds, promissory notes, or the financial instruments. Purpose, to finance the 2025 budget and the new teaching hospital facilities. If you compute the two, you will get the total indicated that is needed in the budget for capital expenditure. That's how I understand it. And then, of course, there's the schedule of the lenders. Sorry? That's what I've just done.
What's your question, Senator?
That's what I've just done. Yeah. Isn't the total 8? Yeah. So that's what I've just done.
Senator Andrew Lewis? Senator St. Clair?
So, Madam President,
hold a minute. Yes. Are you completed?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, Madam President.
You're finished? Thank you much. Senator St. Clair?
Thank you, Madam President. I think we one shot at this. Thank you, Madam President. My concerns and thought process, having gone through this request, is a normal request, as Senator Cox said. I want to build a house. I have $200,000. It's $1 million house, so I need $800,000 to finish building the house. And normally, most times we get this, well, and maybe I could be wrong, but from my short time, most of the authorization is basically to finance the budget, which is a figure that comes in without any specific breakdown, as this breakdown, significant breakdown. It might be 800,000, but in my case, because I want to build this house for $1 million, so maybe I need to do some plumbing, I need to put the roof, I need some yard work, and I could break it down to get this 800,000. In this specific case, the issue that is before us is that we are speaking of a total amount of $825 million, okay? And that's fine. Then we say, well, this is to break down in two components. So there is a justification, explanation to us saying, look, giving you more details. 405,000, that's my interpretation as I try to present my contribution. 405 million goes, of this 800 and something million go be for the hospital. So don't worry, Senator Lewis, and the others is to finance the budget. That's what it says. So I've been kind of scratching my head and going back to the whole issue of a budget is a guide, as whether or not all these monies to which would be in the government coffers, right? The budget of spending will be budget of, let me go down, of 420 million, because that is the one that say budget. So I would add this to the whole thing to make sure this $1.9 million balance out, and then we say I think 200 or something million would come out of the consolidated fund. That's what I interpret. Now, the question in my head is this $405 million, is this part of the budget, or is it part of the hospital? Because it didn't say budget. So I think this is the operative word, is the 405 million is for the hospital. But it's not for the budget, because the 420 million is for the budget. So I think it could be maybe a drafting issue. So it's the budget for the hospital, and then there is the budget for the regular budget, right? That is what I think, because you cannot have we can't approve something for a hospital, is to approve for the budget. So is it part of the budget? I think that is a nomenclature issue. Is a nomenclature issue. That is what, because I then ask the next question, Madam President, to all of this. This is one part of my query, and it's interesting that they raise it without even discussing. Maybe this side belongs to one type of language. You know, you have Spanish, French, English. The other part of it had to do with the whole issue when you go and look at the capital budget of the hospital, vote 50, which speaks about, and you could find it on page 851, speaks about $23,575,000. That is the capital budget for Project Polaris in 2025. Interesting to note, Madam President, for me, is that in 2026 and 2027, which is spoken about in the budget, is 0 and 0. However, interestingly, if you go down one line further in that same schedule, on the same page 851, this speaks about the upgrade of our general hospital. And there were numbers for 2025, 2026, and 2027. So I feel good that there will be continual work to at least keep the local hospital going while Project Polaris comes on. But 2025 is this 23 million something, 2026 nothing, 2027 nothing. But I know the hospital in no way, unless it's a paper design, is going to happen in 2025. The design, the authorization, all of those things, you know, getting material here would not happen in 2025. So I found it interesting that why no money was allocated, like other items in the budget, for the subsequent years. So for example, you may say, well, I'm getting 450 million loan. So I expect maybe in 2026, maybe it would go up because work may start. So it may go up to maybe 200 million. The other one maybe 300 million because you're working, you're building up things. And so the question arises for me, this $23 million, is it from the local funds and it has nothing to do with that loan that we want to get? So it's placed there still as a holding money? That is one thought. I don't know. And then if it's not, and it's coming out of the budget, of this loan that you will get, the question is then, in primary school, they say if you have 200 take away, it's 500 take away 2, then if we 3, then where are we putting this other, the remains? Are we going to spread it to the other years? And then the other years showing 0 and 0. And that is why yesterday I said some areas I think could be an error in how this new system is recording things, because if you have 405 million, and you use 23 million, and you remain with this 300 or something million, then how do you spread it in the end? And so I think the complications mentally is, where is this 405 million set up in the capital budget document? So does it mean that it wasn't included? And so we need to include it and increase the final budget to maybe $2 billion? And if this is what needs to happen, then the Ministry of Finance need to advise on that, because we could be agreeing to approve this 405 million. That is no way added up in the calculation. If you go back to that schedule, Madam President, that we just debated a while ago in the appropriation bill, the sums of all the totals are there. And whatever we are borrowing, supposed to be able to add in to all of these figures that are going to give us this 1.9 million. So for example, I made a special request for an additional $2.5 million for poultry, $2 million for farm roads, and $2 million to deal with Can't remember what it was. Oh, the ELIF, that's 6.5 million. So I asked, can we increase the overall budget to add this money? The question could ask to me, say, St. Clair, so where are we getting this money? From the consolidated fund or from a loan? And then we say, okay, we need to increase the loan amount by $6.5 million because we didn't cater for that. It's fine, but it must add back to give us the bottom line. So I think the proof for the pudding is the $405 million in the details that adding up to this 1.9 million. I don't know if you need to take a recess to work on the maths for that, Madam President, because this could be a malfeasance. I rest my case.
Any other contributions?
Thank you very much.
Wait a minute, please. Thank you. Senator Thomas, are you going to address the questions raised? Pardon? I didn't hear you.
I say I'm closing the debate.
Yes, it's your responsibility.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, sometimes I'm frightened that we confuse ourselves by overthinking and then ultimately we may confuse the public. And over speculating too much. Madam President, we're dealing with two different matters here. We spent 2 days in this House discussing 2025 budget. There is no way this hospital could be built by the 31st of December 2025. That's impractical. That can't happen. So I don't know why are we making these assumptions that the loans will all be in the 2025 budget. This bill, Madam President, is very clear. 2025 budget and new hospital project loan authorization. We have two sections, Section 1 and Section 2 here, Madam President. This is so clear. Madam President, on page 20 and page 17 in the budget speech delivered here in this House a couple of weeks ago, there is nothing indicating that the $23.6 million will be coming from this loan. And we specifically spell out that in the turning of the sun, groundbreaking on the Hopeville site, we are looking at the first half of 2026.
So let me ask you, the $405 million loan is not to be computed within the 2025 budget?
Madam President, I have not seen anything indicating that. In this, I'm not the best in English, pussy. I didn't born in England anyway. But the language here specifically states that we are dealing with a 2025 budget and the new hospital project loan authorization bill. It's a bill we are dealing with here, Madam President. So why are people worrying about whether all these monies will be chucked into the budget and added up to make 1.9 billion? What's that? So, Madam President, I want to use this opportunity to thank everybody for the contribution on this very important matter, and I now present this bill, recommend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. Ayes have it.
A bill for an actually entitled 2025 Budget and New Hospital Project Loan Authorization Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, say nay.
A bill for an act shortly entitled 2025 Budget and New Hospital Project Loan Authorization Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Item 16, public business. Item 17, adjournment.
Sorry.
Senator Claudette Joseph?
Madam President, oh, you have to move.
Leader of Government Business?
Madam President, I beg to move the motion I beg to move the adjournment of this House Senate.
Madam President, I would just want to raise one matter, well, perhaps two, that was mentioned, not relating to the budget per se, but mentioned by the senator representing Labour. And that has to do with the matter he referred to as the Carriacou 5. I'm not sure if the senator is aware, so I would share with this honorable House that that matter is now resolved. Oh, the result is that the parties agreed that compensation would be paid to the workers. It was ultimately an amicable resolution of the matter. All right, so it is now resolved, and the relevant ministry agreed that the workers should be compensated. So I thought I would update the House, this being a matter of interest. Madam President, I would also just like to take a moment to recall or remember and ask the Almighty to embrace the soul of the young lady who died at Dabo on Tuesday. I extend sincerest condolences to her mom and her loved ones and the community. She was fondly regarded in the neighborhood. So it is indeed a sad time. I was hoping to make it to the family today, but Senator Sinclair detained me. So, Madam President, it underscores the need for us to place emphasis on issues relating to mental health issues, and highlights the wisdom in having a ministry dedicated to the issue. We hope to continue to support the minister responsible for mental health and her staff as we work to serve and deliver for the people in this area that is, I would say, new and hitherto taboo. So it will take a while for it to become the norm, for persons to be open about issues relating to mental health. But I think the spotlight on mental health, by setting up the ministry and speaking more and more openly about it, having policies and hopefully soon laws relating to this issue, will help our people, help the public to be more comfortable and open in addressing the issue and speaking up when they suffer from mental health, just as easily as when they suffer from diabetes or any other illness. We don't want this subject to be taboo because we recognize our young people, a lot of our young people are suffering silently. Not just young people, but we are particularly concerned with the young, and the vulnerable. So may the angels of God enter, allow her to be entered into paradise. And may her soul rest in peace.
Amen. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Francis.
Thank you, Madam President. Before we officially leave this honorable house, I want to raise one issue that I think it's very important. In this house and in the other place, we come here to discuss the people's business. And I believe that when we are discussing the people's business, it should be able to reach every citizen across our Tri-Island state, whom the issues and the bills that we debate here affects. And in this regard, Madam President, I've noticed that when we have these sit-ins, we are not catering to those who communicate via the sign language, the hearing impaired, Madam President. And so it's something I've raised outside of this house or this place in the public domain. And I think it's prudent that it goes on record for something to be done in a more prominent manner to ensure that everyone's need is catered to and met when we're discussing and deliberating on the people's business. Also, and another issue, well, not issue, but point, I too want to join with Senator Joseph, and I know I did mention it previously in my presentation, but as we're on the topic of mental health and catering for everyone's need, I want to make say a special congratulations and thank you to the suicide decriminalization cohort, and it is a cohort that is managed and run by, spearheaded by a group of young women. I am proud to be a part of that organization, Madam President, and we're not just here in Grenada, but we are regional, and we belong to international bigger international bodies. And so on that note, I want to make special commendations for the effort and the strides that we have been making, ensuring that some of, especially the legislations that surrounding suicide is updated. And I know sometime last year we've had consultation with different and key stakeholders here in Grenada, including Senator Farmer's ministry, Madam President. And I know that we have a lot more work to do, so I am making a clarion call for others to join in the cause, to lend the support in whatever way that you can. And to the cohort, I say to us, let us not become despondent, let us not become weary, because the fight that we're fighting, it is for a good cause. And on that note, I also want to advance birthday wishes to myself. Thank you, Madam President.
That last one is not allowed for the reason that we can and will extend happy birthday wishes to you in a minute. Senator Cox, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I was just getting kind of worried how the people's business is one of a celebratory note, so. But congratulations are in order. Madam President, I just want to touch on three important matters, and just to reiterate my in terms of being satisfied and happy to hear that the workers in Carriacou, that matters have been resolved. And just to really inform my colleague, leader of government, is on the other side, and sometimes when I hear you speak about certain things that is not taking place and what this government is doing, you have to understand that Carriacou is a different place, Madam President, you know. And there is so much more I could say, and so much more will be said in due course. We just don't have enough sufficient time to really bring those information out front, you know, a lot on scholarships. But we'll have enough time to talk about that, Madam President. So I just want to see how happy I am that some resolve have been brought to that matter. And it's unfortunate that we had to go down that road. And there are things that we can avoid if we just do it the right way. And so, as we say, we're happy that it's resolved. The second matter, Madam President, is one, and it has to do with the Mount Pleasant School project. Madam President, and it's a kind of a grief situation where the contractor, initial contractor who got the contract to repair the school, this contract was terminated somewhere along the way, and another contractor was brought up from the mainland to complete the project. Madam President, in reviewing this issue, there are a number of errors which the Ministry of Infrastructure overseen that led to the final situation as to where we are. Like, for example, Madam President, after the contractor signed the contract, it took a whole year before he commenced work. And you have a situation where the contractor would have sought additional financing. And if you sought additional financing, say from a financial institution, you're basically waiting to execute a contract for a whole year. And then I think burial came and then some other issues. And so there are a number of matters regarding how it was processed. The government of Grenada, of course, do have a right to an extent to terminate contract. They're basically clause for breach and whatsoever. But I think it is a most sensitive matter, especially given the circumstances in Carriacou post-burial. And actually taking employment away from somebody who is there and who has that situation. And the problem is, Madam President, additionally, payment has been late. He has received a letter of termination, and to date, his compensation cannot be finalized. So I believe the proper thing to do is that if you're going to advance a termination, a final invoice and everything should be treated with in a timely manner to allow a clean severing. And so it's a really a grief matter, and I really ask, I know my good colleague, the Minister for Education, while not directly responsible for the project, can offer some word to ensure that this matter be brought to some closure. And I just raise it. I mean, I could speak a lot more on it in terms of details, Madam President, but in the interest of time, and I think the whole issue is something that we want to resolve. And I think there was some degree of unfairness and maybe some error on the part of the contractor too as well, and vice versa. But I think it was quite unfortunate that a contractor on Carriacou at the time to be deprived of an opportunity, you know, to benefit within his purview, and a contractor to come all the way from Grenada. And there are a number of incidences where we can speak to that. But as I say, at another time, Madam President. But I just wanted to single out that matter and for the government to do something about it, to bring some finality and some closure to that issue. Madam President, the last thing is the whole issue of Cuba. I am not too in terms of what the whole issue, in terms of the policy and you know, what it is towards Cuba. But Cuba has had a tough road. They have had a tough history in terms of their existence as a people. And, you know, I stand in solidarity with Cuba because of their humane existence, the way how they respond to the world. They are one of the first countries who send people anywhere in the world where there are crises. And for that, we really want to recognize them for that outstanding characteristic of reaching out to different countries wherever there are crises. They are a partner, they are a friend of this country, and whatever adversity that they may be coming up, potential, whatever challenges, you know, we stand, I personally stand in support and solidarity to ensure that they may be able to overcome this and to move forward as a nation, as a government, and as a people. So I just wanted to register my support to Cuba at this point in time. Thank you very much, Madam President.
And thank you, Senator Cox. Thank you very much. Senator David Andrew. Senator David Andrew.
Right. Madam President, with your leave, I'll just want to say probably three things on this adjournment. I think one of the first is to congratulate our local soca artist, Blackadan, for his startling and outstanding performance in the region, having won. I think my colleagues were talking about how much I referenced the Calypsonian in my presentation, so I think I'm keeping consistent and highlighting the performance of our local artists who continue to perform well and who continue to raise the cultural presence of Grenada as a Caribbean powerhouse and in the region. So congratulations to him and commendations on behalf of the government and all of us in this honorable house, the first. Second, Madam President, we talked a lot about healthcare, and I don't feel comfortable leaving here today and not mentioning for the average Grenadian to know that over the last few months, there has been a rigorous engagement of Mount Sinai, which is one of the leading teaching hospitals in the United States. And apart from engaging them with a view to upgrading service for the new hospital, they have been engaged in doing gap analysis, gap assessments at the general hospital and starting to engage hospital staff to bridge the gap in the quality of service delivery. So while persons might say not much has happened and nothing is happening, the assessment has been done and they've provided significant gaps. The reports were presented and they've been given the clearance by the cabinet to engage staff and to engage hospital officials. In fact, they have been working in collaboration with them. So that's an ongoing improvement intervention that we know will bear fruit so that when the new hospital comes, we already have improvement in standard operating procedures at the hospital in alignment with what is internationally best practice. So I wanted to give some degree of comfort. While we know the healthcare system is far from where we would like it to be, there are some things happening by way of improvement in the quality and standard operating procedure in alignment with Mount Sinai. So I wanted to say that. And the other thing I wanted to mention, Madam President, is the mention was made of sargassum and the fact that nothing was done about it or is being done about it. In fact, I think that's not accurate. In fact, in keeping with the Ministry of the Environment under Vote 8, quite a number of things were done in relation to harnessing the sargassum. In fact, there is currently in place a sargassum valorization strategy. There was a sargassum conference, as you well know, held in Grenada, and several good things came out of that. There is a sargassum valorization task force charged with putting all the things in place to ensure that we can get the best value out of the sargassum. There have been consultations with stakeholders, even to the point of having expression of interest from researchers and developers in relation to sargassum. And so far we've had as many as 31 entities and research institutes responding to that expression of interest. So to say that absolutely nothing has happened, it's quite unfair. So the Ministry of Climate Resilience and the Environment has been working to provide meaningful solutions to the sargassum issue that are well-researched and well future-driven. So I just wanted to add those on the adjournment. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Andrew, thank you very much. Senator Andre Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam President. This would be an interesting case study, the issue of compensation for the Carriacou 5. And hear me out, please, Madam President. That is what employers do by frustrating workers so that the interest of going back to work, it loses that interest, and the best thing to do is to settle to pay. When these people wanted to work, and I'm saying this, Madam President, through you to the Minister for Labor, because this is a government, and I was not just speaking about a settlement. I know eventually it may reach there, because the money is not coming out of our pocket, it's coming out of the state. But these 5 people wanted to work, and they wanted to work. If it is for 2.5 years, they're out of our work. That's 24 and 6 is 30. That's 30 months times their salary, which I'm sure would not come anywhere close, would be much more than whatever compensation they got. And that is why some unions, and in particular the Technical and Allied Workers Union, on matters of termination, as Grenlec did with the 2 workers that they tried to frustrate, to get them to be frustrated that they will take settlement of $5,000 and $10,000. And the matter could have been resolved. So the 2 workers that have been sent home, ordinary working people, at the company frustrate them and frustrate them and frustrate them and frustrate them, as the government did with the people in the Carriacou 5. And after being frustrated and not getting an income, you see, this is an ordinary working class thing I'm discussing here, colleagues, through you, Madam President. It is one thing to come and say, yes, the matter is resolved, yes, because they have been paid off, because obviously they're recognizing that there's no light in sight at the end of the tunnel, because the state, the employer is big, so obviously there's a settlement. But the ideal thing that the workers wanted was to be working. They wanted to be working. No, I know. No, Madam President, and I'll tell you, because from day one they didn't look for compensation, but I understand the affliction of time. In other words, and we will advise, we have done that. As a trade unionist, we have done that. We have explained to workers, look, your side along, the relationship, you know, you want to go on with your life, you get something else to do, just take payment. Are you following me? But I'm saying that which has brought them there that is not what they wanted in the beginning. And for the state to be, I don't want to say the word culprit, because they might tell me that's right, in this. And that bothered me. I'll tell you, with our history of struggle, I remember in the 1990s, early, the first working day of 91, and that came up yesterday with Cable and Wireless. The first working day of 1991 was a strike in Cable and Wireless. A worker was dismissed. The company, recognizing that things are tight because the workers are militant, didn't want to take him back immediately. The company said, look, allow him to stay home for the next 2 weeks and we'll pay him. But there's that dignity of work. There's that dignity of the human being. There's that dignity of the human being. And therefore we said, no, he must come back now. And the workers were prepared to lose pay and stand up outside in solidarity with him, and they had to take him back. We have 5 sisters from Carriacou, women, who lost their job and a change of administration. They were not in any sensitive position, and we know that. They were not policymakers. They fought for their job. I know that. I spoke to them. They wanted to work. I saw them break down in tears. I went to Carriacou. So yes, the matter is resolved. And okay, so that's the end. But I'm saying there are lessons from that. I'm asking for workers to be treated with dignity. Employers, and especially the state, ought not to allow workers to reach this where they feel that nothing else could be done and let me take money and go. Because what they want to do is to live a dignified life with that income, a guaranteed income. If they do something to be dismissed, they'll be dismissed. The fact that the state paid them means that they did not qualify for dismissal. Because I'm sure, I'm absolutely certain, knowing my colleague as the Attorney General, and knowing the people that lead this country, if workers deserve to be terminated, they will not be paid for their years of service. It has happened in other statutory bodies, represented by the Technical and Allied Workers Union and other places. We have not been able to get compensation because the state has maintained that they are wrong and they needed to be dismissed. So this for me, when the Attorney General and Minister of Labor stand up and say, probably Senator Lewis don't know that, what I'm addressing is the issue of dignity and the issue of no victimization, and the issue that you have struggled it out. Grenfell has tried that, Grenfell has tried that, you know. The worker that they sent home since last year in March, and we went out on the street with it, despite what everybody else said. And the young sister who was only 19 years old started to work with her since she was 19, since in TAM CC. And I must give credit because the Attorney General found that they were wrong, and that's a majority state-owned company. They try to frustrate the workers, but it's a good thing they have a union that is there, and we're constantly in contact with them because they get frustrated. And the company called them, and could you imagine a company like Grenfell, majority state-owned? The government decides who's the majority of people on the board. And there must be policies. Call these two workers in and offer them $5,000 and $10,000 when they want to have a job and have a family. No, if they got frustrated at the point, they'll take it. But we are constantly there with them, and I can tell you, one or two of them may have given consideration to that. So when I heard that report, that there is a settlement and there's compensation, for me, yes, the matter is at rest. So the workers have gone on. But the lesson here is that especially the state must treat working class people with dignity. Yes? I look at it. Look at it. Tell me what's the difference. Frank on the beach in Grandans. He is wrong. He built there without permission. His place was demolished. As we speak today, a place was demolished in Amlasajes. A guy who has been fighting to take care of his family from a community, my brother, that you know. But Reno in Woodford, that the Physical Development Authority has written stop notices for, and they have totally ignored them and continued to build. Nothing has taken place. They continue to build, and they continue to build. Colleagues, if we speak in working class and we call in Morris Bishop name and the revolution, what are we doing? What signal are we sending? So Frank, he spent $40-something thousand, and everybody who know him know he's on the beach ever since. Trying to make a hustle by renting out chairs, getting chairs and rent out. So he is wrong, and he admitted he is wrong. He sat there, and we heard him. He sat there, and he watched as his heart sank, and his place demolished. He said, what could I do? I'm wrong. But Reno, whatever you call it, in Woodford. But it's the environment, yes, it's private lands, I agree. But the law says that even if you're building privately, even if it's, as a matter of fact, all land belongs to the state. All land belongs to the state, and that is why what do you call where that hotel is down in Leffler Bloom? What do you call down there? Huh? Egmont. You remember when, well, Cox, it was your time. Remember when the residents, they had an issue with the heavy traffic and the bridge and the state acquired the place? Okay, because the state, they can do that. So, my brother, I hear you, and I know you're genuine. You're working class. Although it is private land, the state have control. If it's a danger to the environment and a danger to the community, the state can intervene. And even if it is private land, if the Physical Development Authority tell them to stop until such time, they ought to stop. So 2 things, 3 things, 4 things, whatever it is. Explain to me how you want ordinary working class people to feel. When our countries have been sold out over the years and prime lands have been bought by the mega millionaires, etc., and people feel as though that our rights are taken away where we can live and enjoy ourselves. And this administration that said that it has done so much for workers, and that's what I keep saying, is the big ticket items that the unions have been fighting for. And that's okay. But where you have to make a mark for yourself, where you have to make a mark for yourself to demonstrate that you are fair across the board, we say it's private land, and the community is complaining. The farmers are complaining. But if I build on my land that I buy, or Roderick build, Senator, on his land, PDA will go in and stop it. So I'm making that request on behalf of the working class. We don't want just another society, but we want a just society. You can't have it part of the way. You know? You can't have it and say, yeah, yeah, revolution, Morris, or PIG. How do we deal to make the ordinary member of the public feel like they are as equal to anyone else and be treated similarly? So how does Mr. Frank feel that he saw on Beyond the Headlines when the leaders of the PDA admitted that the company paid no attention to them and they did nothing? It must mean that somebody above them is stopping them. It must mean that. I don't care what anybody tells me. It must mean that somebody above them is stopping them from doing their work. And in Lhasa, just on the beach now, right? When 2 days ago, 2 nights ago, I heard the guy speaking about how he had to take, and he fighted to take care of his family, right? And it's a board place. And I sat there today, and I heard the news, and I'm not sure if it is true. Probably it is true. I'm wishing it is not true, that this place has been demolished. And yes, he's wrong. In other words, because there are laws. But laws must be applied to all of us, Madam President, through you, my brother, comrade Adrian, Senator Adrian. And I call you because as leader of government business, through you. This is not about us. This is about us and making Grenadians feel. And we have complained that there's a change, and there's a change that people are feeling as though they are distant from this country, that they are not part of this, you know, Grenadians will feel as though we are pushed out. And then right before our very eyes as we speak, Frank has lost $40-something thousand. Yeah, nobody to stand up with him. Okay, you wrong? The family in Lhasa Jess and the Woodford community, and I'm making an appeal to my colleagues in the cabinet. There's a feeling that there's a certain level of arrogancy that is developing. Some people up there have called me, and they have said that the interaction with certain ministers come close to being disrespectful. Don't know if it is true. I have no reason to doubt the people who call me because they are, yes, appear to be respectful. I don't know them. I don't want to make a value judgment. But examine that and see how we interact with people. So that's that. You know, the struggle for our liberation continues because there are different interests. And it's the same context I'm putting the amendment to the Labor Code, Madam President, as I said, because they want to create that atmosphere, because we are told by the leadership of this country before they came into office that there are foreign investors who want to come to Grenada, but because of the industrial issues we have and the strength of labor unions, they bypass Grenada. So these laws are designed to try to muzzle us, but it shall not. Madam President, I wish to compliment before I go to the complimenting, as we speak about Black Adan and others, and the progress that they have made in terms of the ADFORM, SOCA, and Groovy, I must pay homage to Senator Adrian and Ambassador Glenn and the others, you know, who led the struggle over the many years, my brother. You remember that? Senator Adrian, it is comrades like you and colleagues like you that have stuck out, right? And therefore, the name Finis Augustine, who is no longer with us, may his soul rest in peace, comes to mind. Remember the days when he assisted and everything? So you are reaping the benefit of this, and therefore you speak about eternal struggle. Because you all could have gotten frustrated. You remember there are times when the Calypsonians were the opposition to the government? Cox and them. I mean, your girl will blow from now on. That's what it is. And you didn't give up. So I just wanted to know that. And finally, I wish to compliment the government on the pay and grade for the police. I meant to address that in the budget, but I wish to compliment them for finally bringing this matter hopefully to an end, but to make a request, an appeal for what I call reparative justice. This thing was supposed to have been done so long so that many officers has retired and gone home and never got anything close to what they were entitled to. And therefore, I'm making an appeal to the police and to the government to ensure that these police officers who are no longer in the service and who ought to have been properly compensated based on the pay and grade and then when it was done, should be given some form of compensation to reflect close as possible that which they have not received. And at the same time, in ending, that let that be the lesson for the wider public service, for a pay and grade to be done to ensure that public officers are properly compensated, as we have done to ourselves in the Senate and in the other place, because our salaries have been adjusted, in some instances close to 400%. Some instances close to 400%. And I say, yes, that's great. But we must not just only look after those closer to us. The wider public service that serve the nation deserve a review of the pay and grade. And just step in the right direction. So I thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator Lewis. Is that a request from the floor, Senator St. Clair?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. So, a few comments, Madam President. One, and I want to start off from where Senator Lewis stopped. Well, not stop, but he handed the baton. Sorry, Madam President. Deputy President in the chair. Okay. Deputy President, the issue of crop compensation, because, you know, whole time is out of compensation, but I'm not hearing about compensation with the crop compensation schedule since 1995. And I want to reiterate the need for us to deal with that matter. We have been making clarion call for this over and over. The last schedule was in 1995. All sort of bills, all sort of increases has been taking place. And this, I would say, is a last attempt in this format to address this matter. I listened to the Attorney General in a presentation, and I must say that I'm very impressed with the amount of things that they are able to get done in the ministry. So I'm not too sure if this matter has not come to them yet to deal with, but I appealing to her to use a good office based on the communication from here to have such dialogue with the Minister for Agriculture, who is the only one that can commission that schedule to take place. You know, I listen about minimum wage, I listen about consumer desk, I listen about bills, reports that we have not sent to the ILO, all these great accomplishments. But the farmers cannot get no accomplishment, no achievement. In 2025, we just speak about the budget and how government spendings and income and revenue can be done. Similarly, the farmers want to able to account for those things properly. The Ministry of Agriculture in the Budget Extension Office speaks about one of the key activities in 2024 is timely processing of crop compensation requests. And I'm saying, well, it's easy to do quickly because it's small figures from 1995. They don't have big figures, which is supposed to be. And so this is a special appeal to the Minister for Agriculture, Minister, Attorney General, to really do something for the farmers. We, of course, would be grateful for the income support that was provided from burial, but that's two different issues, two separate issues that should not in any way be linked to say, but farmers keep all yourself quiet still, I'll get some money, hold on. No. And as Senator Lewis also mentioned, which is important, the upgrade of the police in terms of the pay and grade to get them more motivated, because we need them, particularly as it relates to the pre-larceny issue that we're facing. So this we recognize and we expect to see more support in terms of the response that we would get in that area. On the matter of the sargassum, I listen to my dear friend, Senator Andrew on the other side, about sargassum. You see, the thing about it, Deputy President, is that we have a document in front of us from which we refer. And so we can only speak of what is before us, or what is exposed to us. So to say that something was done in Sagassum, when I look at the line items in the budget, as I said yesterday, stand corrected, now on Tuesday, that monies were allocated, but I was seeing a set of zeros, and I said it could have been an error. And so I trust that maybe those are corrections to the error. But the bottom line is that having those activities done, were they done at $0, or was there a cost associated with those? So still, notwithstanding the comments of my dear friend, the question is how much was spent on it. Because you see, Deputy President, when you spend money, it means that you are contributing to the GDP. So by just holding back a lot of monies and not spending it, we are also negatively affecting our GDP. I'm not a student of economics, but the fact that you spend for something is the goods and services produced in the country. So you may have an event, you may have to hire buses, you may have to pay for caterers, all that contribute to the GDP. So if we have $20 million unspent for the budget, and we think we're doing well, the GDP could have been maybe 2% higher, a 0.5% higher, because we created more goods and services in the country. I want that to be noted. So let's spend the money for the activities, and that will contribute or record the information properly. I want to also speak on the issue of our dear sister Francis, on the issue of the sign languages. Because I know when I just got here, this was a matter that was introduced. And when we are in this chamber, sometimes you're not seeing what is happening. And I'm not too sure if it's intermittent, but it's something that I fully endorse. And it's a matter that I know I had some discussions with the clerk from since I came here on this matter. And it was highly commended on that matter. And so I'm not too sure if it's a budgetary issue or if it's a human resource issue, but I stand that we should ensure that we urge, you know, the parliament staff and the president such that we can able to cater for this person. So I fully endorse that. The issues of mental health and all of those challenges and so on, I know our dear sister Thomas is working there, and we have to support those areas in all forms and fashion, because at the end of the day, it affects the whole status of our country. The 2 points I want to make as I wrap up, Deputy President, is one, the issue that Senator Lewis raised, particularly in that Woodford area, if I have it right, because I know there is a petition going around on that matter with the environmental situation, and it's a matter that we should be concerned about. You know, the question is sometimes is not taking action and the appropriate action. You know, we need a hearing, and I'm aware, I've been monitoring the situation, and I know a petition is being addressed, and if we have to take the petition to the parliament, then we will take it. We have taken before, and if we have to do that, we will do that, because we cannot be saying one thing on one side and saying one thing on the other side. I think that is what I'm hearing. And of course, the last thing I want to say, Deputy President, is the whole issue of the cannabis. We need to see some more action going on there. There's a lot of inquiries. I meet the Rastas and so on that are involved, and they want to see action. I meet other persons in the community, and they want to know what is happening. So I think that we are far advanced based on what we are hearing, and we look forward to having some action there, so at least persons can know, you know, how to proceed in this regard. And at the end of the day, we can able to plan better. With this said, I want to thank you for the moment to speak in on these matters. And I want to wish all our farmers, fisher folks who are on the outside, knowing now that the budget is available, we can able to share more information with you so you know what to expect from your ministries, from your member of parliament, so we can hold them accountable. In the next few sessions, I will pose some questions to know where are we with certain things and certain promises, so that we could be able to monitor the feedback and not at the end of the year seeing zeros. Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair.
I thank the Deputy President, and I thank all those of you who are left. Any other contributions towards the adjournment? The motion was already moved, yes. I wanted to say some things myself, and I'll be as brief as possible, leave out many. I join with Senator Claudette Joseph in, lamenting and being sad about the suicide of a 15-year-old girl. It is a very sad and regrettable development in our country and in our community among young women. This is the month, this is Women's Month, so it has a particular sting for me, for all those things, the age of the child, the fact of suicide, the time when it's occurred, the fact that we do have in this country mental health systems in place. They may be nascent, but I join with those who remind us that, and to remind the young people of this country that they could and should, whenever they can, reach out to anyone. There's always somebody who cares. There's always somebody who cares. You might have to go through 10 or 15 persons, but you'll find somebody. So please reach out. I think you could call any one of the senators in this room. Start with that. Call any one of us. And we just hope that we can do more to stem this very tragic health development. Senator Civil Francis, we do have some in place sign language, but it's difficult to implement it at times, which is why you're raising it. Due to the duration of our meetings, the persons who are trained also have responsibility elsewhere. So I think it's something that the staff of the Parliament will be called upon to implement sooner than later. Again, in Women's Month, we are happy that the Carriacou 5 women have found resolution to their situation, and we wish them well in the pursuit of the rest of their careers. Congratulations go to Blackadan, whom I really don't know. It's a new young phenomena. So I'm looking forward to, somebody has threatened to take me to youth concert. I hope this is one of them, because I want to congratulate the young man and get to know his music. The passionate appeal on the part of Senator Andre Lewis for dignity and justice for all, I want to endorse that. I think that all of us are committed to that on both sides of the island. I would call on the government representatives here to follow up on that and see what is at stake here, what is happening or not happening to allow any Grenadian to feel that he or she is not receiving justice and whose dignity is not intact. I think this is not, from my reading, what the government intends. So it ought to be looked into. And there are some gaps that I think also are the kinds of issues relating to the budget, which I won't go into, but I think that we need more information, more timely information, more analysis. While I'm on that, and to wrap up, I want to say that well, before I say that, let me continue on the theme of the International Women's Month and say that there are two women I would like to mention, maybe three. First of all, to say happy birthday, Seville Francis, our sister in Parliament. Happy birthday in the month of March to you. But it is said that greatness is in each of us, says the Prime Minister. I couldn't agree with him more. And that we are capable in Grenada of greater greatness. And this morning, in citing the Prime Minister, one of the senators gave a list. In fact, the presenter of the budget bill gave a list of all the great persons. And if my memory serves me right, I didn't hear or don't remember any women. And I want to mention at least one woman who has been celebrated this month, a great cultural worker, Shirley Robinson, who was rightly celebrated by the cultural community of Grenada. Mrs. Robinson, hats off to you, congratulations, and most of all, thank you, and a long, fruitful life, not in pension poverty, but in pension enjoyment. Thank you for your service. Senators, it's been a long 2 days, very different, various perspectives, various energies were brought to the analysis. Thank you for your cooperation, all of you, everyone, for making this debate meaningful, for staying within your limits, and for being of good humor, those who had to wait for extensions from your colleague. When we had a conflict, I want to say that you displayed incredible conflict resolution skills. We do have a mechanism for it, which is the standing orders, its guide, and the prudence of the presiding officer and the cooperation of the senators. And I think they all came together this morning, if I may say, and I want to thank the two young senators for being as cooperative as they were. I would have wished, if truth be told, I would have wished for a more vigorous or clear or loud or something in the retraction, but I want to thank Senator Charles for being gracious enough to indicate that she was retracting her statement and that she was brave enough to continue her perception. I want to thank Senator Francis for her extreme graciousness, both to defend her position, as she should, and to accept the gracious withdrawal. Lastly, I think it must be said that we are all going in the same direction. The direction of travel for this Senate is outlined in the budget: to build resilience, to rise up as a country, so Vision 75 could really be ours. You may not agree with the proponents, but I think the vision receives support from everyone here. And so the differences of detail, I call them, should continue to be made, listened to, acted upon, so that we get the strongest outcome and implementation of this $2 billion budget, because it's people's money that is being put at the disposal of the managers of the state, and we trust that that direction of travel will take us where we want to go, both with what we already know and have a competence in, as well as where we can improve with the input from the debate. So it has been an important, very important. I remember in the years, and you will age me now, I remember in the days of the revolution, we went from $16 million to $32 million in our national budget. This was maybe 45 years ago. And we thought it was the most revolutionary thing to happen. I don't believe that anybody would have thought then about a $2 billion budget for Grenada. So we've come a long way, and a long, good way by and large. And this is a moment, an inflection moment for us, that we have the ability to propose large and accomplish even larger. Thank you all very much. And all those who are, and then for month of March, I mentioned Shirley Robinson, and I also want to mention my neighbor, Mrs. Annie Bain, who turned 90 years old. Mrs. Annie Bain is, happy birthday, congratulations. As you know, she is the widow of a former member of government, a former parliamentarian. She's the mother of a former parliamentarian, Yolande Bain. And she herself is a well-known St. Andrew's social development activist and businesswoman. And many of the women of her age, her generation, gave unselfishly to the resilience that we enjoy now. They laid down the social parameters of caring for their own families and in the community. And in that sense, Senator Gloria Thomas, you follow likewise in that tradition, a grand tradition you have had laid for you. I want to especially thank you for taking up the social development baton that women in and out of the state have held, from Cynthia Gary, Waple Ned, Nadia Benjamin, so many women who have served in that post. You can but not succeed. Thank you, everyone, for all that you're doing, and all those who are now in favor of the motion to adjourn, say aye. And those opposed, say nay. This Senate debate on the estimates for 2025 is concluded.